MMO to come along that's totally engrossing. Something that immediately hooks you because it's fun to play, the world is immersive, there are novel elements that make the game feel new and exciting. On top of that, all your friends are playing, it's the only thing you want to talk about and the only thing you care to do with your free time, and maybe even much of your not so free time as well. You know the feeling very well actually, because it's happened to you before. You can actually look back and point to various games in your past that conjured up this exact situation, but it's been a while, maybe too long even. And you know, that's because there are never any new MMOs coming out, right? Like we just keep playing the same games over and over again. Well, what if I told you there are actually over 40 new MMOs and MMO lights being developed at this very moment? You'd probably say I'm full of it, but I'm not. Look at this list. Every single game here is confirmed to be in development right now. Many of them even claim to be releasing in the next 1 to 2 years. On one hand, you could actually say there's never been a better time to be an MMO fan. I'm fairly certain actually there has at least never been a time where we've had so many new MMOs in active development that we were aware of. Even excluding all of the MMO lights, there are at least 30 of the more traditionally structured MMOs on the list. And there's almost certainly some games I missed or forgot. I mean, it is nuts. But at the same time, how many of these games are most of us going to be playing for more than a week or two? I don't know. Probably not a lot of them. And boy, is that... well, that sure is something, and a bit disappointing, right? Like, from my perspective as a player, knowing full well many of the pitfalls most of these games will stumble into, the result of which being, yeah, I'll probably just play them for a few days, maybe a week or two, then I'll be done. It's really hard for that reason to get too excited from most of what we see here. I still follow it, and I am interested in these games, and I will check them out, don't get me wrong, but I would be pleasantly surprised if even 1 or 2 of these games actually deliver on that feeling and experience I know myself and probably many of you out there are looking for. And that is not me saying that these are necessarily going to be bad games. I don't think that. I don't think that playing a game for just a couple of weeks is even a bad thing. In fact, it's almost preferable in a lot of cases. We swim in a never-ending glut of games. There are more new games released every year than I even have time to play. All of this added onto the backlog of games that I'll probably never find the time to get to either. And doing gaming stuff is my full-time job. People who have other full-time jobs, it's certainly even much, much worse. As I've talked about before, there's just not enough time to play all of the games, even all of the good games, let alone some of the mediocre and bad ones. So yeah, not every game needs to last forever. Most games won't. It's unrealistic. And I don't even really want that from most of my games, most of the games that I play. But man, when one comes along that really sinks its hooks in, it is something else. I love it. It's one of the experiences that makes gaming as a hobby so very special, barring that experience also doesn't simultaneously destroy every other aspect of my life. Happens on occasion. I've been there. Don't worry, guys. I get you. And you know, from MMOs, our expectation level is certainly higher than just a few days to a week, especially with how big and expansive these games are supposed to be and how long they spend in development. We go in wanting a lot more than that, but the fact of the matter is most things won't deliver that, and even if most games could, you would only play but a fraction of them. So we are just looking for those pinnacle experiences in gaming to come along. So realistically, looking at that list that I showed you earlier, yes, I don't expect many of these games will keep me around for very long. Most of this list I will play for a few days to a week to check them out, to have my fun or not have fun, and then I'll move on. Will any of them last longer than that? I don't know. I mean, even if I had to make a prediction, it is very hard to tell. You really just never know what game will come along at just the right time with just the right elements to be something that you sink your teeth into. That sort of guesswork is what investors do all day professionally, deciding where to place their money, where to put their bets on which game will become the next Minecraft, the next Fortnite, the next Call of Duty, you name it. It ain't easy to predict this kind of thing. If it was, we'd have a whole lot more millionaires. It's even harder with indie games. Like, very few people predicted the success of, say, Valheim or Vampire Survivors ahead of time, but when they launched and people got to play and word got around, it was immediately pretty clear that there was something special there. The safest bets, like if we're playing it safe, it's always going to be some of those big budget games, the AAA games. They at the very least tend to have a better than average chance when it comes to many of the crowdfunded or indie MMOs on the list here. As we all know though, AAA budget doesn't always mean AAA gameplay experience. It just sets the bar a little higher for what we can expect from the visuals, from the animation quality, from the size of the world, from the game's polish, all of those things. The bar is just a little higher, and for that reason, yes, it's got a better chance. And it's for that reason that I've got higher hopes for a lot of these unannounced MMOs from the bigger studios. We're talking Riot Games, League of Legends based MMO, the MMO from the Elder Scrolls Online studio, ZeniMax Online Studios. They're making a brand new MMO. We've got the Horizon themed MMO from Sony. We've got Blizzard's survival game, and then there's the laugh if you want, but yes, the Amazon Lord of the Rings MMO. Hey man, if they can take parts of New World and craft that into a Lord of the Rings setting and just make it better, I mean, again, like with most of these games, I'll definitely check it out. That said, any of these could fail miserably. Again, because AAA budget doesn't mean AAA user and experience. It could be garbage, and a few of these likely will fail miserably. Don't say Amazon. Okay, fine, you can say Amazon. They deserve it. But again, I would say that I have better than average expectations from these games compared to the slew of the crowdfunded and indie MMOs that are on the list. I will say I do also have some hopes for a lot of these MMO lights. Some of them I think are quite promising. Near the top would be Dune Awakening. I love Warframe enough to be very interested in what they do with Soulframe. I also think Nightingale seems pretty darn promising. That one's very narrowly made this list of what we call an MMO. But anyways, just about every MMO light actually that you see here, I am interested in playing for at least a little while. When it comes to that main list though, of those confirmed, more what we would consider traditional MMOs, ones that kind of live up to the general infrastructure and what we think of as a classic MMORPG like World of Warcraft and everything in that vein, that main list of 30 or so games, I mean, that is a massive grab bag. It's really hard to say. I do expect a majority of them will fall into the couple of weeks tops category. That's what I would expect, with maybe a few of them breaking through beyond that. But I don't have a ton of long-term hope for most of these, unfortunately enough to say. Yes, even the online MMO fanboy poster child that is Ashes of Creation, even that, I mean, I hope it's good, but I don't know. I'm really not placing my bets as of yet that it's going to be like a savior of the genre. It will be probably a niche popular game for at least a few months for that crowd. 1, 2, 5 years down the road, is it going to maintain a sizable player base? Who knows? But who knows with most of this stuff? It is all just guesswork. But I mean, I hope they're all good. I hope every game's good. Every game on this list, surprise me, please. All be amazing pinnacle MMO experiences. That's not going to happen, but I would love it. So how do we get here? Like, seriously, we got a list of 40 MMOs, a good chunk of which launching in the next 1 to 2 years, and many of these games took, you know, anywhere from 5 to 7 to, like I said, over 10 years to develop, and I'm not expecting a vast majority of them to last me more than a couple of weeks of playtime. Well, there's a lot of reasons and a lot of ways and explanations to how we got there. I'm sure you've seen the slew of YouTube video essays talking about why gaming today sucks. The videos that basically more or less boil down to, hey, things were kind of better when I was a child and had fewer responsibilities. Well, yeah, no duh. When it comes to this particular topic of gaming sucks today, I am not a full-blown doomer on this discussion point. I think gaming is still amazing, and in fact, in many ways, a lot better than it's ever been. The quality and the expansiveness of so many games, there's a lot of high-quality games coming on every single year, and it's a real exciting time to play and be a fan of this hobby. And as I mentioned earlier, there are way too many good games that you just don't have time to play. There's so many games that people rave about, that people are obsessed with, that people play for years and years on end, that I've barely or never touched, and likely I know I will eventually go to the grave never touching a lot of these amazing games. So we can't say that gaming sucks because it's just an expanding library, except for the ones that get shut down. That's another video, right? I would say that in general, gaming is in a really good spot. But yes, in a lot of ways, many parts of it do suck, or at the least, gaming and how we approach gaming and the games industry, it's quite different than how it was when we were weak kinders. Games in general are different. If I were to try to distill it into like one sentiment, I would say that games used to feel like games developed primarily for the sake of delivering an experience to the player, which they would sell you. Yes, this was always a business. Typically, there would be a single upfront cost. Maybe later they would sell expansions. So yes, you had to pay, of course, but the game still felt like it came first. For a long time, for much of my childhood and my adolescence, and even when I was a young adult, many games today feel a lot more like they're just vehicles for monetization, with the hope being for like the MMO and live service genres that you will stick around and keep playing and paying more over time. Now sure, they still need to make a game that you enjoy that keeps you around playing in order to monetize you further, but monetization being at the forefront of the entire endeavor, I think has left a lot of modern games feeling that very way. Like it permeates into the design and bleeds into the user experience. And this isn't some anti-business, anti-profit rant either. People got to get paid. It's how these things get made in the first place, even back in the day. But I will say that it did feel in the past like the games were being made primarily by people who loved gaming and wanted to craft their own unique experiences for other people who love gaming to enjoy. Now though, because the industry is so massive, it's like the biggest entertainment industry bar none, right? It feels like most of the people involved in the endeavor of making games are just here for the buck. And no, I'm not talking about the developers at all. It's well known, in fact, game dev pays far below what most of these people could make if they went into other industries. But whatever their passion is for the hobby and for the craft of making games, it does seem like it gets pushed to the wayside when the higher-ups, the ones paying the bills, chime in to what sort of systems the game needs to have, what methods they need to employ to keep people playing. When they're hiring psychologists to develop these properly paced out intermittent reward schedules to keep us on that dopamine drip, to keep us playing, to keep us swiping the card. Boy, lots of fun, yeah? The systems games need to have, the methods they use to keep us playing, and how they're going to cash in on all of that. It is a big part of the reason, and like I said, it really bleeds into the experience of the game and takes away from the game itself. It is why when something like Elden Ring comes along, it feels like a breath of fresh air for so many people. I'll just speak for myself. It felt like I was stepping back in time. I just got a game, the game was great, I played the game. Damn, what year is it? What year did Elden Ring come out? 2000? Of course, there's a lot of things that made Elden Ring great. There are plenty of YouTube video essays about that very topic. All of those things combined with the simplicity of the transaction. I give you money, you give me good game, I enjoy good game and have fun. Nice doing business with you. No cash shop, no further monetization, no season pass, none of that stuff. It's just the game's there. The UI isn't intrusive trying to get me to go to the shop. I'm not logging in and seeing 17 pop-ups that show me the recent activities that I can, some of which pay money for. Just a game that I hop in and I play, and all of that combined with Elden Ring being a good game, oh man, it was definitely a big part of, at least again speaking personally, what made the experience of playing Elden Ring feel so refreshing against the sea of modern game design. Beyond games being different, the internet's different as well. For one, it didn't actually really exist when I first started gaming, so if I wanted news or info on the latest NES game, I had to typically get that from a magazine in most cases. Eventually, yeah, we got home internet, but gaming sites were a rare commodity. Usually what we were talking about were like fan pages. I made pages on Angel Fire for like Warcraft 3, or going to forums where people would just talk about the games that they enjoy. But today, with the constant internet access, with our phones in our pockets, how you learn about games, how you follow updates, how you get news, the guides, the tips, the full playthroughs on YouTube, learning about data mined information and leaks from YouTube videos, streamers who are speed rushing and beating the game in the first day for the entire world to see. The arc of first hearing about a game to when you actually sit down and play the game, it is way, way different now than it was, say, back when I was a kid and I walked down to my friend's house and he told me about this new game called EverQuest that his mom just bought him for his birthday, and then I sat down for 8 hours watching him play and enjoyed every minute. The way we consume gaming as a hobby, the way we follow gaming as a hobby is way different. It's way more tuned in and is way more oversaturated, and I think that also plays a big role to the enjoyment that we get the moment we actually get to sit down and finally play the game. But just as, if not even in many ways more important, in my opinion, is the fact that yes, games are different. The games industry is different. Yes, the presence of the internet is different. But lastly, we're different. The way that we approach games, the way we consume games, and what we expect from games today compared to when we were younger is just vastly different in most every measure. The frequency, the intensity, the speed. We're all also just better at games today than we were in the past, which you would hope, obviously, for those of us who have racked up like decades of experience in the hobby. As we learned not too long ago with the release of Classic WoW, World of Warcraft wasn't a terribly difficult game. It's just that at the time when we started playing in 2004, everything sucked. Our computers sucked and struggled to maintain a good frame rate, causing us to always stand in the fire. The internet sucked, causing frequent lag spikes and dropped connections. And yes, we sucked. We were just bad at playing MMOs and probably bad at playing games in general. And for today, all of that has improved. The games run better, well, for the most part, barring any bad PC ports. Internet speeds are way better, so we've got steady connections more of the time. And we also have nearly 20 more years time playing games than we did when we first booted up vanilla World of Warcraft. With time comes experience. With that experience comes a loss of novelty. As far as I'm concerned, lack of novelty is one of the primary driving factors to why so many people can say that gaming isn't fun anymore compared to when it was when they were younger. The more games you play, the more you see. The more you see, the less novel new game experiences are. Let me ask you, have you ever found yourself sitting down and playing a game for the first time and thinking, feels like I've already played this? It's partially true because so many games borrow ideas, structure, gameplay, systems, and features from one another that many times they all start to bleed together. And when things aren't novel, it is very hard to keep you engaged and to hold your attention. We crave variety and novelty, just in general, but this also applies to our hobbies and gaming. And both of these things are massive drivers in the motivation and desire to continue to pursue something, to, in this case, continue playing a game, to stay engaged and spend more time with it. And the fact is, the more experience you have, the more games you've played, the harder and harder it becomes for new games to surprise you. Because yes, in most cases, you have seen it all before. Even if you sit down and a brand new, one of the games on this list, a brand new MMO just launches, you sit down for the first time, you're probably going to get some serious deja vu. You're going to think, oh boy, I've already done this fetch quest. I've already spoke to this NPC. I've already gone through this training. I've already fought this boss. You haven't technically, but you may as well have because it's all so similar enough to one another to might as well be the same. And it is really with that in mind and the key importance the novelty plays
no freaking heal
enjoyment out of gaming. It is because of that. I try to remember some newly released game that feels super old hat to me is going to be some kid's first time with the genre, first time with the game type, first time with features and mechanics that will leave a lasting impression on that person. And I find it helpful when it comes to trying to enjoy games and trying to continue to enjoy the hobby after so many years, doubly so being that this has been my career following games and playing games for coming up on 13 years now I've had here on YouTube. I've spent a lot of time playing games. I've spent a lot of time talking about games, a lot of time covering games to try to really continue to enjoy it after all this time. Even if everything isn't entirely novel, it can be tough, but I think mindset does play a big role. As for these upcoming MMOs, the games on the list that we talked about here today, I'll obviously still hope that the developers themselves, the ones in charge of creating these games, do manage to craft something to create an engaging, immersive, and a novel enough experience that even someone as jaded old gamer as myself can be entertained with for at least some time. Although I still, of course, hope that every once in a while we get a game that comes along that does really craft a super unique experience that rekindles some of that flame and has us sort of go back to the first time we experienced whatever your equivalent to World of Warcraft is to me. And I also want to say, if you are struggling with finding games that keep you engaged and games that you're interested in and you're not wanting to go back to games that you've already played, look no further than games that other people rave about. I think that a lot of times we look on the horizon to what games that haven't been released that are upcoming, and we put a lot of hope in those while neglecting a lot of these super popular games with huge fan bases, games that are critically acclaimed, find games that are cult classics. There's a lot of games out there I know for myself that I've yet to touch that people rave about, and I'm sure you're the same way too in the MMO genre and in other genres. And if you're having a hard time finding motivation and finding excitement in gaming, try checking those games out. Try checking those older games that a lot of people, you've heard people speak about over the years that you just never got around to playing. That's probably my best advice for you, but also for myself. That said, we keep our fingers crossed and we hope for the best for the new stuff on the horizon, and we'll see which games on this list deliver. That does it for me today. Thank you guys for watching this video. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time. Take it easy.
Oh.
If you're anything like me, odds are you've been waiting quite some time now for a new MMO to come along that's totally engrossing. Something that immediately hooks you because it's fun to play, the world is immersive, there are novel elements that make the game feel new and exciting. On top of that,
I'm still excited for Blue Protocol, and I'm even excited for not Tower Fantasy, this is the other one that has autoplay, Throne and Liberty. Because I know what my Throne and Liberty streams are going to be. It's going to be me with the game on autoplay talking about how the game is bad. It's going to be fucking amazing. I'm not even going to do anything.
all your friends are playing. It's the only thing you want to talk about and the only thing you care to do with your free time, and maybe even much of your not so free time as well. You know the feeling very well, actually, because it's happened to you before. You can actually look back and point to various games in your past that conjured up this exact situation. But it's been a while, maybe too long even. And you know, that's because there are never any new MMOs coming out, right? Like, we just keep playing the same games over and over again. Well, what if I told you there are actually over 40 new MMOs and MMO lights being developed at this very moment?
Well, I mean, which MMO? Like, I've been playing New World, which is like a semi-new game. Lost Ark. I mean, what other new game have I played? I guess that's actually probably about it.
Probably say I'm full of it, but I'm not. Look at this list. Every single game here
I'm just reading these.
Is confirmed to be in development right now. Many of them even claim to be releasing in the next 1 to 2 years. On one hand, you could actually say there's never been a better time to be an MMO fan. I'm fairly certain, actually, there has at least never been a time where we've had so many new MMOs in active development that we were aware.
I would agree with them here. Is that, yes, this is the first, like, there are more MMOs coming out now than I think ever.
Of. Even excluding all of the MMO lights, there are at least 30 of the more traditionally structured MMOs on the list, and there's almost certainly some games I missed or forgot. I mean, it is nuts. But at the same time, how many of these games are most of us going to be playing for more than a week or two?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, probably like one of them. Hopefully one of them.
I don't know. Probably not a lot of them, and boy, is that, well, that sure is something, and a bit disappointing, right? Like, from my perspective as a player, knowing full well many of the pitfalls most of these games will stumble into, the result of which being, yeah, I'll probably just play them for a few days, maybe a week or two, then I'll be done. It's really hard for that reason to get too excited for most of what we see here. I still follow it, and I
think that that's because you're experienced more. Because I bet there's people, like, do you remember people always would like look at Tower of Fantasy, that guy, right? I mean, people expected Tower of Fantasy to be the next big game, and that's what they're going to know life on. It's going to be huge on Twitch. They're going to be super popular. And I think that nowadays there were probably people expecting that out of New World, out of Blue Protocol. They were expecting that out of Lost Ark. They were expecting that out of all these games. Who thought that? Well, I think with Lost Ark and New World, people absolutely did. Maybe not as much with Tower of Fantasy because it was like more of like a side game. But like, yeah, I think so.
interested in these games, and I will check them out, don't get me wrong, but I would be pleasantly surprised if even one or two of these games actually deliver on that feeling and experience I know myself, probably many of you out there are looking for. And that is not me saying that these are necessarily going to be bad games. I don't think that. I don't think that playing a game for just a couple of weeks is even a bad thing. In fact, it's almost preferable in a lot of cases. We swim in a never-ending glut of games. There are more new games released every year than I even have time to play. All of this added onto the backlog.
That's the way I see it. Is like there's so many games coming out. I never worry about this. Like, I'm always going to have something to play. Like, they could not release another video game for a whole year, and I would never run out of things to play.
Of games that I'll probably never find the time to get to either, and doing gaming stuff is my full-time job. People who have other full-time jobs, it's certainly even much worse. As I've talked about before, there's just not enough time to play all of the games, even all of the good games, let alone some of the mediocre and bad ones. So
yeah, it's like I haven't finished Final Fantasy 16. I haven't started Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't play Dragon's Dogma after that, like I said I would. Like, there's just such a massive backlog.
Yeah, not every game needs to last forever. Most games won't. It's unrealistic. And I don't even really want that from most of my games, most of the games that I play. But man, when one comes along that really sinks its hooks in, it is something else. I love it. I love no-lifing a new game. It's one of the best feelings to wake up and play a video game all day and then go to bed and think, man, I really did something. To feel to spend all day playing a video game and not think that you wasted your time is like the best fucking feeling ever. The experiences that makes gaming as a hobby so very special, barring that experience also doesn't simultaneously destroy every other aspect of my life. Happens on occasion. I've been there. Don't worry, guys. I get you. And, you know, from MMOs, our expectation level is certainly higher than just a few days to a week, especially with how big and expansive these games are supposed to be and how long they spend in development. We go in wanting a lot more than that, but the fact of the matter is most things won't deliver that, and even if most games could, you would only play but a fraction of them. So we are just looking for those pinnacle experiences in gaming to come along. So realistically, looking at that list that I showed you earlier, yes, I don't expect many of these games will keep me around for very long. Most of this list I will play for a few days to a week to check them out, to have my fun or not have fun, and then I'll...
See, I'm the kind of person, like, I will play the bad game for a month instead of a week. I will beat everything in the game, and then I will be like, gentlemen, it's time to talk about how I just wasted a month of my life.
Move on. Will any of them last longer than that? I don't know. I mean, even if I had to make a prediction, it is very hard to tell. You really just never know what game will come along at just the right time with just the right elements to be something that you sink your teeth into. That sort of guesswork is what investors do all day professionally, deciding where to place their money, where to put their bets on which game will become the next Minecraft, the next Fortnite, the next Call of Duty, you name it. It ain't easy to predict this kind of thing. If it was, we'd have a whole lot more millionaires. It's even harder with indie games. Like, very few people predicted the success of, say, Valheim or Vampire Survivors ahead of time, but when they launched and people got to play and word got around, it was immediately pretty clear that there was something special there. The safest bets, like if we're playing it safe, it's always going to be some of those big budget games, the AAA games. They, at the very least, tend to... I feel like AAA games nowadays are like... If there's a AAA game, I always am like... Yeah, I get worried about that, man. Have a better than average chance when it comes to many of the crowdfunded or indie MMOs on the list here. As we all know, though, AAA budget doesn't always mean AAA gameplay experience. It just sets the bar a little higher for what we can expect from the visuals, from the animation quality, from the size. Yeah, I mean, like, this is absolutely incredible. I love the graphics and the style here. This is amazing. But, like, I'm not going to play a game because, like, it has good visuals. Like, the visuals are always going to be sprinkles on a cupcake. They make the cupcake look better, but they don't make it taste better. of the world, from the game's polish, all of those things, the bar is just a little higher. And for that reason, yes, it's got a better chance. And it's for that reason that I've got higher hopes for a lot of these unannounced MMOs from the bigger studios. We're talking Riot Games, League of Legends based MMO, the MMO from the Elder Scrolls Online studio, ZeniMax Online Studios. They're making a brand new MMO. We've got the Horizon themed MMO from Sony.
Started around
game,
3%.
and then there's the Laugh If You Want, but yes, the Amazon Lord of the Rings MMO. Hey man,
I'm sure that'll be good.
if they can take parts of New World and craft that into a Lord of the Rings
Damn.
setting and just make it better,
Like 3%?
again, like with most of these games, I'll definitely check it out. That said,
Yeah, I mean, New World was good in a lot of ways. It wasn't good in every way, but you know, it is what it is.
any of these could fail miserably. Again, because AAA budget doesn't mean AAA user end experience. It could be garbage. And a few of these likely will fail miserably. Don't say Amazon. Okay, fine, you can say Amazon. They deserve it. But again, I would say that I have better than average expectations from these games compared to the slew of the crowdfunded and indie MMOs that
I think that they've made New World a lot better over time. So I actually do have relatively high expectations for the Lord of the Rings MMO, but we'll just have to wait and see.
On the list. I will say I do also have some hopes for a lot
I'm so excited about this game, by the way. This is like, I think, PAX Day. I'm so fucking excited for this. This looks amazing.
a lot of these MMO lights. Some of them I think are quite promising. Near the top would be Dune Awakening. I love Warframe enough to be very interested in what they do with Soulframe. And I also think Nightingale seems pretty darn promising. That one's very narrowly made this list of what we call an MMO. But anyways, but just about every MMO light actually that you see here, I am interested in playing for at least a little while. When it comes to that main list, though, of those confirmed, more what we would consider traditional MMOs, ones that kind of live up to the general infrastructure and what we think of as a classic MMORPG like World of Warcraft and everything in that vein, that main list of 30 or so games, I mean, that is a massive grab bag. It's really hard to say. I do expect a majority of them will fall into the couple of weeks tops category. That's what I would expect. With maybe
absolutely they will. Absolutely. Many of these games are going to turn into being dog shit ass garbage. And that's just how it is. Listen, you take 100 shots, maybe you'll hit a few. And that's all we hope. If the game is bad, that's still content. It's okay if the game is bad.
Be a few of them breaking through beyond that, but I don't have a ton of long-term hope for most of these, unfortunately enough to say. Yes, even the online MMO fanboy poster child that is Ashes of Creation, even that, I mean, I hope it's good, but I don't know. I'm really not placing my bets as of yet that it's going to be like a savior of the genre. It will be probably a niche popular game for at least a few months for that crowd. 1, 2, 5 years down the road, is it going to maintain a sizable play base? Who knows? But who knows with most of this stuff?
It's so far down the line, I don't think you can really make a decision for it yet.
I hate this rabbit.
It is all just guesswork. But I mean, I hope they're all good. I hope every game's good. Every game on this list. Surprise me, please. All be amazing, pinnacle MMO experiences.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen, but I would love it.
Nice
so,
if it did.
How do we get here? Like, seriously, we got a list of 40 MMOs, a good chunk of which launching in the next 1 to 2 years, and many of these games took, anywhere from 5 to 7 to, like I said, over 10 years to develop, and I'm not expecting a vast majority of them to last me more than a couple of weeks of playtime. Well, there's a lot of reasons and a lot of ways and explanations to how we got there. I'm sure you've seen the slew of YouTube video essays talking about why gaming today sucks.
Yeah, why all video games are bad except for the ones that came out 20 years ago, why gaming is bad, why battle passes ruined gaming, why microtransactions ruined gaming, why AAA games ruined gaming, why gaming is dead, why gaming is dying, why gaming is falling off, why do I not like gaming anymore? Oh yeah, we've watched every single one. Absolutely.
Videos that basically more or less boil down to, hey, things were kind of better when I was a child and had fewer responsibilities. Well, yeah true. No duh. When it comes to this particular topic of gaming sucks today, I am not a full-blown doomer.
I'm not either. I think games are great now. I think gaming now is better than it ever has been. I'll say it. I'll just fucking say it. I think gaming right now is better than it has ever been before. And you know what? I'll go even farther. It's not even close.
this discussion point, I think gaming is still amazing, and in fact, in many ways, a lot better than it's ever been. The quality and the expansiveness of so many games. There's a lot of high-quality games coming on every single year, and it's a real exciting time to play and be a fan of this hobby. And as I mentioned earlier, there are way too many good games that you just don't have time to play. There are so many games that people rave about, that people are obsessed with, that people play for years and years on end, that I've barely or never touched, and likely I know I will eventually go to the grave never touching a lot of these amazing games.
Yeah.
So we can't say that gaming sucks because it's just an expanding library.
Oh, you think gaming sucks?
hate this
Have you
shit.
played every game? No? Okay, well then who cares what you have to say? Yeah, okay, so you don't really know then. Okay, so yeah, you haven't played, have you played every single game that's ever come out? No? Okay, I didn't think so, alright.
Except for the ones that get shut
Name
down.
a
That's
million
another
games.
video, right? I would say that in general, gaming is in a really good spot. But yes,
Yeah,
in a
it is.
lot of ways, many parts of it do suck. Or at the least, gaming and how we approach gaming and the games industry, it's quite different than how it was when we were weak kinders. Games in general are different. If I were to try to distill it into...
This is one of the games, like, I can't believe that they did this. The main selling point of this game is that it doesn't have a map. I'm not kidding.
To try to distill it into like one sentiment, I would say that games used to feel like games developed primarily for the sake of delivering an experience to the player, which they would sell you. Yes, this was always a business. Typically, there would be a single upfront cost. Maybe later they would sell expansions. So yes, you had to pay, of course, but the game still felt like it came first for a long time, for much of my childhood and my adolescence, and even when I was a young adult. Many games today feel a lot more like they're just vehicles for monetization, with the hope being...
He's definitely right about this. He totally is. I mean, there's a lot of indie games that don't follow this paradigm, but I think nowadays, and another big reason why that's the case, is that people aren't really willing to pay... Like, people don't want to buy a full-price game nowadays. People want to play a free-to-play game, and those are the ones that are popular. It's because it's easier to play. It's like, for example, how many of you guys played the that game on like Flash? It was like green, where you moved the helicopter through like a cave in like high
4%
school or
out
middle
of
school.
30
How many of you guys
minutes.
played that game?
Farming.
Right, yep, everybody, yep. Everybody fucking played it, of course, right? And why? Because it was fucking free. Free-to-play games are massively popular, and that's a big reason too. It's because people are even more hesitant to spend like $60, $70, $50 on a game nowadays. I think it's that too.
for like the MMO and live service
Whenever you can get
genres
one
that
for
you will
free.
stick around and keep playing and paying more over time.
Yeah.
Now, sure, they still need to make a game that you enjoy that
Sure.
keeps you around playing in order to monetize you further. But monetization being at the forefront of the entire endeavor, I think has left a lot of modern games feeling that very way. Like it permeates into the design and
Well, there's an element of it that takes the immersion away, because like you're playing a video game, but then you're constantly reminded that you're playing a video game. It's kind of weird. So like you're going through something and then you have a pop-up for the store, then you have an advertisement for, you know, a battle pass, or you have some sort of website you want to go to or something like that, right? You can't just play the game and they leave you alone. There's got to be some sort of call to action or something like that in the game that constantly reminds you that like you're playing a video game.
Feeds into the user experience. And this isn't some anti-business, anti-profit rant either. People got to get paid. It's how these things get made in the first
Yeah,
place,
sure. It's
even
just how
back
it
in the
is.
day.
It's
But
just
I
the
will
way it
say
is.
that it did feel in the past like the games were being made primarily by people who loved gaming and wanted to craft their own unique experiences for other people who love gaming to enjoy.
Oh,
Now-
this is absolutely true. And like now, the people that love gaming are still making the games, but they have Bobby sitting there telling them, he's like, listen, this game's got to be done in 16 days. They're like, well, we need 2 weeks, or sorry, we need 2 months. Okay, well, 16 days or you're fired. And then guess what happens? The game comes out and there's bugs. Or shit's not ready. That's what happens. It's because, these gaming studios are massively publicly traded companies, and they just have to get these games out on certain times. I'll read a few comments here. Wrong. I mean, lots of games were shut out without any quality. Well, yeah, of course. And I think that's actually true, too. The games people would play $6 for these days instead pay $20 for first whenever it's an alpha. Yeah, maybe. But, I do also want to say that there are so many games nowadays that, you might not remember, or, back, 10 years ago, 20 years ago, that, whenever they came out, they were fucking garbage. They were so bad. And, you never think about them anymore because they were just the, Super Nintendo had how many games come out for it? And you can probably name 50. Well, what about that other 150? I think it's 200 games or something like that.
Although, because the industry is so massive, it's like the biggest entertainment industry, bar none, right? It feels like most of the people involved in the endeavor of making games are just here for the buck. And no, I'm not talking about the developers at all. It's well known, in fact, game dev pays far below what most of these people could make if they went into other industries. But whatever their passion is for the hobby and for the craft of making games, it does seem like it gets pushed to the wayside when the higher-ups, the ones paying the bills, chime in to what sort of systems the game needs to have, what methods they need to employ to keep people playing. When they're hiring psychologists to develop these properly paced out intermittent reward schedules to keep us on that dopamine drip, to keep us playing, to keep us swiping the card. Boy, lots of fun, yeah?
Yeah, who likes getting milked? Who wants to get milked? Oh boy.
Games need to have, the methods they use to keep us playing, and how they're going to cash in on all of that. It is a big part of the reason, and like I said, it really bleeds into the experience of the game and takes away from the game itself. It is why when something like Elden Ring comes along, it feels like a breath of fresh air for so many people. I'll just speak for myself. It felt like I was stepping back in time. I just got a game. The game was great.
Yeah, he's totally right. Imagine this. You buy the game, and then you go to the start screen, and it's either start game or load game. Settings or quit. There's no, fucking 17 different pop-ups. There's not, 3 different incentive programs. That's it. You just play the fucking game, and that's it. Yeah, there's no reminder that you didn't buy your weekly battle pass. Oh god. Now I felt the same way with Halls of Torment. Felt the same way with I think obviously Elden Ring is a good example. I'm sure I can probably think of other ones, but just on the first two I can think of are that. Final Fantasy 16, another example.
I played the game. Damn, what year is it? What year did Elden Ring come out? 2000? Of course, there's a lot of things that made Elden Ring great. There are plenty of YouTube video essays about that very topic. All of those things combined with the simplicity of the transaction. I give you money, you give me good game, I enjoy good game and have fun. Nice doing business with you. No cash shop, no further monetization, no season pass, none of that stuff. It's just the game, the game's there, the UI isn't intrusive trying to get me to go to the shop. I'm not logging in and seeing 17 pop-ups that show me the recent activities that I can, some of which pay money for. Just a game that I hop in and I play. And all of that combined with Elden Ring being a good game, oh man, it was definitely a big part of, at least, again, speaking personally, what made the experience of playing Elden Ring feel so refreshing against the sea of modern game design. Beyond games being different, the internet's different as well. For one,
I don't really mind if they have modern game design with battle pass stuff. As long as the core gameplay is fun, I'm happy. But I do think that there is a level of immersion that's lost whenever the game becomes a canvas for advertisements.
It didn't actually really exist when I first started gaming. So if I wanted news or info on the latest NES game, I had to typically get that from a magazine.
Nintendo power. Oh yeah. Yeah, you want to find
4%
out about Legend of Zelda, Link to the Past? Nintendo power.
in most cases. Eventually, yeah, we got home internet, but gaming sites were a rare commodity. Usually what we were talking about were like fan pages. I made pages on Angel Fire for like Warcraft 3, or going to forums where people would just talk about the games that they enjoyed. But today, with the constant internet access, with our phones in our pockets, how you learn about games, how you follow updates, how you get news, the guides, the tips, the full playthroughs on YouTube, learning about data mined information and leaks from YouTube videos, streamers who are speed rushing and beating the game in the first day for the entire world to see. The arc of first hearing about a game to when you actually sit down and play the game, it is way, way different now than it was, say, back when I was a kid and I walked down to my friend's house and he told me about this new game called EverQuest that his mom just...
Yeah, it's like nowadays what you do is you go and you... First thing is you have to look up the game, and then you see an advertisement for it on the existing launcher for the game's publisher, and then you click on that advertisement, and then you see there is a 3 different levels of purchase plans for the game. There's the normal edition, the hero edition, and the epic edition. You decide which edition you want to buy. One of them comes with a 3-day early access. Obviously, all of your friends are getting early access, so then you're going to buy the early access version too. Then after that, you buy that, and then you have the beta. Maybe you don't have time to play the beta, so you look up, 17 different YouTubers who it's their job to actually provide you with information that will tell you exactly the best build and the best class to play during the beta. And then you're going to use that information leading up to the launch of the game. Obviously, leading up to that launch of the game, you're going to be looking up guides, making sure that you play the right build, that you play the right spec, you know what talent points to use, what talent points not to use, what stats you want to have, what stats you don't want to use, like the main best abilities, the legendaries that empower those abilities. And then after all of that, then of course you have to make sure that you download the new drivers for your game. You have to make sure that you get everything set up for it, turn on a stream of another person playing the game at the same time, so maybe you can ask them questions about the game that just came out to see if they're able to do it. And then after you do all that, you have to pre-download the game, which you have to go to the launcher, and then you have another optional menu item to upgrade your purchase of your copy to the hero or the epic or potentially the legendary edition that comes with a free t-shirt that never shows up. And then finally the game comes out, and of course the servers are down, so you're not able to play it even though you bought early access, and that's for the first 2 days. Then finally, whenever you log into the game, at this point all the hardcore players who had priority access because they were streamers were able to get to the max level, and they've already beaten the game by now. Like, they're already past the game's dead now. But like, you're still going to try to catch up and get to where they're at. So now you're watching their videos and you're looking up exactly the best quests to do, the best place to farm for mobs, the best way to level your character, and the best way to just gear up, and all the right pieces of gear to use. And then finally, at that point, you're able to log on and you can finally actually play the game. Excited? Who's excited? Oh yeah, and it sucks.
Bought him for his birthday, and then I sat down for 8 hours watching him play and enjoyed every minute. The way we consume gaming as a hobby, the way we follow gaming as a hobby is way different. It's way more tuned in, and it's way more oversaturated, and I think that also plays a big role to the enjoyment that we get the moment we actually get to sit down and finally play the game. But just as, if not even in many ways more important, in my opinion, is the fact that, yes, games are different, the games industry is different, yes, the presence of the internet is different, but lastly, we're different. The way that we approach games, the way we consume games, and what we expect from games today compared to when we were younger is just vastly different in most every measure. The frequency, the intensity, the speed. We're all also just better at games today than we were in the past, which you would hope, obviously, for those of us who have racked up like decades of experience in the hobby. As we learned not too long ago with the release of Classic WoW, World of Warcraft wasn't a terribly difficult game. It's just that at the time when we started playing in 2004, everything sucked.
We were fucking stupid. We had bad internet and bad computers. Yeah, for sure.
Our computers sucked and struggled to maintain a good frame rate, causing us to always stand in the fire. The internet sucked, causing frequent lag spikes and dropped connections. And yes, we sucked. We were just bad at playing MMOs and probably bad at playing games in general. And for today, all of that has improved. The games run better, well, for the most part. barring any bad PC ports. Internet speeds are way better, so we've got
So
steady
basically all the
connections
PC
more of the
ports.
time. And we also have nearly 20 more years time playing games than we did when we
Yeah, you
first
just have so
booted
much more
up
context.
vanilla World of Warcraft. With time comes experience.
Right.
With that experience comes a loss of novelty. As far as I'm concerned, lack of novelty is one of the primary driving factors to why so many people can say that gaming isn't fun anymore compared to when it was when they were younger. The more games you play, the more you see. The more you see, the less novel new game
Yeah, it's not new
experiences
anymore.
are. Let me ask you, have you ever found yourself sitting down and playing a game for the first time and thinking, feels like I've already played this? It's partially true because so many games borrow ideas, structure, gameplay, systems, and features from one another that many times they all start to bleed together. And when things aren't novel, it is very hard to keep you engaged and to hold your attention. We crave variety and novelty just in general, but this also applies to our hobbies and gaming. And both of these things are massive drivers in the motivation and desire to continue to pursue something, to, in this case, continue playing a game, to stay engaged and spend more time with it. And the fact is, the more experience you have, the more games you've played, the harder and harder it becomes for new games to surprise you. Because
I think that's why games like Vampire Survivors were such viral hits. It's because something like that, people weren't used to a game like that. I'm not saying it never existed before then, but like the mainstream public wasn't really used to a game like that. And because of that, people saw the game and they were like, wow, this is fucking insane. This is awesome. This is totally new. I haven't played this before and it's novel. Now, there's like 15 other Vampire Survivors games that have come out, things that iterate on the idea like Halls of Torment. So like, yes, it's still fun, but the idea has been explored.
Yes, in most cases, you have seen it all before. Even if you sit down and a brand new one of the games on this list, a brand new MMO just launches, you sit down for the first time, you're probably going to get some serious deja vu. You're going to think, oh boy, I've already done this fetch quest. I've already spoke to this NPC. I've already gone through this training. I've already fought this boss. You haven't technically, but you may as well have because it's all so similar enough to one another to might as well be the same. And it is really with that in mind and the key importance the novelty plays into getting enjoyment out of gaming. It is because of that, I try to remember some newly released game that feels super old hat to me is going to be some kid's first time with the genre, first time with the game type, first time with features and mechanics. That will leave
there's somebody playing WoW nowadays that just started that are loving it, and Dragonflight's their first expansion.
lasting impression on that person. And I find it helpful when it comes to trying to enjoy games and trying to continue to enjoy the hobby after so many years. Doubly so, being that this has been my career, following games and playing games for coming up on 13 years now.
Ooh.
I've had here on YouTube. I've spent a lot of time playing games. I've spent a lot of time talking about games, a lot of time covering games to try to really continue to enjoy it after all this time. Even if everything isn't entirely novel, it can be tough, but I think mindset does play a big role.
I think it does too. There's a lot of people that just have a very negative mindset going into games, and I think that's what causes people to be so unhappy about them. Is that they go into the game and they don't like that they expect that they will not enjoy it. My best advice is that if you don't think you're gonna like a game, don't play it. Because almost every time, like I've seen, people want to convince themselves that they were right more than wanting to actually have like an objective view of things, right? So if you don't think you're gonna like a game, don't play it. I've never gone and played a game except for Diablo Immortal. I didn't think I'd really like that one very much. But overall, I never play games that I feel like I'm just not going to like this game.
These upcoming MMOs, the games on the list that we talked about here today, I'll obviously still hope that the developers themselves, the ones in charge of creating these games, do manage to craft something to create an engaging, immersive, and a novel enough experience that even someone as jaded old gamer as myself can be entertained with for at least some time. Although I still, of course, hope that every once in a while we get a game that comes along that does really craft a super unique experience that rekindles some of that flame and has us sort of go back to the first
Damn.
time we experienced whatever your
1300.
equivalent to World of
Sure.
Warcraft is
Yeah.
to me. And I also want to say, if you are struggling with finding games that keep you engaged and games that you're interested in, and you're not wanting to go back to games that you've already played, look no further than games that other people rave about. I think that a lot of
Yeah,
times...
there's so many games out there. Like, I think Dragon's Dogma is a
What
great
the
example for me, or Breath of the Wild. I never played Breath of the Wild. I never played Dragon's Dogma. So I can just go back and play those 2 games.
We look on the horizon to what games that haven't been released that are upcoming, and we put a lot of hope in those, while neglecting a lot of these super popular games with huge fan bases, games that are critically acclaimed, games that are cult classics. There's a lot of games out there, I know for myself, that I've yet to touch that people rave about, and I'm sure you're the same way too in the MMO genre and in other genres. And if you're having a hard time finding motivation and finding excitement in gaming, try checking those games out. Try checking those older games that a lot of people, you've heard people speak about over the years that you just never get around to playing. That's probably my best advice for you, but also for myself. That said, we keep our fingers crossed and we hope for the best for the new stuff on the horizon. And we'll see which games on this list deliver. That does it for me today. Thank you guys for watching this video. Hope you enjoyed it. I'll see you next time. Take it easy.
So every game is dying. MMOs are dead. Gaming sucks. That's about it. And yeah. That's pretty much where we're at, guys. Sorry to say, but that's life nowadays. There it is. Yeah, go touch grass. But gaming nowadays is good. It's definitely different, and I think that there is a different vibe with games. And it's really nice how, like, look, Halls of Torment. Like, I want to play the game. And
Oh,
you know what
I killed it. Shit.
I just go and immediately I play the game. That's it. Now I'm playing the game. There's no bullshit. There's no advertisements. There's no 8 different load screens with 10 different bonuses on it. You just log in and you play the game. And I think that there is something that is definitely forgotten in the simplicity of that a lot of people do absolutely appreciate. And I do hope that more games start using that kind of stuff. It's one of the things that, like, you know, Final Fantasy players, for example, appreciate the fact that the shop for the game isn't in the store. Or sorry, isn't in the game. Like, you're able to, there is a shop for Final Fantasy, but you're not able to access it from the game. So yeah, I think that's what makes it unique and everything. This is a good video. I'm going to link it to you guys. Give it a like. This is a very good one. I like this one a lot. Especially with how many new MMOs are coming out. It's pretty fucking crazy, man. 5 minutes of bullshit to log on, just play Lost Ark. Yeah, it's like first you have to wait for the root kit to load in. Then you have to log into the game. Then you have to log into your character. It's like, oh my fucking god. How is this going to take so long? Yeah, I know all too well. Let's see here.
Dude. Somebody dead ranch. What? Yeah, I should level up on newbies. Look at the speed. It's insane. Fire. I hate dealing with this shit. Is it Minotaurus? Minotaurus. Yeah, it's not that a lot. A newbie's. What's happening? Okay.
Players will go to extreme lengths when money is on the line,
People are so shameless, dude.
and competitive Valorant is no exception. Pros may have been cheating their way to the top of the VCT since its inception. These are the most notorious scandals thus far. We kick things off with an instant at the pinnacle of Valorant's competition. The inaugural VCT Champions in Berlin 2021 was a proving ground for many players looking to win the lion's share of $350,000. Brazilian team Vivo Keys were not the favourites to win by any stretch, but in a group play game against eventual champions Ascends, they shocked the world.
¡Solo queda Vicky y se acabó! ¡GG! ¡Victoria de Vivo KD! ¡Brasil golpea duro! ¡Brasil canta y baila samba tu Janeiro! ¡Y es que es la victoria!
A 2-1 victory helps them progress to the next round, one win away from making the playoffs. Little did they know, one of their players had made a play
you
that would
fucking kidding
drastically
me?
change the outcome of the match.
I should've.
For 6 rounds, Cypher player J-How used a known Cypher Cam exploit at the A site of Breeze.
From either of those two teams that are still playing later on today. Then slowly making their way into the site. The camera is going to get all of the information from Joe. I reckon that's going to pick up a couple.
Spike planted.
Plant at least. Realistically now it's all about damage and heat. It's not going to allow for any of it, just popping heads as he goes, leaving killers. There's the last man standing, absolutely no chance for him here at a Blades.
Vivo Keyed essentially jumped on the fence and jumped up and put the cam here. So that is a real exploit, okay?
The camera placed in such a way that enemies can't even see it due to issues with the textures. Riot Games had made it explicitly clear this was against the rules, and previous instances typically resulted in a forfeit. Nonetheless, J-How did not back down and continued to abuse it to help his team win the map. A competitive ruling stated as a result, Vivo Keyed forfeited the 6 rounds they used it in, thereby losing the map and the series.
But seeing something like this, an exploit being abused like this at Valorant Champions, and then Riot bringing the hammer down and making this team forfeit rounds at a tournament like this is crazy.
Unfortunately, they proceeded to lose the next match against X10, exiting the tournament in joint last place.
They got owned because of their own decision making to use that band cam. Let's just say it. That was their decision to end up using. The onus is on them, and they did crumble.
While the community generally agrees that Vivo Keyed should have been punished for what may have been an attempted cheating scandal or merely an accidental use, many also believe that Riot should have just fixed the bug, which had been known about for many months. But Vivo Key were not the only team to use an illegal exploit. At the lock-in tournament at the start of 2023, T1 faced off against hometown team Furia. This was the first ever major tournament in Brazil, and Furia were determined to get the win for their fans.
It's the hometown heroes versus the plucky underdogs. What happens in this game is anyone's guess, but one thing is for certain, it is gonna be freaking awesome.
Perhaps though, not a great idea to break the rules in the process. Furia took a 1-0 lead as things went to map 2 on Icebox, and at the start of round 5, Killjoy player Khalil placed a nano swarm at the centre of the A site, a spot explicitly listed in the VCT handbook as an exploit. The molly was never even required, as T1 decided to funnel into the B site instead in a round they eventually lost. However, following the end of the round, a technical timeout was activated and Furia were notified and penalised with the round loss.
For all of you who have been waiting, I am being told that an illegal Killjoy Molly was placed by Furia, and it was well within the rulebook, so they knew that it was not a Molly that should have been placed. It was placed anyway. Because of that, a round will be removed from Furia's score. So we're going to get you all back to the action. The score is 1-4 in favor of Furia.
Chat is saying, like, why don't they fix it? But I feel like it's probably just a thing of, like, they probably haven't figured out how to fix it yet, maybe. So, like, it's not that simple. And they just let you know, hey, you can't do this. I don't know. Oh, it's kind of because you can't see it or anything, right?
Yeah, you can't even break it.
Yeah, I guess you could shock the box or something.
Wait, there's no way that guy actually put that molly and thought it was okay.
Intentional cheating from Furia to hope they would get away with an unfair advantage, or merely an accident. Despite this, the Brazilians remained undeterred as they closed out the map to win the series 2-0. So far we have discussed mainly borderline cases, but some are far more blatant. Riot Games has not shied away from providing tournament support all across the globe, from Latin America to China and Vietnam. A Vietnamese player by the name of Nom Senpai was making waves in the region due to his flashy plays on the jet.
Headshot. One enemy remaining.
As the VCT 2022 Stage 1 Vietnam Open qualifiers looms, this was his chance to make a real name for himself. And Nom Senpai did exactly that, but for all the wrong reasons. With his team up 12-9 on Haven in a qualifying game, he was caught cheating red-handed. In this clip, his crosshair suspiciously flicks to Astra at C-Link, who was completely behind the wall. But Nom Senpai continued to trace the Astra, making it clear that he had an aimbot or trigger bot active, an offence clearly stated against in the rulebook. The repercussions were swift and drastic. Riot Games announcing he will be banned from all tournaments for 36 months, that's 3 years, beginning January 26, 2022. Riot have made it clear that maintaining the competitive integrity of their tournament is a top priority, but that doesn't stop some from trying. But Nom Senpai wasn't the only player from Asia to come under controversy. Singapore Valorant is known for having a strong talent pool with such names as Jing, Benkai and Egoist. Juicy is another player who seems destined for success. Despite being just 16 years of age, he helped Bleed Esports win the Ascension tournament in 2023 in the Pacific region. This tournament granted Bleed a spot in the coveted VCT Pacific League in 2024, competing against the likes of Paper X and DRX, and recently confirming the signing of 2022 Esports Player of the Year Ye into their roster.
It feels amazing because I've been waiting literally 2 years for this moment.
However, Juicy will not be eligible to play due to age restrictions and is now joining fellow countryman Jing in military service. But what many people don't know is Juicy was once hit with the official Riot ban hammer. Back in 2021, Timid Monster Gaming, TMG, officially qualified for the Southeast Asia Masters, taking down Team SMG in the grand finals of Challengers 3. However, their spot was later taken away from them after a player from TMG had violated their anti-cheat policy. That player was confirmed to be Juicy, who was only 14 at the time. Juicy made it clear this ban was a mistake, and later confirmed he was officially cleared by Riot, and thus will be able to compete upon his inevitable return.
Oh, I just got cleared by Riot, not a cheater. Whoa. Yeah.
Welcome to the famous Help Sewer controversy, the first big scandal and arguably the most talked about in the VCT so far. As Masters Reykjavik was confirmed as the first major tournament in 2022, only 2 slots were up for grabs in the North American region. In the first open qualifier, TSM were up against T1 in losers round 4 in a high-stakes game. It was T1 who drew first blood on map 1 of Split with a comfortable 13-7 advantage, and their momentum continued to map 2 where they took a sizable 8-4 lead. But as the game came to a halt to switch sides, something happened that would be remembered in Valorant lore forever. TSM's Subrosa made a bold claim that T1's coach Dennis was typing and probably talking to them mid-game.
A pretty serious allegation. He tweeted, "I'm playing against a team that has their coach typing and probably talking to them mid-game, GG 6v5. And so this explodes.
These allegations were investigated during map 2 by a Riot employee, and it didn't take long for the forfeit hammer to swing down hard. T1 were officially disqualified for breaking a rule which states that during the match, communication by a player should be limited to other players on the team.
When they got disqualified, he tweeted, yawning emoji, "We won the first map 13-7, which is an incredible thing to tweet when your coach has cheated. Do you not find that to just be an insane thing to tweet?
It is insane. With the community curious to know what coach Dennis typed, TSM's Wardell soon gave us an answer. Help Sewer in all chat, revealing his intentions to the entire lobby. A call out for a location which connects A-side entrance to the back of mid. With no communication allowed from the coach outside of timeouts, this was enough to warrant a full forfeit for T1, which not everybody agreed with. Many were also reminded of the infamous iBuyPower match-fixing scandal from CSGO, also involving Steel, that happened some 8 years earlier.
I need help sewers, guys.
Thrifty.
But Dennis wasn't the only coach to come under scrutiny for his antics. Over in the EMEA region, G2 were up against Team Vitality in a closed qualifier match in 2022, and G2's Nuki made a spectacular play in round 10 on Fracture.
Still maybe calling a save, but Nuki, well, he's a different man altogether. He'll drop down and take the first. His health's about to reset on back up. He's avoiding the fight for now. The res punish, a weapon for twice. Nuki goes clear, and G2 take a fourth.
Little did he know, however, by posting this clip publicly, people started to notice that Coach Pipson could be heard in the background celebrating. Accidentally making this information known was a grave error, and as previously mentioned, this is strictly against the rules. However, on this occasion, Riot did not punish G2, and Pipson later came out with a statement apologising for his actions, assuring everybody it would not happen again. While there was no direct evidence that Pipson was providing clues or information to his team, as in the T1 versus TSM case, many still suspected foul play on G2's part, leaving the community widely confused about the inconsistency of these respective rulings. VCT Game Changers is a new Riot program which supplements the main competitive circuit by creating new opportunities and exposure for women and other marginalized genders. However, this golden opportunity provided by Riot has sparked a barrage of controversies since its inception. Every few months, a new scandal arises that outdoes the previous. The biggest controversy so far occurred at Game Changers Series 3 in October 2023. The stakes were as high as they could get, with slots to GC champions on the line. In Losers Round 2, it was a team called Noot up against Complexity, with the loser to be eliminated. Noot got off to a great start, with some suspiciously excellent shooting, but Complexity tied things up to take it to a Map 3 decider. What viewers watching live didn't know though, is that Map 3 would never arrive. It was soon announced that a member of Noot was detected by Riot anti-cheat.
During the VCT Game Changers Series 3 match between Noot and Complexity, Riot anti-cheat confirmed competitive integrity was compromised by Noot.
While no specific player was mentioned by Riot, it didn't take long for people to realize that Malibu was the culprit, who swiftly deactivated their account following the drama.
Malibu basically came out of nowhere. Malibu's first tracked match was Supergirl Gamer Pro, September 16th of this year.
Malibu's teammate Zan made it clear that they only met just 2 weeks before GC3, and the rest of the team were apparently not aware of the cheating ongoing. With many suspicious clips that people believe to be indicative of wall hacks, one has to wonder how it was possible for a cheater to slip through the cracks of such a high-profile qualifier, especially given Malibu's submitted profile picture was quite clearly generated by AI, and provably so.
I'm surprised she's not a popular Valorant streamer, because she's conventionally attractive and she's really good at Valorant, and that's generally two big factors that might help a Valorant streamer. Well, it turns out the picture she submitted was fake. It was made by AI, and it was the picture submitted to the tournament organizers.
Does anyone, it sounds like Malibu is like some anonymous person that no one knows that just put a random picture, just joined this team and hacked. Here's what I say: I didn't cheat, I am trans, and the people closest to me know that is true, and that headshot thing was definitely troll as fuck. Ban was probably for banning, but I don't know, I should technically be unbanned by now. Either way, enjoy your laugh.
Teams such as DSG's GC roster, who had been defeated by the cheater earlier in the tournament, wanted repercussions which could never arrive, and the reputation of Game Changers was only further tarnished.
And when Newt was essentially beating us, I was really impressed by the team, as well as the player Malibu specifically, because I never heard about her. Essentially, we were so close to beating the event winner, and we were so close in beating the actual cheaters, that I really do wonder how things might have gone if we weren't playing against cheaters.
Cheating in an official Riot Games tournament is one matter, but doing so in a school event is an entirely different story. On the 1st of January 2022, South Esports Club held a $50, that's right, $50 Valorant tournament for their students. The stakes were not exactly high by any means, but a player by the name of Mother Hunter decided to pull out all the stops to win his share of $10.
Last round, and we lose is fucking absolutely broke with their 5-op strategy. 2 of them won't be able to buy, and they're pulling out 2 Odins, I guess, to make up for the lack of gunfire. And, what?
What the
What?
Yo!
No way! Cheater detected?
Yo, cheater detected.
No way!
And there we have it, how pros have abused game-breaking glitches and significantly worse. Which of these do you consider to be cheating? Who do you think went too far? Let us know in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe for more content just like this.
Cheaters, man. Cheaters.
Why does Fall Guys have a battle pass? You want to escape? You want a whimsical adventure? You want to fall back on gaming as a comfort crutch? Fuck you, grind for cat ears. This is modern gaming. Don't be fooled by those who claim it's never been a better time to be a gamer. Modern gaming is the dick that'll say anything it can to fuck you. Modern gaming is the printer ink that deactivates itself if you don't have enough V-Bucks. Modern gaming is the gun I want to use to kill. The era of the complete, cozy, satisfying weekend rental is over. Games are bigger than ever, longer than ever, more broken than ever, and worst of of all, less fun than ever. Don't bother getting your friends together to play the quirky multiplayer minigames from ATV Off-Road Fury 2. They're fucking done. The guys at the top are done. They figured it out. Video games are done. Recently, my friends and I got together to play some old fun games facilitated by the Master Chief Collection, a collection of all the Halo games before Halo 5. Exactly 0 people knew how invites worked, data installs for specific games worked, or how any of the cursed and wretched UIs worked. File shares were broken, clients were crashing, but we all fucking worked through it until we were finally able to experience the bliss that is Duck Hunt and Jenga on Halo 3. But that's what modern gaming is now. A morsel of fun, wrapped in the most cynical pudding of broken code and $500 million budgets to ever exist. All right, listen. This is going to be an unorganized video, and we're going to jump from topic to topic. There's literally 0 way to organize my disdain and cynicism for this industry that currently stands, so let's just pretend that this is a list video. What's the list video called? Top 18 reasons modern gaming has made my dick stop working. Number 1, Halo Infinite and Cyberpunk 2077 and No Man's Sky and Madden NFL and Battlefield and Star Citizen. AAA games hate you. They hate the notion that they'd have to actually entertain you, so instead they just wish upon a star and promise it'll all come together someday. Every Madden game that's released is trashed by the pros and littered with bugs. Literally every ambitious video game launches in the state that No Man's Sky did. Quote unquote everything simulators like Star Citizen that promise the world, rob you blind, and fuck your dog. Cyberpunk 2077 had the audacity to have a great art style and amazing soundtrack while also enacting Poland's wish for its very own divine showcase for overhyped technical buffoonery. And Halo Infinite has the otherworldly nerve to make a roadmap announcing the beta for Match XP as a fucking feature. Needless to say, very few developers have the ability to rein it in and have a pep talk good enough to stop smoking meth in the fucking break room long enough to turn their games around. Hello Games is the shining example everyone loves to bring up with how they turned No Man's Sky around from a broken, unplayable mass of shit to something that people pretend is fun to play. A pure sandbox without fluid feel still sounds like a bad time to me, but hey, some journalists changed their ratings, so we all better go on Twitter and tell the masses the consensus has changed. Why even bother releasing the game in 14 months when we can release it in 15 minutes? Todd Howard, I haven't even finished the wall textures in the first level. 14 minutes and 56 seconds. Hyping any video game up these days just leaves you with the same feeling you get when a beautiful girl doesn't appreciate your hard-earned 100% save file in Sonic Adventure 2. Disappointment. My Chow can run circles around you, Francine. They're champion fighters and can fly high so they can reach the highest of all the heavens, Francine. Why don't you love me, Francine? Number 2, you keep buying it. These games demonstrate the bare minimum for what could be considered software, and the market has spoken. We'll be angry, but God damn it, take my money. Even though nobody plays these games after launch, they line up to buy it. It makes my fucking jaw drop. The amount of raw, unfiltered, hardened, diamondized, reinforced, ionized copium surrounding the rocky launch of AAA games with $500 million budgets is too much. You all need to snap out of it and do something more worth your time and money, like getting a payday loan. Everyone fucking knows you're gonna spend it on FIFA's Ultimate Team anyway, you stupid fucking idiot. Number 3, matchmaking is dumb now. In 2007, Bungie dropped the angelic sex toy that was Halo 3. Kept you coming back for more, and the orgasms only got better. You got to play the game with your friends, finding matches was transparent, the UX was fat and thick, those pre- and post-game lobby fights, the service records, and even the limited events before the live service battle passes of modern day. Rock hard, flaccid, titanium, tinfoil, crunchy peanut butter, store brand expired smooth brain peanut butter. What once was a valuable tool for matching players into fun and engaging matches morphed into the half-working algorithm that ranks the percentage chance you'd fuck someone on okcupid.com. Skill-based matchmaking, or similar backpack marmalade, takes your stats and matches it with some other basement dweller with stats agonizingly similar so that you can have a neat, precise, bleak, gray, infographic 50% win rate. No more social playlists, just sweat and unemployment. If you're not smoking enough crack to keep up with these little shits that just got picked up from detention, then get ready for the extremely clever shit talking in the DMs.
So yeah, you're gay.
What happened to fun? What happened to progression? Derp, how many challenges do I have to complete today to unlock male fertility? Progression used to mean steady progress, no matter what.
XP coming at you, baby. Nice job in that last match. You did really well and you're improving. Good job.
Battle passes ruined matchmaking. Because you're pressured into the natural need to progress, no longer are you drunkenly making bets with your friends trying to no-scope noobs upside down on the couch with the blood rushing to your head. You've effectively evolved into the kid's washed-up Adderall dealer sweating hard and long enough to get 35 kill streaks to unlock the weed P90. Matchmaking isn't fun, it's not transparent, and you can't even see how many players are online anymore, unless you read too closely at dev blogs talking about fucking playlist health, or frown long enough until you're magically looking at steamcharts.com, and it fills me with an endless soulless void wishing for my own death. And that's if you can even bear how long it takes to install the fucking game you want to play. Speaking of, number 4, it takes the latter half of your adolescent years for Call of Duty to install. Hey, what's up, man? Yeah, you're taking down the internet for the whole fucking apartment complex. Could you please get off? I mean, Jesus Christ. Listen, man, I'm just saying it's not that good. Number 5, remasters of remasters of half my fucking shelf is remasters. You know, God fucking forbid the industry come up with a new idea. Reboot this, reboot that, reboot my foot up my own ass and charge me $70. The Last of Us was originally released to critical acclaim, and then re-released 1 year later to critical acclaim, and then re-released again in 2022 with a shiny new title, and the critics finally shat on it. Just kidding, it released to critical acclaim. Don't get me wrong, I shotgun hot cold cans of member berries just as much as the next aging depressed Tumblr fan, but we all roll over like a happy fucking puppy when we learn publishers want to charge us again for the same fucking game. There's never been one single re-release with bad reception, except for all of these titles. And even then, they become the definitive way to play those games. And in some cases, ruining the original artistry of the work itself. It's beyond cynical, but honestly kinda funny that 343 slapped what was basically a fan mod texture pack on one of the most beloved video games of all time, and boxed it up with its own artwork that looks like it was copied from some 240p Xbox 720 console concept design YouTube video, and patted themselves on the back and said, holy shit, we are so fucking awesome that we're gonna focus on every single wrong key area possible and shit all over the goodwill of the most patient fan base in existence in perpetuity. Games like the Master Chief Collection, and ironically, the new Last of Us Part 1 PC port, should have been NBA Street Volume 2 style slam dunks where all they had to do was not screw it up. It took Master Chief Collection almost 5 years to be considered playable, and I'm sure The Last of Us Part 1 will go the route of the GTA trilogy, where marketing will claim the game is fixed with a huge patch even though it wasn't, and promptly abandoned since there's no battle pass. Now, I want to make something very clear. I want to play these old games. I want to be able to prove that I own a copy of a game from another generation and be able to play it. No questions asked. That's just a little tight butthole called backwards compatibility. What would simplify this mess? Emulate the game instead of porting it! Number 6. Why can't PlayStation and Nintendo realize their back catalog with quality emulation? The Nintendo Entertainment System came out in 1983 and has about 720 games. The Super Nintendo Entertainment System came out in 1990 and has about 1,750 games. The Sony PlayStation came out in 1995 and has about 3,060 games. The Nintendo 64 came out in 1996 and has about 390 games. One of them being Ocarina of Time, which Dylan won't shut the fuck up about and is mid at best. The PlayStation 2 came out in the sizzling year 2000 and has a whopping 4,379 games. The Nintendo GameCube came out in 2001 and has about 652 games. In total, that's roughly 10,900 games. How many of these games can you still play today? 1. I'm pretty sure Crash Bandicoot 2 works pretty good with an emulator. Sony and Nintendo both called me on the phone and said,
Shut the fuck up, you idiot! God, you're stupid! You don't even deserve to see color, you're so fucking stupid. The whole world should be in black and white.
Their words, not mine. The fact that Sony and Nintendo have so many IPs wasting away will never make sense to me. For the
I don't like this one.
L-Sword is a side-scrolling beat-em-up MMORPG which suffers from excessive system bloat, featuring more upgrade, enhancement, improvement, level up and refining mechanics than I could reasonably keep up with, unbelievably predatory monetization, and a cash shop which literally sells you powerful items and game-breaking potions, which trivialize boss fights, and an insanely generic anime plot about evil authority figures and snarky children, featuring way too many side characters you won't care about, presented in the dullest possible way. There are 15-minute segments where characters will simply talk at each other, you aren't involved at all, and there are some segments they've not even bothered to animate whoever is meant to be talking. And all of this is a really big shame, because the actual core gameplay, the moment-to-moment combat in the game's actual important sections, is absolutely brilliant and insanely good fun. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Stripe-Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff, ring the bell for all the future notifications, and as usual, a huge thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we're playing L-Sword. It's on Steam and it's free. Now when you load it up, 3 things happen rather quickly which set me on edge straight away. First off, it needs you to make an account, so it auto-opens Internet Explorer. Then our old friend overly invasive anti-cheat Zingcode 3 rears its ugly head. And finally, when it does start, it launches in a window very slightly smaller than the actual screen resolution. But these are all issues I can ignore if the actual gameplay experience is good. So, how's the character creation?
노아라고 해. 어차피 곧 잊어버리겠지만. 근접무기인 시콜로 적을 견제하고 그림자의 힘으로 마무리를 짓지. 그 이상은 직접 보고 판단하는 게 좋겠네.
안녕, 난 아이시라고 해. 반가워. 난 레나라고 해. 난 날렵한 엘프 궁수야. 화살뿐만이 아니라 발차기에도 일가견이.
내 이름은 레이븐이다. 난
고도의 지능을 가진 나소드. 이브라고. 전 세이커 가문의 후계자 청이라고 해요.
Right, it's all in Korean. The writing has been translated, the voice acting hasn't. I don't actually mind this because I prefer anime with subs instead of dubs anyway. We start by selecting our class. There are lots of classes and each class has 3 specific paths they can eventually specialise into. I don't have any frame of reference for what's good and what's not, so I'll go with this emo looking dude called Raven. For 2 reasons. 1, he looks edgy, and 2, a few days ago on Twitch I was talking about the BBC children's TV show Raven, the one where the kids had to do the medieval style challenges in the forest with the Scottish dude, and then if they lost too many lives they had to face the Way of the Warrior elimination assault course at the end. Remember this guy? He always said, "Let the challenge begin," and it was great. No one knew what I was talking about. This show was fantastic. How was I the only person to remember watching this? Okay, so the game finally starts, and there are a few bits of audio they've not balanced, like at all. So headphone warning, this is what starting the game sounds like. I have not altered this audio.
좋아. 앞으로 내 실력을 마음껏 보여주지.
Apart from the unbalanced audio, the opening is actually quite nice. You've got this graphic novel-style intro sequence specific to your character. Seems Raven was captured and turned into a cyborg with a robotic gun arm and then brainwashed to kill all humans, but we break out of this brainwashing by doing what any anime character does to break out of anything. We just believe in ourselves really hard. The opening tutorial is actually great, but the controls will not do. You move around using the arrow keys. Z and X attack and control activates your super special awesome mode. I've not used a keyboard like this since high school, where 4 people would gather around one monitor to play 4-player knockoff Snake on Newgrounds. The actual graphics are fine and the movement is tight. We'll look more at this later. We kill the tutorial boss by just mashing attack, and then we're teleported to the starting village where we meet the main cast of characters. I say meet, we click through a long drawn out conversation of them talking at each other, complete with all the expected anime mouth noises and over the top emotional reactions, because most of these are literal children. The eclectic cast of characters, actually all the classes that we didn't pick, don't acknowledge you, the player, at all. You're not actually involved in the story, you just watch it play out, then go on missions based loosely on the events they were talking about. It seems the mystical L is missing, and that's bad. Then we get this mobile-style tutorial where it blanks out the part of the screen it doesn't want you to click on and just highlights, hey, click here. That's right, click the new quest list. Then accept the quest, yes, that's That's good. Now click the dungeon button. Oh, and then Q for the dungeon. Hooray, you did it. You clicked what we told you to click with no real context for why. The plot in Elsword has always progressed in the same way. Watch a long cutscene of characters talking to each other, then queue for a dungeon related to that conversation. You don't actually have a personal stake in any of the events of the story. You're just involved because you need to be involved to have something to do. Go to this dungeon so the main cast can keep talking about stuff. The dungeons are side-scrolling beat-em-up levels with some vertical platforms to jump up onto and boxes to break, filled with enemies you fight through the stages until you face a boss. This is the core of the game, and this fighting system is really, really good. It's built around movement and combos, using potions at the right time and then spending your mana to do special attacks. You regain mana by attacking enemies, meaning the best way to do lots of damage is to always be in the fight. In the first few levels, your key presses are actually shown on the screen, so you can see move, light attack, or light attack, heavy attack. You have this branching tree of combos you can follow. It's teaching you muscle memory, which is great. Now, the main issue is the first few missions are way too easy. You can just spam light attack and be fine. Thankfully, this doesn't remain true for the entire game. Leave the first mission, more plot, more bad guys, names, more dungeons. You are literally dragged from set piece to set piece with no personal reason to be there. You're not even involved in the conversations. The main overworld village itself is fine. Nice depth, some parallax scrolling, and 3D model effects in the distance. It's navigated in the same 2D side-scrolling way as the missions, and somehow I'm also level 7. When did that happen? The next few missions at least introduce some platforming mechanics. You need to jump up onto a level to avoid the boss's flame breath, and I really like this. Being two-dimensional means you lose depth. You're limited in your mechanics, so you really need to use width and height, and time, effectively the fourth dimension, as best you can. Losing depth heavily reduces your potential, but limitation can breed creativity, as we'll see later. It's not a case of they've not got everything. It's a case of as long as they use what they have got really well, it will still work. Back in the village, check out the inventory, and it's fine. Some of the icons seem somewhat low resolution, like they've been stretched a bit too much for this window size, and if you open the magic wardrobe section, you get a screen size item description whenever you cursor over any of the item icons. So quickly flicking your cursor over the screen gives this quite sickening flicker effect. This is just an annoying visual effect though, nothing mechanical or substantial, and you can fix this by just not doing it. Okay, I need to remap these keys to a controller because I want to like the game, but the keyboard movement and the combat just isn't working for me. Thankfully, the remapping process is actually really, really easy. I plugged in an Xbox 360 controller and the game just instantly let me remap all the keys. That's a really nice touch. And now, more unbalanced sound. Headphone warning again. This is what handing in a quest sounds like. I have not altered this audio. I'm trying, but I'm just not caring about the plot. Who are these people? Where do I fit in? A lot of stuff happened before I got here, and it was happening when I arrived, and it will continue to happen after I've gone. The game has done almost nothing to make me understand that I, as a player, am in any way related to the events that I'm being forced to play through. I don't even need to be important. I don't need to be a god. I don't need to be a hero or a chosen one. I just want to be, in some way, actually related to the actions I am seeing happen. Oh, here's one major issue after you remap the keys. The in-game UI still displays the button mapping relating to the keyboard, not the controller. And pressing escape while in a dungeon doesn't open the menu. It just asks if you want to quit and incur a penalty. So I can't even check my key bindings to work out what combination of button presses on the controller is linked up to my potions, or my other expendable items, or my abilities, because there are lots of buttons I could press. I figure out the basics by just mashing some keys, but some of my abilities are bound to shoulder button and another button at the same time, and honestly I'm just guessing for most of this level. The final boss is also not awful, and when I get back to town I am rebinding so I know exactly what does what. Thankfully again, that is quite easy. You can even unlock the mouse cursor by pressing the right analog stick in, which is nice. They've made it very controller friendly, I've got to give them that, apart from the UI not showing what the buttons are. I've advanced the plot and the game lets me know with this bright obnoxious flashing go arrow, and then whenever you trigger a conversation scene you'll get this black square, and it just stays on the screen until you click to activate the first line of of dialogue. Why? Just play the first line as soon as I get here. I'm skim reading the plot. Basically, we need to find some bandit leader, but there's a scrolling banner at the bottom of the screen saying press U to open the character equip screen. So I do, and oh, there's actually quite a few equipment slots. And there's cosmetic overrides, which I've already got, which make me look badass, so no reason to change those. And I've got a title, and I have a look, and the titles have stats. Oh no, the titles have stats. Okay, in every game where your cosmetic title is also a mechanical boost, I just know the cash shop is going to straight up sell me power. And I didn't realise this at the time, but that free cosmetic set that I've been given, as long as I wear the entire set, I get a massive boost. So let's have a look at the cash shop. Yep. Power. So much power. Weapons, item, armor, sets which give combined bonuses, potions, damage increasing pets, everything you need to just buy your way to maximum. But in a rather interesting twist, you cannot buy the premium currency called Kaching for the first 48 hours of your account's life, and you are capped at spending a maximum of $75 in the first month. I mean, at least they're doing something to limit the short attention span whales and not take advantage. There might be a nefarious legal reason behind this, I don't know, but on the surface, it actually looks quite positive for players. So how much does stuff cost when you can buy it? Well, Google tells me 100 Kaching costs $1, which makes conversion actually quite easy. It means this 500 Kaching owl tail, a tiny cosmetic which does nothing, will cost you $5. Look, there's a lot in this shop and a lot of systems in the game. There's no doubt in my mind that this will be paid, but I don't know enough to point out specifics. I'm sure someone in the comments will be defending why the game isn't pay to win and saying that you can make just as much progress as a paying player if you just play 12 hours a day for 2 months straight. I do need to make a video sometime explaining that pay to win doesn't mean paying is the only way to win. It means paying is a viable way to bypass all of the time you would otherwise need to spend playing. Back to the game, I have a quest. Do 5 dungeons. Well, okay, so far the dungeons are fun. I actually think I'm getting the hang of this too. Hand in more quests and more plot happens, and look, they've not even bothered to animate generic villagers in. If you're not a named character in Elsword, you don't even get a dialogue avatar. This feels like I'm just an outsider observing an adventure, not the one having it. The only thing keeping me here is the enjoyable gameplay, and right now, honestly, there's not enough gameplay happening in relation to systems and plot scenes. Look, I talk to one NPC, go through a huge plot scene, then get told to talk to another. So I take like 3 steps to the side and begin another long conversation scene. Why did you need that break, game? Did you think the player would get bored and you just needed to break it up with those 3 important steps? In this village, navigation is at least simple. Pressing M opens the village map. It's also 2D and shows which NPCs are on which level. Changing levels needs you to take the stairs. You have a mini-map to the bottom right, and you can press up or down to lock into the level change stairs mechanic and then just walk to the new level. This is actually quite a clever way of handling 3D depth within a 2D plane game. Nice to see the main meeting point down at the bottom right is pretty much just gold sellers though, spamming the chat. Nothing unites us more as gamers than hating gold selling sites. The next dungeon is a group mission. Well, I mean, technically they're all group missions, but I actually get a teammate this time. Queuing for any dungeon will only take about 10 seconds, and if the game doesn't find you a partner in that time, it adjusts the difficulty to match the party size. In my case, that's solo. But playing with a partner is actually extremely fun. The skill animations are flashy and slick. When I use an ability, I get this comic-style graphical camera angle shift, but it's not intrusive for my teammates because they aren't forced to see it. Enemies are aggressive and keep us moving. Look, I even do the Naruto run, so you know how anime I am. I also quite like it how whenever objects come into the foreground, they just fade out so you can still see your character. They've handled depth well. The boss isn't super difficult and the 2 of us make short work of it, but I actually did have a fun time playing with someone else. Now I've unlocked my class advancement quest. I can choose one of 3 paths and specialise. I don't have enough knowledge to know what the best choice is, but one of them focuses more on combos, and I'm enjoying memorising and using combos, so we'll go with that one. To get to the next village, we need to cross this bridge, which is also laid out like a dungeon with combat involved. Nice view, though, when you're at the top of this tower. In fact, all the environments so far have been lovely and stylized. Elsword is a great-looking game, you can't deny that. More plot, more dungeons, more problems, which can only be solved by killing everyone, and I'm okay with that because the gameplay of killing everyone is great. Elsword seems to be 3 experiences combined. It's a plot told in a really boring, lazy way of having animated avatars just talk at at each other over a black background. It's an absolute mess of behind-the-scenes upgrades and shot mechanics and refinement and exploitative mobile game levels of excessive systems designed to sell you power or need you to buy power to be there, and then it's the actual 2D side-scrolling gameplay which is just really, really good. The levels are even getting harder. There's now flame-throwing totems and lizard men are moving from platform to platform and trying to herd me around and even defending themselves when I attack them from one direction, so I need to jump over, reposition, and attack from behind. It's getting more involved, and I'm actually really loving it. The bosses, though, are the real highlights. The stages before them are just clearing trash mobs, but the bosses are where the game shines. The camera style zooms in this dramatic swoop with a nameplate flying in and this little flourish, the environments and backgrounds reacting to the attacks, the camera zooming in and focusing on you whenever you get knocked down. The gameplay of Elsword is top-notch. In some of the later levels, though, the design goes against the grain somewhat and has you journeying from right to left. It's not mechanically wrong, it's just visually confusing because most Western countries read from left to right, so we are used to things flowing that way. For many Eastern gamers, though, this won't be jarring at all, seeing as a lot of Eastern languages read from right to left. I'm actually starting to memorize my combos now. 3 light attacks and a heavy attack knocks something into the air. I can dodge through them. I can use an ability at the end of a chain. I can do 2 heavy attacks and then multiple light attacks to do lots of slashes. I can take out the miners moving trucks because they're dangerous. I'm having a really good time. The core of this game is great. It's everything around it that I dislike. Playing Elsword feels like being served a delicious 5-star meal inside a really cheap rundown casino. You know they just want your money. They've got systems set up to trick you into paying. You know it's far more complicated than it has any reason to be, but you cannot deny that the main meal is great. I've been picking up quite a bit of loot as I'm playing and my inventory is now a bit full. Annoyingly, you actually start with all the other classes' items already filling up your inventory. So you start having already lost a load of space. And when you find an item you can use, you have to identify it first, which costs a small amount of currency. I even have a look into the cosmetic override system and it's decent, it's just not explained. Each equipment slot has an item.
Any buffers? Just want to finish this and then someone bought it. That's nice. Oh, I got 5M now. Holy shit. What am I gonna do with 5M? Buy a custom weapon?
Item and a cosmetic override choice. But as you can see, if you equip a full set of a specific override, you get a big stat boost, so it's not completely cosmetic only. I do some class quest and unlock this god-awful cutscene, which is literally a black screen with writing at the bottom, no avatars. This is meant to be my personal character's history, so I read it and then get told, media unlocked, you can go back and re-watch it. Why? Why would I want to? It's a black screen with 15 minutes of text. It feels like it's been written by some self-indulgent teenager going through a goth phase. How else do you explain 5 minutes of dark emotional writing about a dude that was kidnapped and then had his arm replaced with a gun set to background of solid black? Level up my class, unlock new combos, and by the airship level, I am using them. And I'm really enjoying them. Despite how it looks, I'm actually not button mashing. I know if I want to end with the fast spinny attack or the big explodey attack or the dash. I feel in control at all times, and that is a fantastic feeling to have in an action game. If you want the player to feel powerful, you don't just make them do powerful looking things by mashing one button. You give them full control of the minutiae of their character and you let them become powerful by putting specific combinations of button presses in. So while I'm hacking and slashing my way through these actually quite awesome levels, let's have a read of some reviews. Fun. Pay to win. Good with a few buddies to mess around on, fun for a little while, but you hit the paywall eventually. Quickly too. Absolute hot garbage. Now, you maybe say it's not that bad and argue with me. That just means you are conditioned with all the BS that they made you go through and is now unbothered by the absolute crap covered in gold foil. Gross. One of the only games I've ever seen that has cosmetics that affect your stats. Very pay-to-win spend set. Looks as old as it is, but is updated regularly. Been playing this game for 5 years now, and I still can't get over the fact it always gets updates and comes out with fun and engaging content for you to enjoy hour and hours on end. Non-stop fun, even better with the homies. As someone with over 2,000 hours clocked into this game, I can say without a shadow of a doubt that this is a pay-to-win game. It's terrible. I highly recommend it. I miss Grand Chase, so this is the closest I'm getting. I've equipped a new weapon which essentially doubled my damage, but the enemies have raised to match, so I don't actually feel stronger, I'm just seeing bigger numbers. And now we meet Raven. That's right, we meet me, or my class, and it seems I'm one of the bad guys. So the classes that you can play as in Elsword are actually the important characters in the game, but you as a player aren't important, you just get to observe what all the classes do. It's literally like watching an anime going through and then you playing as one of those characters. So it seems that I'm one of the bad guys, but it's an anime, so I'll be a bad guy until I get defeated, then I'll become a good guy. Basically, I'm Shadow the Hedgehog, OC Do Not Steal, and yeah, the Raven boss is super easy, because now I know how the combos work, I'm able to show myself how it's done and stunlock me in a corner. I mess around with the systems for some more things like dismantling stuff for resources and crafting materials, and so far the game hasn't put any effort into even hinting at what these systems might do or how they work, so I'll return the favour by not caring either. Every out-of-game system is just upsetting me because I can see how predatory it's going to get, but then my worries fade away when I return to killing stuff. Oh good, I got some cat ears as a drop. It had been about 5 hours and I was wondering where the anime catboy ears were. This dungeon sees me falling deep into a cave and having to fight some corrupted plants, but the plants spit out these little spores, and if the spores reach a deactivated robot, they'll reactivate it and bring it to life and it will attack me, so I'm actually being forced to choose between killing the plant body or killing the spores or killing the robot before it gets activated. What a great mechanic and choice to give the player. Look, I cannot praise the actual combat sections enough, because I cannot truly explain how fun they are to play on a moment-to-moment basis, but at the same time I cannot overstate how much writing they've put into the dull conversations. Story should be emergent, told through gameplay woven seamlessly into the player's experience, so everything unlocks together: the plot, the ideas, the combat, the mechanics, the lore. It should all be there at the same time. You should have short conversations within the missions, having background events that relate to things you've killed, have setup and payoff within a mission, seamlessly weave it together. Right now you've got two very different experiences. The sit and read a load of text for 15 minutes experience, which is dull, and the hack and slash through a dungeon experience, which is great. To show that I'm not kidding about the text length, here is me spam clicking through a conversation.
야, 하지마. 그럼 우리는 갈림 정신 답은 그게 알테라 알았다.
우리가 전
그래. 알트 블랙.
어쩜 내 생각
이 녀석 블랙. 너희들은
혼자 전력 그래.
싫어. 내 싫어. 싫어.
누구?
무감 와라.
연네. 제일 이제 접근. 킹나스. 난. 야.
호와 그리고
네?
저거
하지마.
나의 하지 난
제가
한가 내가 그것은
저게
어떤 에렛 이대로 나스 미드
맞아. 나도 뭐 제가 저기 혼자 뭐 혼자는
애를 이제 너희
이건 화 안.
무슨
동행하.
나도 알겠. 너희들
너희
여기가 비공.
그럼.
More team-up levels. The location of these battles are super cool. The backgrounds moving around us, the depth, the explosions feeding into the foreground. Visually, this is stunning, especially when the boss reaches his hand out and grabs the foreground from the background. That was an amazing moment. And then this factory level is fantastic. Kill an elemental boss with adds and helpers and mechanics, and then another elemental boss, and then they combine into this king elemental boss, which is an environmental boss. I have to deactivate the pods and summon the core to hit while I'm dealing with lightning and adds and missiles, and you can see him in the background punching into the level. I have to avoid massive robot hands. This is the good bit. This is great. And if Elsword was just this gameplay all the way through, I'd have no complaints at all. And I think this really highlights a changing issue in game design, specifically MMO design. MMOs aren't just made to be the best they can be. They're made now to have as many monetization avenues as possible. Elsword doesn't need all these upgrade systems, but having them means you can create a problem and sell the solution. They've made the behind-the-scenes upgrade systems complex just to sell premium currency and packs and cosmetics with stats attached and titles and consumables and weapons and armor. They have not made the best game they can. They have made a game that is extremely good, but has a lot of ways to drain money from you, which is a shame, because beyond the predatory cash shop, this is a lot of fun. Look, by now I'm actually done. I've seen what I need to see to write what I think will be an entertaining video review, but I now pay Elsword the biggest compliment I can pay a game. I keep playing, even though I don't need to. The gameplay loop hasn't actually changed in the last 6 hours. It's go to a new place, talk to some new people, get given a new dungeon, go and do it. And the village and talking and plot and window-based menus and systems, they're still dull, they're tedious, they won't keep me coming back, but the dungeons, they will. I think Elsword is probably going to stay installed on my computer, because when I feel like jumping into a 2D side-scrolling hack and slash, this is great. This underground chapel, what a great environment, what a great colour palette and ambient battle music and adds and mechanics, what a fun experience. Eventually I explore even more of the menus and I discover the one-on-one AI challenge and quickly realise when the enemy uses the same stunlock technique I do, I get wrecked, and I discover that when fighting an AI who actually wants you dead, you will die. And then you'll burn through your continues to carry on. Another system I have no doubt is monetized, so you dying is good for the game's income. Eventually I get to the temple in the sky level and I'm just straight up struggling now. 8 hours in, the game gets difficult and my skill level seems to have matched the game's difficulty. I know the combos, I've got the dodge down, I know the hot button for healing or mana regen, I'm feeling the pressure and I love it. Enemies are falling in from the sky, they're raising from the floor, they're running back across, they're trying to kill me, there's a lot going on.
And then
this is a really fun experience. And then, back on the main menu, I find the book of contents and I find several full-page spreads explaining the many upgrade systems in the game. Not taught to you through emergent gameplay, just shown on a page with static text. Guilds, magic stones and items, traits of characters, class paths, re-rolling item stats, attributes, enhancing armor, Bible, consumables, grapple, passive buffs, earning titles. Elsword is a game, absolutely bursting with systems. I feel this is a perfect example of feature creep. I can't imagine the game launched with all of this. If you're a long-time player, this probably makes complete and total sense to you. If you're a new player, this will feel overwhelming. I've handed in some daily quests and some missions, and I feel there's an excessive amount of bells and whistles. There's just so much demanding your attention, and it's all kind of important, and it's all very overwhelming. You want to just step away from all of it and go back to the main gameplay, which is fun. If someone said to me they played Elsword, I'd understand. I get it. I see what you like, because I like it too. It's just a shame they have wrapped this very high quality core of a game up in a monetization sack and smothered it with features it doesn't need. If you download and play Elsword, you'll probably have a blast in the dungeons, and then you'll feel intimidated by the systems, and then if you keep playing, you'll probably hit a paywall or an excessive grind wall. That's usually how these things go. But until you do hit that wall, it is a damn good time. They just need to find a way to deliver the plot without having characters talk at each other. So, to end the review, I will award Elsword according to all known flies. Anyway, hello, black, yellow, believe this is happening. Perfect report. All Bs. 3 days grade school, 3 faculty, distinguished Bs. Actually quite good. Out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and the second channel Josh Drive Plays, where I replay and review classic games voted on by you. And as always, have a great day.
Holy. These are holy though. Yep, knew it. He's gonna do it. Demi-human. Dude. This guy's insane. Beast's damage. Wasting my potion. I hate this fucking shit so much. Oh. What card is it? Just ask, man. Oh, fuck, I hate this shit. Holy fuck, there's so much. What? Semi-human. These goblin brute monsters? It's brutal. I hate that rabbit. Holy shit. dead branch. What is up with the monster? I'm a peckle peckle. What? Nothing. No beast card. Yo, where's the heal? Oh, he killed himself. Okay, okay, this one's fine. Heal yourself. Nice. Gotta pre-heal that there. Pre-heal. Goblin card, that's what I need. Goblin. 1 million. These are brutes, I believe. Yeah, they're beasts. And a medium size too. What? Why is it? Oh no. I'm done. We're gonna go eat now. And then... Oh, no. Let's buy this. Oh, that's it. Let's buy that. Okay. Thanks, bros. Thanks, bros. So I need Goblin card. Okay, I need Goblin card and... I need plus 10 first. I need compo bow, and then what's the other one? Scale worker card? A medium size by 15%. Increases speed level by 7 when attacking. Might go for weapon. They're all quadruple though. Shit. Oh, expensive. The fuck? There's another one though. Peko, and then where's so they're all beasts. They're all formless. And demon. Jesus. Shop all my shit. Someone died? I hate this freaking rabbit so much, dude. They deal so much damage.
Elsword is a side-scrolling beat-em-up MMORPG with
fuckers. Yo, what's the heal? Jesus. Yeah, I'm alright. So much, this fucking rabbits. What's he doing? It's fucking hard. He's actually giving it to me. Giving it to me something. go. Kill them. It's so much. Jesus. Nope. Not dealing with that shit.
We have to talk about Valve's supposed monopoly because the drama was kicked up to 11 over the last few days, with everyone arguing about whether or not Valve has a monopoly and whether or not it's bad for the industry at large. Gamers chimed in, developers spoke up, and even Tim Sweeney himself contributed to the discussion. Putting aside the word monopoly, which I think is a trigger word for a lot of people, I do think it was actually a productive discussion, and I felt like this was a good opportunity to talk about the past, the present, and the future of this situation. The discourse online centered around the overarching point that Valve does control a lot of the PC market share, and that for many developers the 30% fee feels arbitrary, like a tax that you just have to pay for existing. It can be a lot to ask for, especially to developers that are a long way off from breaking even. For them, it could be the difference between making ends meet and another month of paying for necessities on your credit card, whereas for Valve, it appears to be just a drop in the bucket. The question many gamers have though is, what is the alternative? Before I answer that though, it is worth mentioning that all of this discussion came about as a result of the drama around Unity. Hey everyone, I wanted to make a quick note here. News just broke that Epic is laying off 16% of their staff. I wrote this script and recorded the voiceover earlier this week before hearing of any of this news. I am extremely disappointed by this news. I do believe it only emphasizes some of the upcoming points I make in this video about game development being a very tenuous business. But in any case, I do hope those folks land on their feet. That's all I've got. Let's get back to the video. After Unity issued an open letter apology and walked back most of the particulars around their install fee, they said that developers could pay the lower of two options. Developers could either pay a runtime fee, which still sounds a little vague, or they can pay a 2.5% cut of their revenue. Whichever one of these is lower is the one that developers would cough up. Without getting too deep into the specifics, the 2.5% revenue share is less than Unreal's 5%, and all of this got developers to thinking about how many ways their money is getting split. It begins to look a lot like the entertainment industry, where you first pay your manager, then your agent, then your attorney, and finally after everyone's been paid, you're left with whatever you're left with. Here's one of the tweets that set it off. This person says, if game devs want to be mad at 5% from Epic or 2.5% from Unity, they need to first be mad at Steam. Steam eating 30% is unacceptable. If all developers used Epic Game Store, they'd have minimal or no fees in some cases. Steam would be forced to the table. Will it ever happen? This was followed up by the quote tweet that I think went most viral, if you will. This person, Sebastian, who is an engineer, said this: unpopular opinion, the gamers can blame themselves. In the past, many gamers vocally boycotted games that were not available on Steam. They wanted to be able to buy everything with their Steam account instead of logging to alternative systems. This created the PC games monopoly. Again, I want to set aside the word monopoly for this discussion. The point, I think, is that Steam controls an overwhelming amount of the PC gaming market share, and gamers are not only okay with this, but they would generally go as far as to support no Steam, no buy campaigns. But that brings me back to the original question I asked just a few minutes ago. What is the alternative? PC is already an open marketplace, and none of the other storefronts hold a candle to what Steam does. None of the other storefronts are as feature-rich or even as intuitive to use. Some storefronts do have unique benefits, like GOG and their commitment to selling DRM-free titles, or Itch.io and their open approach to virtually everything they do, or of course Game Pass and the Netflix-like subscription model that they have. But each of those feel like a side dish compared to the main course for almost all PC gamers: Steam. Gamers feel like Valve earns their 30% because of the way Valve supports customers and the way they provide a feature set that clearly required some amount of research and development to incorporate. In this way, it feels more like Valve takes their cut and reinvests it to benefit us, the consumers. Take this tweet from The Fox as an example. He says, Valve spent a decade working on Proton, GameScope, and Vulkan. Now, everyone's Steam library makes it easy to play on the Steam Deck, which is hardware that is heavily subsidized like a console. Damn. Not to mention all of the work in Steam VR. That 30% goes a long way. Carrie does make a good point here, that Valve is not simply taking a 30% cut for nothing, but that they are taking that 30% and at least some amount of that goes into long-term efforts that benefit consumers and arguably benefit gaming as a whole. There's a disconnect, however, because you could argue that gamers aren't the ones paying that 30%. If a game is $60 on Steam and it's $60 on the Epic Game Store, then that means a developer gets $42 for every copy sold on Steam, or nearly $53 for every copy sold on EGS. The developer makes 25% more on EGS and the consumer paid the same amount of money. Of course, the consumer might tell you that they did pay more to buy on EGS. They paid more, but it was indirectly because of the inconvenience of having to buy a game that is tied to a launcher that is objectively worse. But we'll return to that point later. The point is that the developer does feel this pain. It's once again 25% more money that could be going into their own pocket, and that's no small amount to scoff at when ultimately the games are what everyone is here for, and game development is a lot like opening a restaurant. Most people are not going to make it past the first year. The hard and disappointing truth is that for many people, game development remains a hobby, even for developers that are incredibly talented. Two Tribes was a company that was not only talented, but they had veteran experience. They were founded in 2001, and for a while they focused on portable games, with Tokitori first appearing on the Game Boy Color, adorable puzzle platforming that was a perfect fit for the adorable handheld. This eventually led to Tokitori coming to Steam in 2010, and it was a hit as far as indies on Steam in 2010 went. It currently sits at over 1,500 reviews, with nearly 90% of them being positive. But by 2016, they would release their final game called Rive. They said that they were dinosaurs and old farts, and how that's great on the one hand because they have plenty of experience, but it's also not so great on the other hand because of how they are slow and totally unaware of what is hot and what is not. For example, when it comes to marketing, they said, quote, "We know how to make a decent trailer and send out a press release, but have no clue on how to get traction on YouTube and Twitch," end quote. And there are thousands of stories just like this one of talented game developers that unfortunately can't rely on making video games as their sole source of income. The point isn't that these developers deserve pity. I'm just painting the picture that for many, game development is going to remain a hobby because there is incredibly little money to be made for the majority of folks. That's not Steam's fault, it's just the truth. I said in the opening that the number feels arbitrary, and perhaps in many ways it is. Putting Steam aside, most of the digital storefronts that we're aware of take a 30% share in revenue. Outside of the PC space, there are console storefronts like PlayStation, Nintendo, and Xbox, and all of those take 30%, not to mention mobile storefronts like Google Play and Apple's App Store. So you might ask yourself, why don't developers complain about those stores too? Well, they do. According to a State of the Industry survey conducted by the GDC, or Game Developers Conference, no more than 3% of respondents felt that the 30-70 split was justified. That was across all platforms, and it was down from the 6% who felt it was justified in the prior year. But again, where does the 30% come from? According to a paywalled article over on Bloomberg.com, the origins trace all the way back to cartridge fees as early as Nintendo's original console, the NES. Nintendo charged a 30% licensing fee to any third-party developers that wanted to publish their games on their console, with Namco and Hudson Soft being among the first. As a third-party developer, you couldn't bring any of your games to any competing systems, and you had to pass a rigorous certification to get the Nintendo seal of quality. In Nintendo's eyes, the cost was justified thanks to the proprietary cartridges that they supplied exclusively, as well as the certification that ensured customers could trust that the game being sold would meet a certain level of quality. This all notoriously led to Atari going rogue and releasing unlicensed NES games on their own black cartridges, and of course bypassing the Nintendo certification. Under their new imprint, Tengen, they released bootleg versions of Ms. Pac-Man, Tetris, Shinobi, and more. Eventually, Nintendo sued them, and they were forced to cease the manufacturing of these carts. Since that time, licensing fees have been more varied, usually ranging between 10 to 20% for physical games. Competition drove the fee down, and even then it varied. You can imagine that when a console manufacturer had most of the market share, like Sony and PS2, they probably leaned closer to the high end of that range, likely charging 20%. But if they were desperate and in need of games, like Microsoft and the original Xbox, they were likely willing to get closer to that 10% number. Competition in the market was healthy for developers, but it was also healthy for consumers. The reduced licensing fees meant that games could remain competitively priced. As we now complain about $70 games, many of you are quite aware that SNES games could get as high as $70 back in 1996, and sometimes higher than that. The fact that physical game prices didn't rise with inflation is tied to a few things, including the move to optical media, but it bears mentioning that the move to optical media was a direct result of the competition in the marketplace. I think we can all agree that Nintendo would have been content to keep publishing their games on proprietary cartridges that they had the legal right to charge a 30% royalty on, but competition kept everyone more honest, let's say. But then digital storefronts added a new wrinkle. All of a sudden, 30% returned to being the standard and everyone was alright with that. At the time, gamers still paid $60 for their games, retailers were guaranteed that games would be cheaper on digital storefronts, and none of the console manufacturers were keen on starting a race to the bottom. Everyone was satisfied. Steam, of course, launched in 2003, the Xbox 360 released in 2005, and the PS3 in 2006. And so the 30% standard stood unchallenged for nearly a decade and a half. But in the last couple of years, both Apple and Google have reduced their cut to 15% for the first $1 million in revenue. Of course, Epic themselves launched the Epic Game Store in 2018 with an aggressive 12% cut. And even more recently, they announced that developers can get their first 6 months with no revenue sharing whatsoever, so long as they keep their game exclusive to the EGS. Enter competition. This competition, however, has been greeted with resentment, at least on the PC front. Store exclusivity is seen as a bridge too far on a platform that is celebrated for its openness. Beyond that, PC gamers are skeptical of the so-called competition in the first place. Valve and even Gabe Newell are practically worshipped and seen as having saved the platform from near irrelevance. PC gaming was plagued with problems that made publishers unlikely to port their games over. Valve solved many of these problems with Steam. Ironically, they accomplished this by being more like consoles. They didn't take away from the openness of PC gaming, but they provided an easy path for those that wanted the convenience that traditionally was only provided by closed platforms. And like wolves being reintroduced to Yellowstone, the ecosystem slowly but surely became restored. Valve restored PC gaming when publishers were so quick to abandon it. Publishers didn't return until Valve courted us, the gamers. And so for lack of a better word, PC gamers have become loyal to Valve and not to the game developers that had once abandoned us. Moreover, as Eastern and Western publishers alike began to flock to PC gaming, the diehards knew that they would never have to deal with planned obsolescence in the form of new hardware again. Steam provided an opportunity to have a forever library. Even when the sanctity of open PC gaming was threatened by an impending draconian store developed by the very company whose operating system we all depended on to play said games, Valve spent years doing the impossible by decoupling the games in your library from the operating system they were originally designed for. So sure, we may stray from time to time and buy a game on a console or even GOG, but we knew that we would always come back home to our ride or die, Steam. And this is the standard to which the competition is held. Valve doesn't just enjoy first mover advantage, they've cultivated a loyalty that is unlike maybe anything I've ever seen in gaming. So much so that people begin to question long-standing principles. Many of these are people that are starkly against the death of physical games, but they also happen to have a Steam library that dwarfs their physical library. And sure, in a vacuum, they believe competition is good, but is competition so good when the only thing it will accomplish is diminish Valve's current power? Valve, the entity that is seen as a defender of PC gaming and the only real force moving it forward? Valve, who is seen not as a money-chasing business, but instead as a savior. And all of that is before I even get to the subject of how unsavory the competition can sometimes be. I am, of course, alluding to Epic. Here's a tweet from the developer of Dusk, Iron Lung, Squirrel Stapler, and more. This tweet, which went viral as well, by the way, summarizes it neatly. He says, "I'd rather pay Valve 30% and put up with their de facto monopoly than help Epic work towards their own, very obviously desired monopoly." In that thread, he goes on to say, Epic has raised numerous red flags over the years that they are a volatile, aggressive company who will turn whatever resources they have toward fighting genuine or perceived competitors, be it money, fans, or ideological support. Maybe they are ideologically motivated, maybe they are just good at disguising business moves as ideology. Neither is trustworthy in my opinion. Ideological business motivations are only so good as long as the ideology isn't toxic. He adds that he would love for Valve to have competition, but that he wouldn't, quote, want to replace the neutral entity I know for the devil I don't know, end quote. And this is around the time that Tim Sweeney, the CEO of Epic Games, chimes in. With regard to the commentary around ideological motivations, Tim says, "These are basic, non-political American principles I'm advocating for, such as free markets and fair competition, versus allowing monopolies in one market, like phones, to crush competitors in other markets, like stores and payments. These are principles we've held all along from the shareware days to the present, and argued for in all of our dealings with platform makers, in private where that was effective and in public where necessary. No strange ideology or isms here. If every developer and platform operates on a purely commercial calculus devoid of principle, then there's a bleak future ahead in which the powerful companies consume all the others and the fun of gaming and computing is lost. Advocating for principles works. The argument for cross-platform play ran from the early 2000s launch of Xbox Live to the Sony changes enabling Fortnite cross-platform in 2018. Now, all developers are free to support cross-platform play and social gaming as well." Now, I wanted to present his full argument here because while I did squint at the use of non-political American principles, I do also believe that Tim made some good points. That is, if you assume that you can take these points at face value and believe that he's arguing in good faith. Going back to David, the developer of Dusk, he says out loud what many people seem to be thinking when he tweets, "Tim, I have immense respect for the work you've done over your career and what you've accomplished, but I simply do not believe those are the reasons behind the actions so much as they are convenient justifications for the actions. I, unfortunately, believe that your motivations have always been to take the place of Steam rather than to exist as a competitor. Steam is a lethargic, relatively benign monopoly. Epic is a volatile and aggressive company, and I believe would be similar as a monopoly." And that brings us all the way back to where we began. What is the alternative? In this video, I have refrained from giving my opinion up to this point, though many of you have heard previous videos where I have expressed at least a modicum of concern. First of all, I think above all else, Valve should in fact reduce their storefront share for small businesses, just like Apple and Google has. To wit, I think Valve should adopt a 15% share for revenue under $1 million. That's going to reduce the burden on a lot of small-time developers, and it's honestly not going to break the bank for Valve, nor should it reduce their R&D investments. Taking the 80-20 rule into account, it is more than likely that Valve makes 80% of their revenue from the top 20% of their titles, so their purse shouldn't get hurt very much by this move. And yeah, maybe big game publishers did in fact abandon PC gamers once upon a time, but during that time, it was independent video game developers that kept Steam and PC gamers flush with unique experiences. And to this day, indie games remain some of my favorite titles. But aside from that, and speaking more selfishly, here is where my concern lies. I buy games on Steam almost exclusively. I have games on other platforms to be sure, but if I added up all the console games and all the non-Steam PC games I've ever bought, they likely wouldn't amount to half of what I own on Steam. It's not that I'm loyal to Steam, it's that it really is the path of least resistance. That should come as no surprise given that it's practically a founding principle of Steam. If Gabe Newell calls piracy a service problem and his aim was to curb piracy on PC, then it stands to reason that one of the primary goals of Steam was to be literally easier than piracy. And if you knew how easy piracy was in 2003, then you'd understand that that was a lofty goal. And so Steam is my forever library, but that leaves me with concerns. Many of my concerns stem from the fact that I think Valve's power will only grow. I'm of the belief that after 20 years of Steam, Valve is only just getting started. Steam Deck has destroyed the barrier between PC gaming and console gaming. And if you think Valve is going to stop there, well, I don't know why you're still watching this video, to be honest. And unfortunately, my fears aren't diminished with the belief that Gabe may likely pass his company down to his son, Great Newell. The future is uncertain, and I've already witnessed business inheritance go awry, like how the New York Knicks have been mishandled ever since CEO James Dolan took over for his father Charles. And, not to mention, I've seen heroes live long enough to become the villain. But just like David Zemansky, I don't trust Epic to be any better, and just like many of you, I don't think they've done enough to earn my money. I'm not as adamant as many of you when it comes to the subject of PC exclusives, but the Epic Game Store has been around for 5 years now, and even with Epic's deep pockets, the store and the launcher are still incredibly bare when it comes to features. And even if I am fine with Epic Payola, I acknowledge that Epic needs to do a lot more than just buy exclusives to be considered competition to Steam. Valve didn't worry about the games, they cared about the consumer experience first, and the games came as a result of that. Hopefully others can do the same, and hopefully the entire ecosystem can become better for it. That gang out. Goodbye!
And online.
How do I review this game? There's no gameplay. There's no plot, no story, no narrative, no character customization, no tech tree, and I die to the very first enemy, literally right outside the city gates. I cannot kill the lowest enemy in the entire game. I'm trapped in the opening town with nothing to do. There isn't anything to say. Thankfully, I'm a YouTuber, and making 25-minute videos saying nothing is my specialty, so strap in and hold on as I try to review Khan Academy despite having literally nothing happen to me in 8 hours. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play terrible MMOs so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a huge thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep this channel alive. More on this at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Khan Online, which Steam lists as Khan Absolute Power, but the website shows as Blaze Khan, but a new update has changed it to Khan Rebirth. But there's another server called Khan Extreme, and another game called Khan Classic, which links to an old MMO.com page which hasn't been updated in years, so I think from the start you can see this is going to be an experience. I tried downloading this game a few days ago and it just didn't launch, but now for some reason it does. I wish I could say exactly which part of my technical genius mind made it work, but honestly I think I just stared at the icon enough until it decided to launch. To give you an idea of the level of strange we're dealing with, when you try to quit the game, the client asks, "Do you want to quit?" Oh really? Oh really? Like the meme from 2003. So I log in and it asks for a username and password like most games do, but I don't have one, so I go to click the create account button, but there isn't one. You need to create an account, but the launcher doesn't let you. It also doesn't have a button to take you to the website where you can. You need to manually load the website separately, create an account, and then launch the game launcher and log in. Good lord, having your launcher linked to your account creation page is basic quality of life design stuff. Log in and now we pick a class. Everyone is standing on these steps and clicking someone slowly zooms into them. Then choosing cancel slowly zooms out. And there's no way of knowing what each class is at a glance. You need to do the slow zoom in browsing stuff. And the red demonic class to the bottom left? You just can't click that one. Don't know why. I decide to be a knight. The game loads in and we get a rather overly sexy loading screen for the necromancer class. Maybe I chose wrong. Game starts. Left click movement. Normally with games that have left click movement you have a little graphical flourish when you click, like an X marking the spot or an arrow going into the floor, but no, that's too advanced for Khan Absolute Academy Blaze Rebirth Extreme Online. You can spin the camera by holding the mouse wheel and pressing H brings up the help menu. The help menu itself is about as much use as a silencer on an atom bomb. The help menu is literally just a list of features the game has, but it doesn't explain them. It says yes, there's combat, yes, there are quests, yes, you can move, yes, you can do emotes, but it doesn't actually help you understand how they work or are relevant to your gameplay. You are basically left floundering to find stuff out for yourself, and if I had to choose one word to describe the opening of Khan Online Absolute Rebirth Extreme Blaze Super Ultra Edition Mark 2.0, floundering is it. The opening of the game gives you literally zero guidance. No obvious NPC to talk to, no goal, no questline, no tutorial. It's just welcome to the city, off you go. I discover pressing R unlocks run mode and Z opens the minimap, although there's no world map, so I have no idea where I am in relation to anything else or where I could one day journey to. I have a chat with the blacksmith and they are no help at all, so I just run around and try to find any semblance of a narrative structure. You can't move via clicking on the minimap, by the way. The only thing I like so far is the snapping of the UI elements when you rearrange them and how you can move most of them around. But that rather decent design choice is quickly drowned out by the ethereal droning background music. Just listen. This is what they wanted the opening town to sound like. This is the vibe they want new players to experience.
That was a good.
There's actually quite a few players around, and I can't imagine anyone new is joining, so what we are seeing here is the Cult of Sunk Cost. I speak to the NPC Nor. They finally have a quest for me. Monster Hunter 1. Okay, a killing quest. Unfortunately, I can't accept it until level 20. But just out of curiosity, what do you need killed? 30,000 kobold archers, 35,000 stone golem, and 35,000 cave giants. Right, I see, this is a grind game. Like Metin 2. Okay, you can do this, Josh. Only got to survive 7 more hours. You can do this. Completing this quest would reward me with 1,500 fame and 3,999,999,999 key, which are your stat upgrade points. We'll look at these later. If you've played Dungeons & Dragons, you'll already be aware of the attribute system this game is going to use. So it's a grinding game. Okay, let's go grind. Double click on an enemy to attack. I'm a knight, got my sword, let's do this. Behold combat.
Kill it. Kill it for me. Kill it for me. Nice.
Are you having a laugh, game? I died. I died on the first enemy. I got piled and died. This is your opening. This is the first enemy outside the first gate on the first city. There isn't anything else to do. I've spoken to every NPC in town. There's nothing. Some of them are shops. I don't have any gold. Some tell me incredibly generic personal backstories. That's lore, but nothing mechanical. None of them give me items or guidance or direction, so I go and kill the very first enemy and I die? Did I go the wrong way? Is there another gate? Actually, yeah, there is, so let's try leaving via that gate and attacking some enemies out there. Maybe I went the wrong way. Maybe this is on me. What the actual hell do you want me to do, game? You are clearly a grinding-focused game, so I start grinding and I die. Is this what I'm meant to do? What am I doing wrong? I talk to every NPC again. The only semblance of a quest line is given to me by this NPC, Sarasate, who wants me to find a painting, but there's no quest list or journal or anywhere to see my in-game objectives. So I'll just remember, if I see a painting, pick it up. And the writing, by the way, is terrible. They've put the letter N at the start of random sentences and the grammar is all messed up. This is really poor localization. I try everything I can think of. There is nothing to do in this game. I've spoken to every NPC, there is nothing. I have spam clicked as fast as I can in combat to lure one enemy away from the pack and I will still die. There is no way to survive this early game combat. I even read the Steam discussion page to find a guide, nothing. And Google is no help, because typing Khan guide anything just brings up the excellent Khan Academy education resource. This game basically doesn't exist online. You know what, maybe, and I know this sounds dumb, maybe I'm on the wrong server. Maybe this is for already high-level accounts to switch over to or something. So I try and log into a different server, and I get kicked off, and the client closes itself. Okay, if you try and log in, and you get your username or password wrong, or it doesn't detect it as existing, the game auto-closes. And every time you relaunch it, the opening sound effect is really loud. Headphone warning, this is what launching the game sounds like. I try to log back in and it keeps telling me I'm not verified, despite the fact I've just been playing. I even tried to log back into the same server I was just on, not verified. I end up having to create a new account and starting again. I'll go with the Sorcerer this time. And when you start as a new class, you start in a new city, but all the NPCs are essentially the same. I mean, they have different names, but graphically the blacksmith looks the same, the shopkeeper looks the same. They have the same stock. This is surreal. As a sorcerer, I drag my one and only spell, Ice Bolt, onto the hotbar, I talk the NPC Sama, and the game crashes. Okay, this is just an awful experience so far, but I've committed, and we still have 6.5 hours to go. So I log back in. I go and attack the wolves as a sorcerer, because no matter which town you start in, the opening enemy is always wolves. I press the button to cast an Ice Bolt, and nothing happens. And I die. I die again. You cannot kill the first enemy in this game with 2 of the game's classes. But now I press V and discover apparently a relatively new design addition, the autoplay system. So I set up auto battle and click go. At this point I'm assuming maybe I'm not using attacks correctly or there's a special trick to it, so I watch my avatar go and auto battle a wolf and die. Not even auto battle can beat the first enemy. What else can I do? I have a look at all the emotes. I mean, they're animated fine, but the movements themselves are dumb. This is meant to be a greeting, and I don't think I've ever greeted anybody like that. What even is this game? I talked to some traders, and why is the item description just a selection of the letter A with various accents around it? Who wrote this? Why did you think this was finished? This whole game is starting to feel like a creepypasta you'd read about on an ancient message board back in 2007. I decide to just explore the outside lands because the early enemies don't attack you. I find this portal plinth. It tells me I need to be level 110 to activate it, which is going to be a challenge because I'm struggling to reach level 2. So I journey onwards and turns out enemies do eventually get aggressive and kill me in one hit and send me back to town. The only thing I can think of is I am on the wrong server. Now, nothing has told me this might be a high-level server, but what other explanation can you think of? So I try to log on to the others, and nope, it says invalid and crashes the client. And this takes me some time Googling to find the answer to. Every single server on this client is effectively a different game hosted on a different site. And you need to sign up to that specific version of the game on that specific game's website and create an account for that server that you want to use. So the BlazeCon site I made my original account on only accesses the BlazeCon server. I need to go to Extreme BlazeCon and make a new account to work on the Extreme server. This is monumentally dumb because it looks like multiple servers of the same game on the same client, and nowhere does it explain that you need to do this. Eventually, I managed to get onto the Extreme server. Now it says this is a boosted server for people with less time to play. Maybe that means I'll die faster. I go with an assassin class this time. First good sign, there are 2 new characters spawned in right next to me. But a bad sign, they're probably bots, because they've got the same name with 89 and 88 after it. And oh, it seems I start with a high-powered weapon. What do you think the assassin starts with on the Extreme server? That's right, a lollipop cane. Come on, you knew when the quit message was, oh really, we were in for a joke of a game. So I go and try combat and praise the Emperor I can actually kill something this time. And I can turn on auto battle and watch as everything around me dies in one hit. From boring combat because you can't win to boring combat because you can't lose. I know someone will comment, wow, you complained because it was too hard and now you're complaining because it's too easy. You're never happy. I'm complaining that both extremes aren't balanced. I don't want to die in one hit in exactly the same way I don't want to win in one hit. Neither of these designs are good. There is a healthy middle and this is not it. The exact opposite of something bad can also be bad. Combat in this game is as balanced as New World's economy. Killing enemies gets us key points. You can use these to upgrade your strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma. I told you the Dungeons & Dragons players would recognise it. Normally you start with 10 in each of these skills, but on the Extreme server you start with 100. While killing wolves I find a new weapon, and auto loot isn't enabled, so you need to turn off auto battle, loot stuff, then put auto battle back on, because while auto battle is running you lose all control of your character. The new weapon is a blazing knife +1. Its damage is 21 to 24. Wonder what my lollipop does. Oh yes, 1 to 1000. Literally the best weapon. I go to the second enemy area and fight up there and no, I still die. Even with all this boosting and one of the greatest OP weapons, I'm still not strong enough for Zone 2. Do you know what this means? It means I have to grind the starting zone enemies. Wolves, other wolves, and zombies for 6 hours because there is literally nothing else to do. No quests, no missions, no plot, no trackable advancement, no way I can survive the second zone. This is it! For 6 hours. This is what I do. Thankfully, the auto battle system means I can spend my day slightly more productively than normal, so while this absolute travesty of a game plays itself in the background, I did some other stuff. Let me show you what I did. I killed some wolves. I sorted the recycling out. Killed some more wolves. Took the dogs out for a walk. Killed even more wolves. Caught up on the washing up. Fancied a change of scenery and killed some zombies. Sat on the edge of the bed and stared into space, trying not to let the existential dread set in. Don't let it set in, Josh. Don't let it in. Don't let it in. Killed even more zombies. Tested out. By now I've killed more zombies than the average Call of Duty player. Opened a new mug.
My dad got me this mug for my birthday and I wanted to put it in a video, but I didn't know when. Now seems like a good time. It's colour changing, so let's watch. You were trying to cross the border. Walked right into that Imperial ambush.
Picked up some gold, went back to town, bought some new armour, then went back to kill even more zombies. Put the summer fan up in the loft because it's getting into winter and we don't need it anymore. Doesn't matter how old you are. There's always something interesting about just being in a room. Every time I come back to the game, my level has increased by 1, and you'd think that makes the happy chemicals happen, but it just isn't. This game is so bland and so boring, even leveling up doesn't make me happy. Continued my long-standing feud with fellow YouTuber Chef PK, where my main goal is to upset him.
Oh, he's dead.
Killed so many zombies, I now think I'm a main character in a zombie fairy tale that zombie parents tell their zombie children to scare them to sleep. Finally, after 7 uninterrupted hours of grinding zombies, I moved on to the next area filled with giant bees, and despite spending billions of ki upgrading all my attributes and upgrading my armor and using the super overpowered lollipop weapon, I died. 7 hours of grinding, and I'm still not ready for the second area. Khan Academy Rebirth Online Blaze Inferno Extreme Classic, A Realm Reborn Super DX Ultimate featuring Dante from Devil May Cry is an absolute joke of a game. If you play on the regular servers, there's no direction and combat is too hard to start. If you play on the boosted servers, there's no direction and combat is too easy to lose until you move zones and then it's too hard again. I don't know who programmed this game, but if I ever meet them, my only question is a long drawn out why. In my 8 hours of playtime, there was more zombie grinding than a university Halloween party. The only saving grace of this game is you don't need to be at the computer to play it, and if that's the case, you're better off just turning your computer off and saving yourself the electricity. To end the review, I will have worn Khan Blaze Academy Ultimate Reforged Resurrection Remastered Tag Tournament about as balanced as the Hatchet in New World out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another big thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord and the second channel Josh Strife Plays, where I replay and review old games voted on by you. And as always, have a great day.
Tree of Savior.
Tree of Savior is perhaps proof that even if you have stunningly beautiful graphics helping to create a classically gorgeous world, solid and responsive movement with impactful, satisfying action combat gameplay, and a fantastic soundtrack which enhances both the exploration and the action elements, it can all be for nothing if you cram your game with way too many upgrade and enhancement systems, completely neglect your early game pacing, overwhelm the player with an intrusive UI, and deliver your important gameplay mechanics entirely through massive text dumps. Tree of Savior is perhaps the most disappointing game I've played on this series so far, because the foundation for a fantastic, successful game is there, and the art style is absolutely without parallel, but it's held back by its abysmal player experience. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a big thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Tree of Savior. It's on Steam and it's free, so let's give it a go. First off, it's 28 gigabytes. That's massive. That's bigger than Dark Souls 3. That's bigger than Warframe. Tree of Savior needs more hard drive space than Warframe. Just let that sink in for a moment. That is mental to me. In fact, it's bigger than Halo Infinite's free multiplayer mode, which you can download and play on Steam right now. Not sponsored, this is just something everyone should consider downloading. I don't even like Halo, I'm just impressed that this much game is free. So we begin, and the first thing you'll notice is the art. It's lovely, and this is one thing I cannot praise the game for enough. The art team on Tree of Savior have absolutely knocked it out the park. Seriously, 10 out of 10. From backgrounds to character design to the drawn conversation avatars, Tree of Savior is a stunningly good-looking game. It is dripping with classic RPG style. Unfortunately, it does seem to have a beauty is only skin deep kind of thing going on once you really get into it. We start off in this lodge making a character, and I'm getting very Super Nintendo JRPG vibe. The viewpoint is diagonal isometric with some 3D depth. The items and objects and enemies do exist within 3D space, and you can see the depth in them as you sway gently around. And here's the first issue. You need to hover over a class to select them. But watch this. If you zoom in all the way, the class choice hitboxes are perfectly mapped to the little avatars you can see in the game. But if you zoom out, the avatar's position on the screen changes because they're now further away, but the hitboxes for class selection don't. The hitboxes for clicking on seem to be mapped to the actual overlay, not the in-game representation of where they are. I know this is a really pedantic nitpick, but that's what I do. I be pedantic. Kind of like how sometimes you go to melee attack someone in Halo and it doesn't do the little jump forward thing it's meant to do, meaning you don't cover the distance you were expecting to cover and then they kill you. So I go with a swordsman because I'm basic, and the intro begins. It's rendered in-game and it's lovely. I'm being taken back to those old classic RPGs. I'm feeling Breath of Fire, Chrono Trigger, Secret of Mana, Lufia, Rise of the Sinstrels, Soul Blazer. Tree of Savior has got ambience and sprite design spot on for what it was going for. And then it starts singing, and it's actually a pretty good song.
It's time to feel this sensation. As the sunshine brighten day by day, bringing glory into all your way. Awaken, be strengthened, whatever more you've had.
So now we're in our own personal lodge, and I choose the server I want to log into. Now, I'm on the European server, and there are two possible gaming channels. The first with 0 players out of 100, and the other with 4. 4 people in all of Europe are playing this game. Yeah, that's pretty dead. Game begins, and it's a bird's-eye isometric adventure game. Arrow keys move, X is jump, and Z is attack. Your hotkeys are bound to Q, W, E, R, and the numbered keys. I go to look at remapping these keys, and there are a lot of menus in this game. And even though I'm playing on high resolution, the text is kinda pixelated. And then club music starts playing. I don't know why. I was expecting soft, gentle intro village music like every JRPG ever. Now I feel like I should be ordering 2 Jaeger bombs and wondering if I've got enough for a taxi home. We chat to this guard, Titus. He asks if we had a vision of the goddess asking us to go to Clepeda. We did, so he sends us on our way. M opens the map. The local map is divided into squares with fog of war covering the places you haven't been yet. It displays all the important NPCs, shops or interactable objects like god statues, and this is fine. It's basically everything you need. The slight transparent effect is a bit nauseating if left open for long because of the highly detailed background moving around it, but it's definitely serviceable. It shows you where things are, and it's always good to know where the important things are. Kind of like how in Halo Infinite's Oddball you can always see who's carrying the ball so you know who to run at or who to protect. Have a chat to this guard and he's been attacked by some onions, so I channel the hero within me and go and kill them. Then I get given more quests to go and kill more aggressive vegetables. The combat is decent, it's flashy enough, satisfying sounds and effects, good contact feeling, but it's limited. You can just hold basic attack and be fine. And later when I do get abilities, it's just do the best ability forever, repeatedly. Combat feels like it could be great, but they've not done much with it in the early game. Also, once you've finished a quest, you can just press backspace and be instantly teleported back to the NPC you need to hand it into, because exploring the world is for losers. The world in this game exists to facilitate the placement of enemies, nothing more. There's no emergent quests or hidden side stories, it's just go and kill X amount of enemies who happen to live here. It's a beautiful looking world, but mechanically, it's just a home for some enemies. All your important windows, player stats, inventory, skills and attributes are all opened via the F keys, F1 through 7, and as expected, the inventory is filled with some free items given to me just for playing, so I use them and get a load of free experience and upgrade points and spend them all on a skill which lets me stab better. We now face an elite enemy and we're told, jump over its attacks, but we don't need to because the stab is so overpowered it kills pretty much everything in 1 or 2 hits, and here is my first issue. Giving the player boost items when they aren't fully trained up in a game yet is a dumb idea. We don't know what to boost, and if the player does end up with an overpowered attack, you've just destroyed all balance your game might have once had. Look, I know the situation, I've been here before many times. You made your game, you balanced it. You measured the player's attack and the enemy's defense, and everything worked on day 1. And then your player base started to fall away. So you gave every new player some boost items so they could catch up with their friends, but in doing so you've completely wrecked your early game balance. What we are seeing here is the husk of a game, now flooded with boosting items and free experience cards given so the players feel some sort of progress, but ironically, this makes the player so powerful the actual gameplay now feels pointless. And now I see 2 of my most hated design choices all happen at the same time. The wall of drops are all collected at once, taking up the entire screen, because this is meant to appeal to our ooh, shiny thing good monkey brain and not actually be substantial. And then a complex in-game system explained entirely via massive text dump, not through integrated gameplay woven into the early game experience. We will see this multiple times in my 8-hour play session. So by now, I'm a few hours in, and I think the most accurate word to describe this game is overwhelming. There's a lot going on, lots of classes and systems and quests and levels and items and stats and tutorials, and the UI is flashing and the character nameplates are fighting for space, and there's a lot of drops which all do various things, and I'm not sure if they're good or not, but my inventory is filling up quickly. Also, I click on the premium shop and the currency they use is called TP, and the first thing it says is no refunds once you have bought TP, check Steam refund policy. Wow. Maybe not the greatest advert for customer satisfaction if you literally open with no, you can't have your money back. Oh, I wasn't kidding about the class advancement screen being overwhelming. There are subclasses available to just the Swordsman main class. In fact, I checked, there are 74 different classes available in total, all with unique attacks and passive and armor sets. And there is no way in hell you have managed to balance 74 classes to all be equal. I've got some more quests and I hand them in, and here's a nice touch. The map shows where a quest takes place. In fact, the world map even has level ranges listed to each zone, which is kind of nice because it gives you a sense of progression as you move through the world. And then, after killing some onions and being overwhelmed with class selection, I take some time out from my day to help troubleshoot some random dude's issues in-game. I mean, I've only been playing for a few hours, but when someone else can't attack, I can probably help out, even though my advice boils down to turn it off and on again. I mean, look, I'm basically helping 20% of the player base here. Now we get given a system we'll never use. Pressing insert makes you sit down and rest, and while resting you recover stamina. And if you have firewood, you can build a bonfire and recover faster, but I don't have any, and the game doesn't tell me how to get it. Okay, cool, a stamina recover system. Hopefully that will be useful. But no, because then we're given about 100 consumable pills which restore our stamina. See what I mean about pacing being bad? Here's a system to recover your stamina. Here's a load of items which instantly make the system you've just heard about immediately redundant. But then I get a new sword and the in-game model actually changes to show the new blade. The art team on Tree of Savior need an award because this looks so good. Get told about goddess statues, they are scattered around the world and praying to them gives us some boons, so we do that and we get given a status point. Not a blessing or something more fantastical or immersive or fluff-based like the goddess smiles on you and grants you whatever. I just get 1 status point. Thanks, goddess. And then there's a mini-boss, which isn't really a challenge because the game has given me so much boosting stuff, nothing is a challenge, and I've used all the free XP cards and the game showers me with rewards, and now I'm level 12. I don't feel any different to level 1. I wasn't actually aware when levels 2 through 11 happened. Every level is so meaningless. It's not a happy moment of, oh, I'm stronger. It's just a very bored acknowledgement of, oh, number bigger, keep playing. Levels used to mean something substantial. In this game, they don't. Get to the next town over, and I'm greeted with several full-screen pop-up ads for daily login bonuses and weekly login bonuses and current events and news and more login stuff. And look, I'm a brand new player. I don't know what any of this does. This is way too much stuff to throw at me. Pace your game better. After a few minutes of running around this town, I've worked it out. I've figured out what's wrong. I know how to explain this. Tree of Savior feels like you're starting a complex JRPG already 50 hours in. Like your mate has let you play on their saved game from halfway through a complex game and you're missing all of the content and all of the training. Imagine starting a complex RPG already close to the end. You've got all these systems and upgrades and items and advantages and you don't know what they do because you've never had the gameplay moment of using them. Imagine trying to play any of the Final Fantasies but you miss the first 10 hours of context and training and explanation. That's what this is. It's throwing you in at the deep end and expecting you to just figure it out by spending several hours reading massive text dumps, analysing all the upgrade screens. Nothing in this game is particularly bad, and that's what's irritating me. None of these systems are broken. They are just all thrust on you at once, and it's overwhelming. But we're in the main town now, so let's have a look at the cash shop, because you know it's there. So opening the cash shop shows this button, Beauty. So I click it and get instantly teleported in-game to the beauty shop in town, because obviously you can't buy beauty items from the shop without physically being stood in front of the shop in the game. I hate this. I hate any in-game system which forcefully relocates my in-game avatar without telling me it's doing that, because then I feel I've lost direct control of my avatar. And for me, having control of my avatar, of where I am and what I'm doing in a game, is pretty important in retaining my agency within the adventure. Once you start taking your agency within the adventure, I stop caring. This aside, let's explore the shop. Everything is priced in TP, and I can't actually find anywhere to buy TP. Clicking the TP button just brings up the no refunds warning. I think this is meant to be a list of packs of currency to buy, but it just doesn't show any packs. So I head over to Steam and I find the prices listed. £6.50 for 100 TP, so 65 quid for 1,000. Remember that. There is a lot in this shop. Packs and costumes and gestures and refining items and breakdown items. There's a lot here, and I don't know what's useful or what will be useful. So I'm just looking at the prices. There's a Luchador pack. I know that's an advancement class, so clearly this is a paid-for class and class weapon and armor pack. It's 549 TP, meaning you'll spend just shy of £40 or $50 to buy this class. But then look, you can buy individual gestures for 198 TP. That's £13. Almost $15 for a single in-game gesture, which you can use to communicate with the roughly 1,000 people who still play this game. I mean, providing you're not on the European server, then you can communicate with 4 people. Look, this is pay to win. Pay to advance quicker, pay to get a better class, pay to progress, pay to break down items. It's pay to talk. It's a game which sells megaphones. You use one megaphone every time you send a global chat message, so you can spam the server with whatever you like, provided you're willing to pay for the privilege. In Tree of Savior, communication costs money. Everything costs money. I can't specifically point to one individual item and say that is broken because, but I know this is a pay-to-win system. You know this is a pay-to-win system. It would be a fool not to be a pay-to-win system with the tiny player base it has. As soon as I see a megaphone, a communication tool cost money, I know you are pay-to-win. While in Halo, communication is simple. You just repeatedly crouch over a dead opponent's face. Such a throwback to a simpler time. I get told to go to the woods and find some miners jumping over the buildings in town is a nice touch. At least they've used the vertical design space to do something. You can jump over enemy attacks and over scenery. It shows they've thought about using an actual in-game application for the jump mechanic. We get given some warp scrolls from the shop for free. These return us to town quickly, and then we can run out and figure out we can spend real money on more warp scrolls, because of course we can. Fight through the woods and honesty just feels sad. It's like the game has a great art team, a great system design team, but the whole process of putting explain these designs to the player has failed. They've got a good foundation for a game, but they've dropped the ball on presentation and introduction to the mechanics within the game. And people often ask me to explain what I mean by in-game tutorial or how system explanation can be woven into gameplay. So here's an example, just consider this. Tree of Savior has an item upgrade system and elemental damage. You can make things more powerful or infuse them with properties or upgrade them with smithing reagents, but it tells you this by saying, oh hey, there's an item upgrade system, and then gives you a huge text dump explaining it. That's not immersive. Imagine if instead you and an NPC that you were friends with fought a boss together, and after a few seconds you realise you're not doing any damage, but then the NPC says to you, hey, he's resistant to your attacks. You need to infuse your weapon with holy damage. Here is a holy stone that I've got, and they give it to you. And the game then opens up your item menu and says, hey, if you go to the upgrade system, add the holy stone, now return to the fight, you do damage. You've now been exposed to the system and you get to see immediate feedback about how useful it could be. You see the relation between the upgrade and the effect in an actual fight. You could even then have a plot point about the NPC having to go and pay penance for losing his holy item to his church. There you go, I've written an immersive story for you, you're welcome. It's the difference between reading a book on how to do something and actually going to do it. You learn better by doing because you feel connected to the actions. I've gained enough swordsman experience to advance to the Dragoon class, and doing this gives me some new armor, so I put it on, and I get a Steam achievement, equip any item in the body costume slot. So basically anyone can get this after they've been playing for about 3 hours, because you get given a costume item for just advancing a class for free. How many players do you think have this Steam achievement? 4.4%. Less than 5% of players made it to the Choose an Advancement class 3 hours in. Whenever anyone asks me why their game is dying, this is what I say. It doesn't matter how good your game gets. It matters how good your game starts and remains. You have lost 95.6% of players within the first 3 hours. I run out of stamina, try to give the game a chance and use the bonfire rest mechanic. It is pointless because it's just not as useful as spam eating the stamina pills the game gave me earlier. And then there's a mini boss and it just dies. I have no connection to this boss. There's been no setup, so therefore there's no payoff. I don't know who this is, I don't care. And Tree of Savior really starts to show its true colours here. It's skin deep. There's no personal connection to the events, the enemies, the NPCs. You are just random hero. For a game styled so heavily after the classic RPGs of the SNES era, they forgot to add what made most of those games special. The hero's journey, the connection to the world, the reason to want to succeed. We reach the trapped
I don't know about that one, dude. I disagree on that one.
Get given another system, item upgrading via anvils. There are 4 types of anvils, and each type upgrades to a higher level and needs items, but you can buy them in the cash shop because of course you can. And once again, the anvil tutorial is given via giant text dump with blurry text and low resolution pictures. Not doing, just read. Honestly, Tree of Savior feels like a design document yet to be gamified. All the ingredients are there, all the systems are set up and they're ready, and they do actually work. There's just no gameplay to tie them to a relatable player-driven moment. It feels like the art team made an incredible looking game, and the design team created an amazing complex deep game with lots of systems, but the gameplay team, where the player gets to actually experience these systems in a natural way, dropped the ball. The moment a player gets to see how
he never
this
played
beautiful
Ragnarok,
world
that's fine.
and deep mechanics work as one, how they enhance and relate, that's just not there. You've got some seriously high quality ingredients here, you've just not cooked them very well. And it angers me, because this could all be fixed by pacing your game and spacing out when the player is shown something new, and having an example of how that system matters right now. Tree of Savior's pacing is the equivalent of having a month's worth of food presented to you all at once and being told, eat it all right now. Here's another really pedantic nitpick, but this is the kind of stuff that you should be picking up in beta testing or when you actually look at the cinematography of your game. To enter the mine, we move to the top left of the screen, moving up and to the left, and then we appear in the mine facing down and to the right. This is breaking the 180 rule in filmmaking. This is just bad cinematography. Respecting screen direction is a basic media technique. If we entered the mine moving up and to the left, we should start the mine section also moving up and to the left. The mine entrance should be in the bottom right of the map. Otherwise, the player feels that they have switched direction and done a 180 and you've unnaturally moved the viewpoint. Now it feels like you should be heading out of the mine. Watch and you'll see what I mean. Moving up and to the left, in the mine, start moving down to the right. It feels wrong. If your mine entrance is diagonal top left, you should start moving in the same way. Pedantic, but noticeable. Inside the mine is, well, this is the game's first dungeon. It even has the traditional massive text dump to explain what a dungeon is and how it works. So we fight through, and now there's rave music. And I think it's here I realise that this is what the game actually is. Tree of Savior is Diablo if it got really into anime. That's basically this game. It's a dungeon crawling hack and slash looter with flashy animation, decent combat, and a banging soundtrack, which is in no way diegetic. It's not meant to sound like a mine, because it doesn't actually matter that this is a mine. This is just a model of a world. Aesthetics don't actually matter here at all. Case in point, in this mine you fight a few mini-bosses guarding some purifiers that you need to activate. The mini-bosses aren't related to the mine in any way. The first is a Grim Reaper looking death wizard, the second is a giant mutated bear, and the third is a flying stone whale. There is no reason this had to be a mine. The enemies, the mechanics, the music, nothing says mine. This is just a gameplay section, enjoy it. I can kind of imagine this kind of hack and slash dungeon looter being really fun with friends, but the European server has 4 people on it. You're not going to find anyone to play with. Unlike Halo Infinite's free multiplayer, which supports bots, so I was able to enjoy a few games by myself with actually quite good AI. Eventually, after a while, because this dungeon is bloody long, you enter a zen-like stabby state. You fall into the rhythm of the psychedelic trance beats, you enjoy the flashing colours, and you just follow the map. I don't know who I am, I don't know why I'm here. All I know is I must stab. So while I stab, let's read some reviews. Barely an hour in, and the game comes to screeching halt with grinding. No sense of direction, nothing engaging, and a dead player base. Too much UI stuff. Only thing this game has going for it is the visual style, the 450 or whatever levels, music, and hidden classes. Else, steer away. Removing silver drops from mobs and limiting silver drops to high-end content absolutely destroys the gap between new players and veterans. Probably the worst change to ever happen. Outside of that, the gameplay for levels 450 to 460 is absolutely the worst experience I've ever had. Solo players are pretty much stuck doing challenge mode and instance dungeons every day, all of which rewards not even 5% of your experience at level 458. Sure, grind is expected, but goddamn. Because of this, you have to rely on experience boosters times 32 and instanced dungeon resets. Veterans would have no problem purchasing them, but what about newer players who don't even get silver anymore? This game is turning more and more into a crappy Korean cash grab. Stay away as far as possible. I stopped playing this game a long time ago, after about 450 hours, and got back to it recently for a few days. Good lord, what a mess they made with the character building experience in this game. Only play if you have friends to play with. Despite how much I love this game, I can't in good conscience recommend it to anyone without a laundry list of caveats and warnings, especially regarding IMC's monetization practices. The only people who might want to dive in without question are die-hard Ragnarok Online fans, because this is basically its spiritual successor, and you'll probably be able to put up with the cons, because this who might warnings is I can't game. Only play if you have friends to play with. Despite how much I love this game, I can't in good conscience recommend it to anyone without a laundry list of caveats and warnings, especially regarding IMC's monetization practices. The only people who might want to dive in without question are die-hard Ragnarok Online fans, because this is basically its spiritual successor, and you'll probably be able to put up with the cons and still have fun. Look, I'm giving a thumbs up because the game is fun. But be warned, if you do play it, company behind it is a bloodthirsty mercenary. Lots of paywalls or time wars. Bro, it's Halo. And it's free. Oh, sorry, that last review was for the Halo Infinite multiplayer, which is free on Steam right now. Eventually, I make it to the 3rd floor of the mine, collect some magical power from some crystals, rescue some kids, and take on the actual boss, which is almost good. She's this demon with chains and skulls floating around, and she looks great, but it doesn't tie into the mine theme. Again, I don't know who she is or why she's here. And her spinny laser attack is meant to need me to jump over it to avoid it, but I've been given so many level up tokens by now, I can just tank it and stab her to death. We were so close to being good here. So close. And again, the balance just lets us down. Let the night dude know the mines are clear, and he sends me to some summoner lady in a tent who explains she's had a vision of the goddess and we might just be the saviour of the world. The tent itself is a small but beautifully intricate map with so much character and charm. It's a shame the gameplay and the general design and the pacing isn't anywhere near as good as the art direction in this game. If it was, we'd have an extremely successful, extremely popular game. So, Tree of Savior. It's a game with fantastic art, dripping with charm and character and style, with a lot of complex systems which all do work, but it's put together in a really overwhelming, convoluted way with way too much being thrown at you and way too little explanation being given. If they redesigned the pacing to slowly introduce the character to various systems and have them actually be played through instead of text dumped, I feel you'd keep more people. And if the first town didn't bombard you with daily login gifts and fill your inventory up with esoterica we don't yet understand, we'd be in a much more understandable place as a player. We'd be more comfortable to keep playing. I feel this is a game that started well, many years ago, then slowly got more complex over time, and now when a new player starts, they're exposed to all of the complexity instantly. And we don't have the years of understanding the long-term players do, which is why this game is not going to gain any new players. It's not a good new player experience because, quite honestly, it's not expecting new players. Adding more and more features doesn't necessarily make something more fun. Sometimes it can be fun to go back to a simpler time with easy to understand mechanics, kind of like the first Halo, which is now free multiplayer on Steam. Not sponsored, this is just genuinely really good. So to end the review, I will award Tree of Savior huge text dump review score. Read it all if you want to know the actual score. Out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel reviews really good. So to end the review, I will award Tree of Savior huge text dump review score. Read it all if you want to know the actual score. Out of 10. Cheers for watching. Another massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and our second channel, Josh Drive Plays, where I review old games voted on by you. And as always, have a great day.
Come here. Damn. Orcelio. Orcelio? Gotta be kidding me, man. Wow. Fuck. Shit. It's chasing me. You know what? I have to TP. things. Yo, what the fuck? No one here, dude. You son of a bitch, dude. It's insane. Holy fuck. Fucking bitch. I need heal. Nice. Hopefully this one heals. I hate this fucking rabbits, dude. Those shits, man. Should get a trap. But I'm gonna get a trap, right? Where are the no, I wanna kill you. Yes, heal. Holy fuck! Ugh, zombie. You? I need traps for this. 빵이야. Oh. Yup. Oh shit. Use it again. Wait, die here or die? Fuck it. Nope, I didn't. Oh, nice. fucking rabbit, dude. I hate these rabbits, man. What's the next Heal. Piracy is good, actually.
Disclaimer, everything said in this video is for the purposes of entertainment and satire. I am not a lawyer. None of the opinions expressed are meant to be taken as serious legal advice or argument. Any reference to illegal actions are entirely hypothetical. Piracy is amazing, and you should do it, in real life, as much as possible. This is not a joke. Go out and pirate something, right now. Alright, I've probably lost some of you already with the title of this video and that opening bit. Piracy, especially as it relates to video games, has become a very complicated topic. perhaps even the most complicated topic, since it simultaneously deals with legality, morality, and ethics, which I don't know if you knew, people tend to have pretty extreme opinions about. A lot of big companies and people online villainize piracy and make it out to be much worse than I think it actually is, sometimes straight up lying about it to try and condemn the people who do it. So I thought it would be fun to go through a bit of a defense of piracy and try to debunk a lot of these myths. My patrons also voted for me to make this video, so if I go to jail for this, I'm blaming you. To give a quick definition, piracy is any act of robbery or criminal violence by a ship or its crew upon another ship or... Wait, no, that's not it. Piracy is broadly defined as the unauthorized copying or distribution of copyrighted works. A lot of people are quick to say it's theft, including Joe Biden back in 2011. And that's definitely how anti-piracy groups would like you to see it. In fact, they started an ad campaign in the 80s that invented the term piracy is theft in an attempt to villainize copying software. But I just want to start by clearing this up. Piracy is just copyright infringement. They are synonymous. When you do a piracy, the only law being broken is copyright. There is no theft or stealing involved. Let me explain. If I rob a GameStop, they actively lose out on all the copies of Forspoken that I might take from them. Those copies might not be worth a lot because I don't think anyone bought that game, but GameStop doesn't have them anymore, which is what makes it theft. But even if I make 1 trillion copies of Big Mother Truckers 2 Truck Me Harder, real game by the way, and give them to all my friends, the developers didn't lose a thing. They still have all their original copies, nothing was taken, no theft occurred. And this is backed by the US government, ever since Dowling v. United States in 1985, where they agreed that interference with copyright, aka piracy, does not easily equate with theft, conversion, or fraud. The infringer of a copyright does not assume physical control over the copyright, nor wholly deprive its owner of its use. Also, a lot of people love misusing the term piracy to just describe any time they think people owe them money. Adblock, for example, has nothing to do with copyright. Watching this video and blocking all the ads isn't even related to distribution or copying, and there's no law saying that you have to watch ads on videos, so when companies like German media conglomerate Axel Springer try suing ad blockers for piracy, they always lose in court. This should be obvious, but just because you want more money from people doesn't mean they're pirating from you. Not making someone more money isn't a crime. So if piracy isn't stealing because you're not taking anything, then what actually is it and why is it illegal? Well, you see, the whole point of copyright is that you have exclusive rights to the things you make. If I write a story, I don't just own the pages I wrote on, but the words on the page too. And I have full legal control over who has access to those words. All piracy is someone getting around that access, doing something that the law says only I'm allowed to do. Do. So if you buy my story, take it home and write it down word for word, you're violating my copyright. If it's an ebook that you transfer onto a thumb drive, then give that to a friend, you're committing a crime. The law says you need my permission to do any of that, even if you do it, up to 70 years after I'm dead. To put it plainly, the World Intellectual Property Organization, the leading international pro-copyright group, says copyrights may more narrowly be viewed as limited and legally sanctioned monopolies. And if that's what the people advocating for it say, you can only imagine what the people who are against copyright might call it. Because yes, there are tons of different groups over the years that have fought for the abolition or reworking of copyright laws, such as various pirate parties around the world or the hilariously named copyleft movement. And I don't want to get too deep into any of that. I just want to highlight how contentious copyright laws are in general. they aren't the end-all be-all of dictating what's right and wrong. Though, to give a fun example of copyright in action, in 2006 the Dutch musician Melchior Rietveld granted use of his song for a short film in a film festival. They allowed that song to be used for free for this one-off performance.
yourself.
However, Rietveld later found out that the short film had been put on thousands of DVDs without his permission, which he didn't get paid for. Rietveld then sued the filmmakers for copyright infringement and won, getting all 100,000 euros that those DVDs would have been worth. Why am I using this example specifically? Well, because the short film in question was an anti-piracy ad. The internet was actually convinced that it was the "you wouldn't steal a car" ad that everybody loves, though while that ad has its own problems, it is completely different to the one that ironically committed piracy. But oh, what the heck, here's a clip. God, it is so good. My favorite part is that it has to remind you that stealing is against the law. I don't know why they had to add that, but it's a banger. And according to some sources, it increased rates of piracy because of how cool it made it look. There's a great report about the ineffectiveness of anti-piracy ads in general that I read that made the amazing point that pirates would often cut these ads out of films, so the only people who would watch them were paying customers, which effectively made them advertisements for piracy.
Piracy. Look, super mega rock and roll gods and superstars are just regular dudes like you guys. We punch the clock, we put on the pants, and then we blow people's minds. That's how we make a living. And then these pirates come and they steal all our internets. I don't know how they do it, but these pirates can bust into our entertainers' homes, make us walk the plank, steal our rockin' tunes, and leave us broke. Is that what you want, Mr. Long John Silver? What's your parrot gonna listen to when you go toe-to-toe against the English Armada? Jazz? I don't think so.
Now, piracy is illegal in the US, and due to things like the Bernay Convention, also illegal in many places allied with the US. Though, just like with anti-piracy ads, the law never really stopped anybody. Also, piracy laws either don't exist or straight up aren't enforced in a ton of places, especially China and Russia. So a lot of companies took the task of stopping pirates into their own hands. I mean, if you can't arrest someone for obtaining copies, why not try to make it impossible to copy something to begin with? Before the switch from analog to digital, the way companies would stop you from duplicating your favorite VHS copy of Turner and Hooch was just making it so the output was scrambled if you tried to turn the VCR to record mode. But with computers came programming, and with programming came more advanced kinds of copy prevention, all of which are dubbed Digital Rights Management Software, or DRM. And I should clarify, to call any of this copy prevention is a bit of a stretch. It's more like copy delaying, or copy mild inconvenience in most cases. Because after all, one of the main reasons people get into programming in the first place is to problem solve fun challenges with computers. And so, as it turns out, giving a bunch of computer nerds a fat, juicy challenge to solve that would also let them play games for free if they beat it meant they would dedicate their lives to solving these problems. Getting around DRM became a very competitive game for pirates, even in the early days of computers. Back in the era of the Apple II and the Commodore 64, they formed circles called wares groups that would trade games and try to crack the software, each of them rushing to be the first one to bypass a new game or program to get all the fame that came with it, almost always signing their name on fancy splash screens.
This fucking rabbit so much, dude.
Achievement. These crackers, hold on, can I say that word? These white people kept up this tradition to this very day, with the NFO files packed alongside pirated copies of games, which are usually the only ways that wares groups will communicate with the outside world. And while the groups individually would rise and fall and fade into obscurity, the scene itself is surprisingly still going strong. Strong enough that in 1998, the US would create the DMCA Act, which is most famously known for protecting websites like YouTube from copyright lawsuits, so long as they provide a way for the website to take down copyrighted material. But they also made it specifically illegal to try and circumvent copy prevention systems. This had the intended effect of allowing anti-piracy groups to go after the wares scene and various crackers much harder than before, but had the unintended effect of making it illegal for people to fix everything from John Deere tractors to their own pacemakers, because in doing so you had to mess with the copy prevention software. Boy, United States law sure is great, huh?
I think that internet swapping and trading of different things is pretty cool, man. Kids want to listen to music, you know? I don't think bands should be so concerned with making every penny that should be squeezed out of everything. It's like I want kids in Thailand to rock out when we show up in Thailand, you know? I don't care if they bought the record or not. If they download it off their computer, right on. If they tape it off their friend, right on. It means they like music.
Piracy as a whole then got a ton of notoriety around 1999 when a little website called Napster came out and dropped a fucking nuke on the music industry that it would never quite get over. So anti-piracy groups in the years following, as well as the companies making DRM, massively stepped up their game. One of the first big attempts at impossible to crack DRM was Star Force, which managed to keep Splinter Cell Chaos Theory unpirated for a world record 422 days. But Star Force also, unfortunately, required full control over your entire PC, couldn't be uninstalled, and ran so poorly that tech websites claimed it would brick your CD drive, which caused Ubisoft to be on the receiving end of a $5 million class action lawsuit for using it, and later caused them to drop it entirely. The software to replace Star Force was then SecureROM, which would physically measure where data was on your disk and then authenticate that data by making you activate your copy on an online server. And this was used on everything from Mass Effect to BioShock to GTA 4, with some pretty okay results. However, in order to work, it also, for some reason, required access to everything on your computer, also couldn't be uninstalled, would shut the game off if you ran any other programs, and would sometimes make you reactivate your copy as often as every 10 days, which landed EA with multiple lawsuits this time after they included it in the release of Spore. And the cherry on top of all this, Spore went on to become the most pirated game of all time in 2008. And there's a good chance it only got there because of how many people hated the DRM. Now, when I tell you that the next and most famous DRM software to come out, Denuvo, was made by the same people who made SecureROM, you should start to see a pattern here. Denuvo is the most sophisticated copy prevention we've seen so far. And by most sophisticated, I mean it took Wares Groups a whole month to crack games like Dragon Age Inquisition instead of the typical day. It then took 8 months to crack Rise of the Tomb Raider after Denuvo rewrote their whole program from the ground up. And then Hitman 2 got cracked several days before launch. So yeah, the way it works is obviously hush-hush, but the basic gist from what I've heard is that like SecureROM, it connects to servers to validate your game files. But instead of checking physical data on a disk, it makes a unique key for every computer it's installed on, then keeps the game's code encrypted and only decrypts it on the fly as long as that key remains valid. If that sounds insane to you, it should, because Denuvo has been proven to cause performance issues and slower load times in games that use it, since sometimes it just can't decrypt that data fast enough. Just to name a few examples, Devil May Cry 5 saw a 25% performance increase, and Resident Evil Village got rid of major stuttering issues after Capcom removed Denuvo from the games. And Tekken 7 director Katsuhiro Harada directly blamed Denuvo for the game having bad performance at launch. The worst part of all this, to me, is that just like how people who bought movies legally were the only ones who saw anti-piracy ads, people who buy games legally often get worse performance than they would from a pirated copy because of the DRM. So it's become a widespread practice for companies to remove Denuvo from their games the second it gets cracked, which leads to this absurdly hilarious situation where a game will come out, have performance issues, and the community has to wait for pirates to crack it so the Denuvo can be removed to clear the issues up. Now, to clarify, Denuvo still massively increases the average time it takes to crack a game. Sometimes giving up the goods instantly, but sometimes giving about a month before something gets pirated, maybe even a year if the game isn't popular enough to attract a few crackers who know how to break it. And the crackers themselves have had some pretty big ups and downs the last several years or so, with many groups disbanding or getting raided by the police, and a ton of drama happening between members. This video doesn't really focus that much on them, but I'll link to a great Reddit thread that details a basic history of the scene and a lot of the drama that went on around one particular cracker, Empress. And I also suggest reading the Wikipedia article that just lists all the Wares groups, because that's pretty fun too. Ultimately, despite how terrible and ineffective it is for a lot of games, publishers keep putting in Denuvo and DRM in general because it can hopefully keep their game locked up long enough to survive the initial sales window. They are terrified of piracy and are often willing to hurt the consumer in order to just delay the inevitable. So let's talk a little bit about why they're so afraid.
I hear terrible things about piracy. I've been hearing them for decades. People love to say that piracy is costing the industry so much money and it's horrible and undermining everything. I listen. I don't see a lot of evidence for that. But what happens is if you make a game that runs slower or takes longer to start up or whatever, will become unplayable if someone loses a piece of paper, you're going to drive valid consumers away from your product. Whether they buy it or not, or whether they pirate it or not, they're not going to buy it. Because once someone pirates and they have wiped those measures, if the game's better because of it, if it runs faster, has a better frame rate, doesn't pause occasionally, starts up really fast, why would you want to play the valid one?
Piracy's effect on sales is incredibly difficult to track. The intuitive answer is that it certainly should have some, but how big of an effect and how much would change if piracy didn't exist is near impossible to find conclusive evidence on. Don't get me wrong, if you want to find studies on piracy, you can find hundreds, and I have. There are more research papers on the effects of piracy than I could count. But that's the problem, because they all contradict each other. Like, if I wanted to, I could show you a report from the European Commission in 2013 that showed that music piracy had zero effect on legal music sales, saying the vast majority of music that is consumed illegally by the individuals in our sample would not have been legally purchased if illegal downloading websites were not available to them. I could show you another report that said even though 51% of all adults in the EU had pirated something at some point in their life, this had no negative effect on sales in most industries, and in the case of video games, actually led to a 24% increase in sales, likely from word of mouth and people buying games after they pirate them. A conclusion that several other reports I found also show for video games and other industries. But I could also show you reports that conclude the exact opposite. Ones that say piracy negatively impacts music sales or movie sales or game sales, some saying it doesn't have an effect on one but a strong effect on another. If you gather enough reports on this, many of them will say completely different things, because they're all using different data and methodologies. So just like I picked out studies showing piracy to have a positive effect, you can easily group up studies with negative effects and then make a conclusion from that. You know, piracy definitely hurts sales. Here are a dozen studies that say so. Just ignore the ones that disagree with me. Another thing to point out is that the vast majority of these studies can only ever prove correlation. They'll show that piracy went up some percentage and sales in some industry went down some percentage, and then just say that as piracy goes up, sales go down, which is fine data to collect in a vacuum, but there's a reason that they all say research suggests that piracy may impact sales. Because I can show you a graph of beef jerky sales in the US and a graph of consensual incest in the US and say that beef jerky sales are correlated with incest. But I can't then say eating beef jerky makes you want to kiss your cousin, no matter how much we all know it to be true. Correlation doesn't mean causation. Correlation doesn't even really prove anything on its own. And even the very thorough 300-page piracy studies I showed you will cite other factors that may be responsible. Since there's so many variables, you can't make a conclusion for sure. So that's just something to keep in mind.
When the web started, I used to get really grumpy with people because they put my poems up, they put my stories up. And I also got very grumpy because I felt like they were pirating my stuff, that it was bad. And then I started to notice that places where I was being pirated, I was selling more and more books. People were discovering me through being pirated. And I started to realize that actually you're not losing books. You're not losing sales. You can't look on that as a lost sale. It's not a lost sale. Nobody who would have bought your book is not buying it because they can find it for free. What you're actually doing is advertising. You're reaching more people. You're raising awareness. And understanding that gave me a whole new idea of the shape of copyright and of what the web was doing. Because the biggest thing the web is doing is allowing people to hear things, allowing people to read things, allowing people to see things that they might never have otherwise seen. And I think basically that's an incredibly good thing.
But regardless of actual impact, the perceived impact of piracy on game sales is very, very negative. Companies are quick to bring up piracy as a contributor to bad sales performance, and there's a reason so many do a deal with the devil that is DRM. Crytek, the company behind Crysis and Far Cry, even cited piracy as the main reason they stopped selling games exclusively on PC. According to the CEO, they somehow tracked how many people registered the game online and estimated that for every copy bought, 15 to 20 had been installed. Meaning, assuming the numbers are accurate, if even 10% of the pirates had bought the game, they would have doubled their revenue. However, even with that insane rate of piracy, the game made its production costs back, funded 3 more sequels, and became one of the highest selling PC games of all time. So it's pretty hard for me to agree that piracy hurt them that bad, but nonetheless, the sequel expansion Crisis Warhead launched with Secure ROM on it, and was the last PC exclusive Crytek ever made. Here's where it gets interesting though. Half a decade later, in 2014, Crytek tried transitioning to the games as a service market, with the CEO claiming that every game they'd make from then on would be free to play and always online. But this was after some underwhelming sales from Crysis 3 and Rise Son of Rome, a game I'm sure everybody remembers, which put the company on the brink of bankruptcy. To tell you how bad it got, Crytek reduced the size of their company by 40%, shut down all but 2 of their studios, and sold off their rights to Homefront. The CEO also didn't pay employees for several months because they said it would have put the company under. A former Crytek employee that got in contact with me said the company was still tracking how many pirated copies of their games there were, and still looked at piracy as a reason they weren't doing well. So they made the last-ditch attempt to push into games as a service, which slowly clawed them back to
Ooh. Okay, let's do it again. All over. Goodbye. Whatever.
Profitability with games like Hunt Showdown. Now, we likely won't ever know the full behind-the-scenes story of Crytek, but I can guarantee this is a common belief in the industry. It's pretty easy to look at your sales numbers declining and blame people playing the game for free, even if it can't be proven that they'd have bought your game anyways. After all, no studio has shut down specifically because of piracy, and Crytek's numbers only really declined after they implemented DRM and started making console exclusives. But even so, the hard-working employees making these games were the ones hurt in the end, and piracy is a very easy thing to blame for that. Also, an unrelated fun fact, in 2004, Crytek's offices were raided by German police for pirating software. Police didn't actually end up finding anything because it was a false alarm, so I just want to make that clear, but it is really funny. Now, this poor treatment of employees, or well, the Crytek CEO says that people were happy to not get paid, but I don't believe that for a second. This poor treatment of employees is widespread, and as we've seen recently, often happens where piracy doesn't. 2023 was the worst year for game developers on record. Over 1/3 of devs were laid off or knew someone who was, according to one survey. Included with those are Epic Games laying off 800 people, Niantic laying off 200, and of course, Microsoft recently letting go almost 2,000 people from places like Blizzard. Over 6,000 people lost their jobs this past year, and notably, a decent chunk of them were from companies making highly profitable online games. Ones that don't get cracked or have massive piracy issues, yet still drop their employees like a sack of potatoes in order to cut costs. The reason for layoffs and shutdowns and poor working conditions are all going to be different. I'm not saying the games industry is a monolith. However, Bobby Kotick left Activision Blizzard with a $400 million payout, and Epic Games' Tim Sweeney is worth $4 billion. So that's kind of weird, right? When most companies try to make a big stink about piracy and talk about all the money they're not making or all the employees that worked hard on their game, it can kind of ring hollow. Because even if their game isn't pirating, even if their game is massively successful, the most successful of all time in fact, that company isn't guaranteed to treat their employees any better. More revenue from piracy not happening wouldn't give those overworked devs job security. A union would.
You know, there's assumption that what is piracy? Piracy is about people want to steal stuff from you, right? That they don't want to pay any money and they want to get your content. But when you look at the fact that these people have, you know, $2,000 PCs and they're spending $50 a month on their internet connections, clearly they're willing to spend money. So from our point of view, what we saw more and more is that piracy is a result of bad service on the part of game companies. So when you attack the problem that way, by improving the service component of the experience rather than through copy protection, which reduces the service component, you know, copy protection is actually going to increase. I mean, there's anecdotal evidence that's the case that copy protection actually increases rather than decreases the piracy of games. So, like I say, by focusing on the customer and doing useful things for the customer, piracy really becomes sort of a non-issue for us.
So why don't we switch from the most common reasons people will say piracy is evil to the main reasons people will say piracy can be a good thing? That being for emulation and games preservation. Emulation, yet again, is not piracy, even though tons of people who don't like it will be quick to call it that. Emulation is just the ability for a computer to act like a video game console and run games for that console. It is perfectly legal to do, and several lawsuits like Sony v Connectix and Sony v Bleem all ruled in favor of emulation. The lawsuits Sega v Accolade and Galoob Toys v Nintendo even ruled that reverse engineering game cartridges and game consoles is legal, which became one of the few exemptions that the DMCA Act specifically allowed. Side note, I do wish some of the companies involved in landmark emulation cases had better names than Bleem or Galoob. But what can you do? Buying a game, dumping its contents onto a computer, loading the console's files into an emulator, and then playing that game on the emulator is 100% a-okay, no matter how much Sony and Nintendo wish it wasn't. Or rather, how much they wish it wasn't for other people, because official consoles like the NES Classic and PlayStation Classic are just emulators. And even HD re-releases of games like Parappa the Rapper on PS4 were found to be running PSP emulators that just upscaled the game. So emulation is perfectly fine. Even the companies that put Connectix and Bleem into bankruptcy due to all their lawsuits use it to sell their crappy little anniversary consoles. When we talk about piracy in regards to emulation, it's just the same as every other kind. People who don't legally dump ROMs, but just go ahead and download them instead. And buying games to play on emulators legally is not a very easy task. If you want to buy the original version of anything older than a couple console generations ago, you're probably going to have to go through a third party like eBay, which means none of your money is going to the people who made the game. And that's if the game is even for sale, since as we saw with the closure of the Nintendo eShop, there are thousands of digital titles that are just gone forever, save for pirated copies. In recent years, there have been major talks about games preservation, and piracy is often the only way older titles can be preserved. Physical copies will degrade over time, digital copies will be deleted from stores, but a copied ROM played on an emulator can be shared and archived forever, which is especially helpful when the company behind that game doesn't want to or sometimes can't officially sell it anymore. God, just as I was writing this video, Spec Ops The Line got deleted from online storefronts. 2K says their license expired, so you just can't buy the game legally if you try. Oh well. And this is a problem that goes beyond preservation and emulation for a lot of people. I've been focusing on the US a lot here, but gaming in other countries is a whole different story. Just last year, Steam made changes to their pricing, which removed regional currencies from places like Argentina and Turkey. And so many developers just price their AAA titles the same as the US, at around 40 to 60 USD. The only problem being that those games now cost up to half the average monthly salary in those countries. On top of that, most games rarely get support outside of major populated countries. Valve famously ported their games to Russia and saw major sales there, but they were an outlier, and still kinda are. For a lot of people, pirating even new releases is the only way to realistically get them, unofficial translations being a large reason they even make it across a language barrier. Something anime fans are all probably familiar with, as fan translations are the only reason anime got popular in the West. There's a common argument against piracy that says it only hurts people working hard to make games. But in this case, piracy can be the only way to get people to enjoy that hard work. It's the only way people can preserve that hard work and make sure it's remembered. And with people trying to shut down sites like the Internet Archive, the people fighting against piracy could be the reason we lose that hard work forever. This whole video has been pretty difficult to make. You have no idea how many times I've gone back and rewritten sections of it to make better points or try to remove unnecessary fluff. I had whole long segments about copyright law and exemptions to it. I talked more about the early history of the cracking scene. But I just kind of realized that none of that really helped what I was saying, and I want the message of this video to be pretty clear. Being against piracy is easy. It's illegal, it hurts profits, it's stealing. That's it. That's all you have to say. And you have the law, most companies, and many, many people on your side. It's a pretty safe and easy opinion to have, and I don't fault anyone for having it. Because defending piracy, for any reason, almost always lands you with a mountain of arguments. You have to fight back on a bunch of misconceptions that are at best inaccurate and at worst straight up propaganda. And you have to deal with people trying to paint this issue as some sort of good versus evil debate. Even though I think the real answer here is that it isn't that black and white. You know, of course I want game devs to get paid more, and I want the games I like to make more money. I think if you like games and you have the cash, then you should support them and buy them. Obviously. I shouldn't even have to say it, because I don't think being pro-piracy has to oppose those ideals. But if I'm gonna make some judgment on the morality of piracy, I want to make sure I'm talking about it truthfully. And the truth, as far as I see it, is this. Piracy is not theft. Copyright laws kinda suck. DRM sucks more. And I can get a better experience in some games through piracy because of it. Pirating games is the only way to preserve many of them. It's the only way some people can play most of them. And while it doesn't conclusively hurt profits, fighting against it has certainly hurt consumers. In fact, even if piracy didn't exist, game devs probably wouldn't get treated any better, and companies would just find another scapegoat to blame their problems on. But because it does, and it's not going anywhere, people around the world have gotten to enjoy amazing games. I'm sorry, but I just don't think piracy is that bad. If I were a better YouTuber, I'd have bought an orange jumpsuit for this bit, but I'm not. Thanks so much for watching. Please feel free to leave a comment down below. I think this might be my most controversial video yet, and I've had people send me death threats over thumbnails I've made before. But who knows, maybe all of you agree with me and think I'm right. Either way, this is by no means a conclusive argument on the subject of piracy, so if you have an opinion on it, feel free to share. As always, if you like the video and want to support the channel, you can drop $1 to watch it and all my other ones uncut and ad-free over on Patreon. If you don't want to pay the $1, go pirate it somewhere. I don't care. As you probably noticed, I have a new couch now. Look at this thing. It's great. It's so comfy. I ordered it back in like December and tried to get it for my last video, but they completely fucked up the shipping, so it's here now. And I couldn't have bought something like this without everyone's support on Patreon and YouTube and through sponsors like Gamersubs. In fact, after my Rule 34 video, the Patreon quintupled in size with over 1,000 new members. So the credits are probably scrolling by really fast. With the couch, I hope to mark a shift in the channel where I'm gonna make weirder, more creative videos, which you've probably already seen with my bisexual sitting throughout this one. So stay tuned for that. Thanks again for watching. I'll see you next time.
What's the heal? No heal for you.
After playing the Dietist for 8 hours, I have reached a strange conclusion. I hate the early game gameplay experience. I hate the way your towns are laid out. I hate your shop interface. I hate the incomplete tutorial. I hate the voiceover. I hate the boss balancing. I hate the excessive grinding. I hate how you've not centered the graphics of the enemies in the fight. I hate how the text floods the screen and flows upwards. I hate how you can't resize the window. I hate how the level up sounds stack and increase in volume. There's a lot I hate about this game, but what I hate the most, by far, is that under the surface, this is a really, really good game, with a lot of heart and soul and some super deep systems, and it's being held back by its awful surface level choices. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a show where I play the worst MMOs so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to all the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel alive. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Khan Academy. Or is it Khan Absolute Power? Steam lists it as 2 different names. No, it's...
Aeon. Let's try this.
Finally, a mount, a mighty steed I can use to ride gracefully across the land. Come, my noble stallion, let us strike fear into the hearts of our enemies. What the balls is this? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Stripe Hayes, and this is Worst MMO Ever, a series where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. As usual, a massive thank you to the Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who keep the channel going. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today I am playing another generic Korean action grindfest called Aeon. Aeon is what would happen if you took Terra and changed the name to Aeon. If you've played MMOs before and I say, hey, quick, think of the most generic action MMORPG Korean game you can and then fill it with way too many upgrade systems, I guarantee you are picturing Aeon. Aeon's Steam page is mostly negative, and as we play we'll come to see why, and I'm sure there will be Aeon fanboys screaming at me in the chat saying how the game is thriving and I'm just a hater and how Aeon is actually an underappreciated masterpiece. If anyone ever tries to tell you that Aeon is doing well, just remind them, Aeon is published by Gameforge. First hurdle, downloading the game is a pain. It downloads from Steam and then patches, but it applies each patch on top of the previous, so the percent bar means nothing. This is traditional Gameforge. You're gonna have to sit there for a few hours until it decides it's ready. Now we need to make an account, and the game proudly states it's hardcore PvP. Well, okay, I'll see if there's any going on later on. And now, character creation. We have to choose a side. Angels versus demons. Asmodeans versus Elios. I think I'll go with demons. I mean, since playing Isekai Demon Waifu, I think I am still the Demon Lord. Lots of classes to choose from, all in cool looking black and red, nice selection animation and stat panels. I like choosing classes that I've not seen in many games before, so I'll go with the Engineer. Look at this guy, he looks badass, looks no nonsense, looks like a man other men fear, brains and brawn. So let's choose this class and... what the actual hell? What is this? Is this what I start the game looking like? How? Why? I know most of these Korean MMOs are basically just super flashy dress-up games with some combat, but this is stupid. What an aesthetic shift. I go back and, okay, you know what, I'll choose the artist instead. And what is this face? What is this character creator? Why do I look like a background character from some cheap anime? I pick a few more classes and I find out it's actually randomized. I just happen to have got the 2 dumbest randomizations first. Eventually I stumble upon an engineer riding in a giant mech. So yes, let's be this dude. Oh, I also get to pick a voice for the character, and just see if you can hear the issue here.
감히 날 건드리다니 감히 날 건드리다니 결투다 한판하기 좋은 날씨군 내가 그렇게 만만한 줄 알아?
이 정도는 아무것도 아니죠.
So they've not actually localized the voice acting. Aeon is mostly voiced, but it's mostly voiced in Korean. The cutscenes have English if you're lucky, but the gameplay is all Korean. Finalize the character and he gives me the finger guns. Oh, you know someone is cool when they do the double finger guns. Game starts, we are instantly told we've finished a mission, and then we're thrown into an intro cinematic. Let's watch this together with no context, because that's the same amount of context that I had when I had to watch it.
Insects, you seem to draw blood. You've accomplished nothing.
Wake up from your slumber and return to the frigid lair. I shall await you there, welcoming the storm. It's your destiny. Please, finish this.
Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!
Come back to your senses. Did you have a vision? Old Munin is looking for you.
Quick note to budding game designers, if you're going to run your voice actors' voices through a billion filters, please have subtitles on as standard. Game starts, WASD movement, left click to move, spacebar is jump. Annoyingly, A and D are turn the camera, not strafe as they should be, but rebinding the keys is really easy. Good job there. The UI is Korean action MMO. If you've played Terra, or Riders of Icarus, or Estelia Royal, or others, the UI looks like them. It's got that instantly recognizable style of smooth and safe, while also being stunningly outstandingly forgettable. The mailbox has a bird spinning on it. We have a quest. Talk to this girl. Thankfully, the journal has a locate NPC function highlighting them on your map, which is actually quite handy. Now, using the map, journal, or location feature is basically a cascade of various pop-up windows, but we'll talk about that later. Combat support. What's this? It's a button with a target on it, so I click it and I start shooting at a nearby guard, who then runs over and kills me in one hit. Ah, right. Payon is a grind game, so there's a built-in auto-combat bot program, and using this to grind is a main gameplay mechanic. You can set up your skills and your potions, click start, and then leave it for a few hours to gain experience. And if you're thinking, that sounds like Metin 2. Yeah, they're published by the same people. So again, there is voice acting, but in Korean. Now, I've not downloaded the Korean version of the game. I'm playing on the international server, they've just not bothered recording the lines in English, which I understand would be expensive. But if you don't want to record them in English, just turn them off for the English version of the game. After some thrilling talking back and forth, we get some more cutscene. The opening quest is literally read these books and remember the game's intro. This is taking text dump to a new level. Oh, I wonder if there's a flashy neon wing animation when you level up. Oh, come on, it's a Korean game. Of course there's a flashy neon wing animation when you level up. Prove my combat skills to this dude by shooting a scarecrow, then pass a multiple choice exam based on the info I read in the books a moment ago. Game designers, let's have a chat. Lore is extra. It is the player's choice to indulge in it or not. You proudly advertised hardcore PvP gameplay on your download. The Steam intro shows nothing but action combat, and your opening section is a pop quiz on your in-game lore. You are aiming at a crowd who want action and delivering written tests. We're sent to rescue someone called Rhea, and we need to kill some sprigs to make this happen. You ready for combat? Here we go.
거리가 너무 멉니다.
I mean, this one might be on me. I did choose a ranged class, so I can't expect thrilling close-up battles, but this is basically tab target with flashy effects. You're locked in place when using a skill, you have some skills which can chain together, you have auto-attacks to weave between skills. It's the classic tab target system we've seen before, and it's not bad, and for being released in 2008, it's perfectly serviceable. On a positive aspect, the game environments look really nice. The colour palette is vivid and varied, the distant hills and trees and vines look great, the sky has this very ethereal aura to it, the models don't clip, the set dressing is all perfectly scaled. Payon is a nice looking game. While I'm running along, I can see the UI is flashing, and flashing UI usually means click me, and it's a trope in Korean games, so let's click it. Lugbug's daily rewards, combined with time-gated achievements and rewards, so a system to keep you playing. Lunar Cube Crafting Workshop with a free daily craft and some upgrade stuff, so a system to keep you playing. And the shop. Now, I've played a Gameforge game or two, so I'm wondering if... Yep. Yes, it is. Gameforge games all have the exact same shop layout. Runes of Magic, Metin 2, Terra, Payon, all different in their own way, but all in a much more accurate, business-like way, exactly the same to Gameforge. Seriously, this is almost impressive in its lack of personality. When I say games companies see design as emotionless business decisions for profit and not artistic opportunities for fun, this is what I mean. Make no mistake, these games are vehicles for their shop. If the shop was removed, the game would be too. Do you want proof? Okay. These games are completely willing to sell immersion and aesthetic cohesion breaking items to make a quick buck. Look. This car mount is available in the shop, and let's not forget, Terra has those stupid cars as well. But here's an example of mathematical abuse. Here's a pack being sold for 2,800 premium currency, actually reduced down from 3,499. How would you buy this? Well, most cash shop based games use predatory price brackets, so you're always just below what you need to pay, forcing you to pay more. And they also make it specifically difficult to combine lower packs to make the value you need. Here's proof. This pack costs 2,800. You can buy 2,525 premium currency for £100. That's $137. That's not enough. The next pack up is 5,100 currency for £200 or $274, but that's too much. So how about combining two smaller packs? Well, you can combine the 2,525 pack for £100 and the 150 pack for £10 and still only reach 2,675 currency. Not quite enough. The cheapest way to afford to buy the discounted pack, and make no mistake, it's been discounted to this exact amount to be mathematically abusive, is to buy the £100 pack and the £25 pack. A reduced item, a set of items that will make you more powerful, literally being paid to win, will set you back £125. I will explain why this shop is so expensive later, because it's actually by design. So now let's jump from awful, abusive, anti-player shop design to actually quite good game design. The world map is really nice. Right-click zooms out the above layer, left-click zooms into an area. It's super easy to navigate, and I like the stylized drawings of the places. The early game, as in all Korean MMOs, is a linear path to find an NPC you won't remember and will never again be relevant. It's extremely samey. I honestly feel like I've been on this adventure before. We get told Rey is being held by a witch and no one wants to go and rescue her because the witch might be evil, so we go, and of course the witch is fine, she just wants supplies, so we kill some local wildlife and fuel this old lady's desire for blood. She rewards us by giving us a piece of candy which turns us into a mushroom, standard old lady stuff. Oh, while I was browsing my inventory, I saw a load of free potions that boost speed, attack power, recovery rate, you know the type, your bog standard pay to win apothecary selection, given to you as a starting gift that will essentially become needed purchases later on. The witch teleports us to Rey, and Rey gives us a gun because Rey is straight up gangster. She then sends us to teach a farmer a lesson by picking his vegetables. If you're trying to make sense of the plot, then please stop now before you start bleeding from your ears. Oh, I have potions in my inventory that when drunk turn me into some kind of anime protagonist and massively boost all my stats for 10 minutes. Yeah, screw character creation and connection to my avatar as an extension of me. Let's just play as this OP dude for a while. I get given 3 new skills because, again, standard Korean design, the game throws skills at you with wild abandon. In a well-designed game, you're given a single skill, then an opportunity to use it to reinforce what it can do, and then given another, and in Aeon you're given several all at once and wished good luck. We'll see this being even more egregious later on. 2 of these skills even have the same animation. Hold your arm out, shoot, except one has a little smoke particle at the end. Variety. Eventually we get sent up a hill into a cave and told to find the entrance to our first instance, Haranel. Now, I enjoy instants. I love defined starts, middles and ends with challenges along the way, and as an action MMO, this is your chance to really shine. Let's leave plot to the side for a time being. Let's go with a well-balanced action set piece. I enter, and... would you like to buy a boost? That's what you're greeted with upon entering any instance. Would you like to pay real money to buy a temporary 10% stat boost for this specific instance? Gameforge have so little faith in their ability to balance a game to be fun, they offer you a straight up flat 10% boost at the start for real money. I mean that, or they're just being greedy, but come on, it's probably the balance, isn't it? I grab some quests from the NPCs at the start of this instance and make my way in. The combat is honestly mechanically fine, but just kinda dull. Maybe I'm expecting too much from a game made in 2008, but I feel like I'm just going through the motions. Destroy some minecarts, gather some raw green material, find some refined green material, and... that's strange. That green material looks kind of like Tiberium. Which reminds me actually, I'm starting a new channel called Josh Strife Plays. It's going to be me playing classic games recommended by you and just reviewing them. So basically imagine this channel, but for non-MMO games. And one of the first games I will be replaying is the first Command & Conquer. I'll be playing all the classic games from the NES era up to PlayStation 2. Links in the description if you'd be interested in that kind of stuff. Fight my way up this lift, then take on this mini-boss who takes 3 hits to kill. I'm not kidding, 3 skills and they're dead. Thrilling stuff, game. Pick some plants, which totally aren't drugs, and then interrogate this weasel, who is also the mine's supervisor. Talking to him makes all of his voice clips layer together.
난 아무 잘못도 가까이 오지 않았냐? 카메루는 내 능력과 내 삶까지 빼앗아간 극악무도한 테러다. 꼭 그를 처치하고 나를 여기서 해방시켜줘라.
Here is the boss fight of the first instance. Now, I don't want you to think that I'm unfairly criticising this combat system or making it sound more dull than it actually is, so I'm just going to let you watch the boss fight in full. This is the first time the game gets a chance to show you what PvE can be. Player against boss, and there is one mechanic. At low health, he summons 2 shield minions who you have to kill before killing him. They are in no way different to him mechanically. At no point was there any better tactic for me than to stand still and shoot at either him or the minions. I was in no danger at all the entire time. This is a boss fight.
화면에 겁도 없이 쳐들어왔군. 나의 숭배자들이여, 적을 공격하라!
잘못된 대상입니다.
이대로 나갈 수는 없어. 보자, 나는 다시 돌아올 것이다.
And then he dies. And he's a Deva, so he sprouts wings, which is a powerful angel or demon thing. And we get loot, which is some boots that we can't wear. Report back to the camp and get teleported to Pandemonium. No, not the psychedelic PlayStation 1 platformer, which I'll be reviewing on the new channel. A hellish plane of constant battle between angels and demons. This place actually looks really cool, and we dive off into the void, sprout wings because we too are Deva, and fly to another mini-boss. Here we are attacked by Helion in the most jarring switch of gameplay and cutscene. The gameplay battle is boring as hell. The cutscene afterwards, actually quite good. So that wasn't the real Helion. That was a test. Helion is the bad guy. Or more technically, we're the bad guy. Helion is the good guy, and we're the only one who can stop him in the future. And now we choose a class. Gunner or Aether Tech. I'm hoping Aether Tech gets to use the mech we saw in character creation, so let's go with that one. And look, just look at how many skills I get given access to immediately because I chose Aether Tech. You know that overwhelming moment I talked about in the Why Players Quit Games video? This is one of them. We've been given an entire new playstyle. And instead of being shown what it is or how to use it, we're just given a ton of skills which all combine together and wished good luck. Now we teleport away to this magical floating sky castle called the Bifrost and have a quick chat with Hatsune Miku. She sends us to go and get registered as a Deva because apparently there's paperwork involved in becoming a demigod. We go have a chat to Balder in the Great Temple and get this whole deity thing moving along. Oh, to finish the subquests from the instance earlier, you need to open your quest journal and just hand them in from there. Keeps you from having to track all the way back. Just out of curiosity, I wonder how many people are actually playing Aeon right now on Steam. 133. That's really not that many. Okay, we finally get greeted as a Deva and a cutscene plays, but there's dissension in the ranks. Some people don't believe we are one, and the camera dramatically zooms in on this smirking guy at the end. Clearly a setup for a story beat later. And I know I was joking about having to complete in-game paperwork to become registered as a Deva, but no, this quest is actually what you have to do. So while I'm doing in-game admin to register myself as a Deva, let's read some reviews. Oh, hang on, that's not a review, that's the video The Problem with Korean MMORPGs by Kira TV. But yeah, you should watch that afterwards. Okay, let's find some actual reviews. This game was great years ago. They just destroyed everything it made it special. Really sad. 210 hours played. Aeon's so boring this game now. Total 100% business and chatting game. No waste time played. 5,640 hours played. 40 min download, 5 min installing some crap, 15 min updates, 5 min loading screen, then I had to create an account. Nice game.
That was like...
Bad publisher. 3,442 hours.
What is
played.
it now?
Make an account on website.
7 hours
Activating
stream?
account. Account is banned and simultaneously does not exist. Download game on Steam. Need to make an account. Make an account via in-game link. Error activating account. Says go to support. Cannot use support unless I log in. Try to log in. Account is banned and simultaneously does not exist. Was great years ago, now down at the bottom of the pile. Only way to redeem this is to follow the classic release like they have in North America for us European players. And don't you worry, we'll be looking at Aeon Classic later in this video. The next main quest line tells me I need to level up, and so I should do the blue quests in town. Now, some blue quests are single time only. Some are repeatable and just used to grind experience, and you won't know until you try. Also, in order to use my mech, I need to have an Aether key, and I don't have one, and I've googled it, and Google is no help, because the wiki for this game is basically abandoned, so I'll just keep playing and hope I find one. Oh, while googling, I also discovered that Aeon had a classic server launched called Aeon Classic. I always find it quite telling when the most popular update to an MMO is the removal of several years worth of updates. Kind of proves it hasn't been going in the right direction for a while now. And then I found this article. Aeon Classic experiences one of the fastest MMO deaths. Basically, people left live Aeon because it was pay to win, and they returned to Classic Aeon, which wasn't meant to be. But players discovered an abusive tactic where you could buy candies and then sell them in the in-game shop for massive amounts of gold, and the game became pay to win within the first hour. Good job, Aeon. People left you because you became pay to win, you launched a classic server, and made that even more pay to win. I have some tutorial quests that need doing, but I can't start them until I'm out of combat, and despite the fact that I'm stood in a safe city with no enemies around, the game still thinks I'm in combat. Combat just isn't exciting. It's fine, it works, skills happen, damage is taken, and it just feels passionless. Everything so far has felt like a filler arc in an anime. The opening was just filling in the plot. The paperwork was filling in travelling. Even the combat feels like it's just filling in time. Aeon feels like a game that is made of filler between things happening, but those things don't ever happen. It is the video game version of a TV clip show episode. Finish the quest, go and hand them in. Mistime this jump and just yeet myself into oblivion, then burn up in the acid below. You'd think if they had a city above acid, they'd build a net or something. My current quest needs me to gather 20 ocals, but I have no clue where to get them, so I'm just blindly running around and hoping. I find Stan, he gives me some repeatable quests and talks about K-pop groups being great. And I say quests, but every quest is just go kill X or collect X task. Korean MMOs have this really strange relationship with plot. They drop a huge amount of fleshed out world building on you at the start, usually in a cutscene or a voiceover or a massive text dump. And then they just forget about world building. I swear, the way Korean MMOs deal with plot and story is a trope by now. It's always the beginning of your game is a complex story of good versus evil and the 1,000-year history of the entire kingdom with named characters doing good or bad things, and then in the game it's just go kill 10 shibble-dibbles because Preet the farmer has a bad knee. Also, remember that transform potion I have? It's massively OP. It boosts all my stats, and this is one of my biggest issues with Korean MMOs. And it has to do with the lack of personal connection or the reasons for not having a personal connection with your avatar or your game world. A potion that transforms you into someone else with better stats is basically saying you as a player or a character are not good enough. If the most efficient way to play is to buy a potion that looks like someone else, then your own emotional connection to your own avatar is going to be destroyed every time you drink that potion, because you are not playing as you are playing mechanically as somebody else. Games that sell immersion-breaking aesthetics like car mounts or character-altering potions are saying that despite their incredibly deep front-loaded lore, they don't actually care about the graphical or logical cohesion of their world. This is not a finely tuned, fantastical story you are taking part in. It's a virtual environment for players to control pixels around and buy better pixels in. That is all. It's not an artistically handcrafted world, it's not a Second Life. It's a playground where personal connection to anything is pointless, because no matter how seriously you want to take the game, you can guarantee they would put a literal pile of shit as a mount in the cash shop if they thought enough people would buy it. Hand in the quest, go and do more. I need to grind to unlock the main quest. The only saving grace in the last hour has been this rope bridge, and that's only because rope bridges are cool. I find a list of instances, and because I like dungeons and want to do another one, I look through it, and basically every dungeon in the game is a level 80 instance. The first was 8, the next is 31. They have backloaded the majority of content and then wonder why people will leave before they get to the end game. This is terrible design. The first 5 minutes of your game is massive exposition, story and plot dump, and the last part of your game is massive amount of content. But the middle bit of the game, the bit the majority of your players will experience, contains virtually no world building and virtually no instances. Payon isn't mechanically bad. The camera controls well, the character moves responsibly, the combat is lag-free, the item and skill usage is super fast, the menu opens fine. Like, from a technical standpoint, it works. It's just so bland to actually play because the balance of story to personal relationship to the character is so skewed. Sometimes I'll go and use a skill and it's on cooldown and some Korean lady will shout at me. Hand in some quests, hit level 18, unlock the next set of repeatables at another camp further into the map. Linear design, a hallmark of the Korean Grindfest MMO. Move from A to B, accept a load of quests, grind, same old song and dance. I am at least becoming somewhat of a pro with the combat system, weaving in my skills around my auto attacks and putting out at least, maybe 3 or 4% more damage. I mean, I could just drink a stat boosting potion from the cash shop and do infinitely better, but hey, I'm proud of what I've learned. Hit level 19, unlock more story, get told an old friend awaits me at the next camp, so I fly there, and when I arrive, I have never seen this person before in my life. And the next story quest is to grind until I reach level 27. Are you for real? Is that the actual quest? But finally, I open some random boxes in my inventory and I get an Aether key. I can use the mech suit, and it looks pretty awesome. It's a lot slower than walking, but let's just see how it plays. It is really boring. Like, even with the mech skill chains and punches and a massive gun, combat feels the same. Not even a giant mech can make Payon feel engaging. But I've got a mount in my inventory, and because my inventory is full of free gifts, the game has been vomiting into it, it's filling up pretty quickly. So I just click on them all, and this is the mount I get. You know, earlier when I said Korean MMOs are directionless playgrounds for selling cosmetics with no consistent cohesive style? This is what I'm talking about. This is the game you were advertised. This is the game you play. These games are not RPGs, they are monetized, distraction-based child minding. The next quest sees me hunting down some kid whose dad got lost. Seems he was heading to join a group of people who promised he too could become a Devar. Trust game you play. I get. You know, earlier when I said Korean MMOs are directionless playgrounds for selling cosmetics with no consistent cohesive style? This is what I'm talking about. This is the game you were advertised. This is the game you play. These games are not RPGs, they are monetized, distraction-based child minding. The next quest sees me hunting down some kid whose dad got lost. Seems he was heading to join a group of people who promised he too could become a Devar. Trust me, dude, you don't want that. There's a mountain of paperwork and they give you a shit horse. The only way I'll recognize the kid's dad is by his wine holder, so off I go. Remember when I crossed the first rope bridge and I said this is cool? That was an hour ago. I've cut out most of my gameplay time because honestly, nothing interesting happened. I leave the game for lunch and when I return I log back in and the game does not remember your graphical settings between sessions. I had to reset the resolution. Basic stuff, game. Remember a user's settings. End up in a random library passing notes back and forth between scholars and feel like I'm back in school passing notes between teachers. And then I get taken to this strange space of destiny. They're probably going for a more unearthly, ephemeral style of playing, but if you angle the camera just right, everything goes really wavy. I get given a Sigmar stone which powers up some system, and okay, let's just talk about the systems because I've been trying to avoid it until now. There are so many systems in this game. and they are pretty much all monetized. Sigmar stones and ability sets, item upgrades and enchantments, pets and caring for them, minions and melding them, titles that give actual buffs, weapons, runes, armor sets, potion combinations. This is bordering on mobile game levels of complexity and predatory monetization. And do you want to know why this is done? Because this is actually who the game is aiming at. Aeon knows it's pay to win and it revels in it. All these types of games do. They put a system in the game, they monetize it, wait for whales to battle it out, and when that system is maxed out and all the whales are on roughly an equal level, they add more systems so the whales have more chance to whale. Aeon is a game for people who enjoy paying to win, because it encourages you to do that and it's PvP. It is shameless in its plug of paying for power. Remember that £125 pack in the shop? That can be used to increase your power in PvP. You will straight up be better than someone who didn't buy it. The story thread by now has pretty much dissolved. I'm killing mine workers for the sake of repeatable quest, and I get attacked by a dragon, and then I take it down, and I get a new key for a new mech, and it's still not great. And just process that sentence again. Aeon is a game where you can pilot a giant assault mech against a dragon, kill it, rip the keys to a new assault mech from its corpse, and the entire experience is just kinda dull. I hit level 27 after a long-ass grind. I find the dad's wine pouch on a rope bridge and just can't be bothered, so I head back to tell the kid his dad probably got drunk and fell to his death. Here's the keys to a new assault mech. Try and punch dragons until you feel any level of joy again. Aeon is the game version of a clip show flashback episode in a TV show. You've seen everything here before, done better with more context. You've seen combat better than this, you've seen mounts more fun than this, you've seen better instances and better balanced quests and better lore and better writing and better everything. It's not objectively bad or incompetently put together, it's just all filler. It is a clip show. So that's how we're going to remember it. To end the review, I will award Aeon Filler Arc in an anime you can skip and not miss anything important out of 10. Thank you for watching. Another massive thank you to the Patreon supporters and Twitch subs who keep the channel alive. You can support from only £1 a month. Check the video description for links to the Patreon, Twitch, Twitter, Discord, and the new general gaming channel Josh Strife Plays. And as always, have a great day.
Oh, I can't attack it. Jesus. Nope. It's just not worth it anymore. Video games aren't worth it. Let's watch this.
Hey guys, welcome back to Clownfish TV. This is Neon. I'm not here with Geeky Sparkles in this video. I'm going to talk about the video game industry, and we have people working at video game publications asking why anybody would even want to go into the video game industry at this point. I mean, it's pretty interesting. This is there's an article out there in The Gamer which we're gonna take a look at, but the video game industry is in a really bad place right now. I mean, massive amounts of layoffs, not just in AAA gaming, but also in the indie space, and especially in video game journalism. There's no demand for journalism when there's no demand for the product anymore. And we can blame stupid corporate decisions, we can blame DEI, we can blame, you know, consumers' taste changing, lots of reasons, right, for why the video game industry is in such a bad place right now. But regardless of what the actual reasons are, people aren't buying new games, and they're not buying them in the numbers that they need to be buying them to support making them, to continue making these AAA titles, you know, hundreds of millions of dollars to make games that nobody wants to play, that the internet makes fun of, you know, and people are going back to old games. And now we have gaming journos wondering aloud, why would you even want to get into this industry in the first place? And I think this resonates with me, especially because I look at the comic book industry the same way. Why would anybody want to go into comics right now when it doesn't pay shit, pardon my French? It doesn't pay very well. You have to deal with a bunch of crazies. You have constant uncertainty in your profession. You have to deal with crazy people online all the time. To make a living, in a lot of cases, you have to become a carny and go to conventions, every convention you possibly can go to. So why would anybody want to do that? Why would they want to do that? And it's a good question. You know, I think we're going to see a new breed of independent game developer that operates kind of like they did in the 80s and 90s, where it was a small group of people and they did it because they actually loved doing it. The financial rewards, those came later, maybe.
Oh, shit. What the fuck?
But they did it for the love of the game. And there aren't enough people working in any industry that are doing it for the love of the thing, right? They do it because, in the case of comics, they think it's a shortcut to Hollywood. It's not because they really want to tell stories or anything. They think they're going to get a Netflix deal. That's why they do it. In the case of video games, it's kind of the same thing. They want to have influence. They want to work in these industries. But, you know, you look at today's breed of developer or typical video game industry employee compared to, you know, what they were 20, 30 years ago. And there's a difference. There's definitely a difference. It's become more corporate. People think of it more now as a 9-to-5 job compared to what it used to be. It used to be kind of a lifestyle. Unfortunately, if you're working for a company like EA, you're expected to like sleep on the damn sofa in the office to get the game done. But, you know, it is what it is. And this is a really interesting take. So we're going to look at this. We're gonna muse on it. Please subscribe for more pop culture news, views, and rants, guys. Geeky will be back. She's out and about. She'll be back hopefully tomorrow. This is coming from Polygon, another website that's going to be gone soon. But I just want to remind you that 2024 has already had more video game industry layoffs than all of 2023, and it's only June. It's gotten worse because since that time, we had Bungie lay off more than 200 people. I think it's more than that. I've heard it actually is closer to 37% of their staff. And we'll go out to this article that they're facing a day of reckoning, but Bungie's toast, man. Bungie's toast. Humble Games, which is part of Humble Bundle, which is owned by IGN, and IGN is gobbling up all these video game news sites. They basically shut the company down, and now developers that have games that are supposed to be published through them are going out to Patreon to try to get money. And I'm kind of like, maybe you should have done that in the first place, you know. But it is easier to work with a developer, and you're thinking, well, this is part of IGN, it's not going to go anywhere. No, IGN's going to take the money that they were going to spend on Humble Games, and they're going to go buy a bunch of other websites and then shut them down. And that's what I think they're doing. But we'll talk about that. Let's talk about this article, which is very interesting. It's coming from The Gamer, and I've been very critical of The Gamer, because this is the website that was really going hard at J.K. Rowling and Hogwarts Legacy and demonizing gamers for even daring to think about buying a copy of Hogwarts Legacy. And this is Mike Drucker, and Mike Drucker says, why even make video games anymore? Why bother? And I agree with him. I think at this point, like right now, unless you really, really, really love video games, it's not a good time to get into the video game industry. He said, yeah, it's why even make video games anymore? Why? We've hit another week and another massive layoff, this time from a company that makes one of the biggest games on Earth, Destiny 2. Is it really that big? It's so weird because I don't hear a lot of people talking about it. Maybe it's just in my circles. But like my son used to play it, and he still plays Overwatch, but he doesn't play Destiny anymore. I don't know. This follows that very same company laying off 100 people in 2023. That would be Bungie. As we've seen over the last couple of years, even working for a well-regarded legendary developer is not enough to save yourself. And while we're getting sequels to series like Dragon Age, let's not forget BioWare also fired one of its most experienced writers, the writer who literally created some of the most important lore in the series. Again, why even make video games? The love of the game is no longer a good reason. He says, I know people make games because they love them, not because there's money in it. You should tell that to the corporate executives who make these decisions because, Buster, they are not on board with your theory. That is 100% true. And I think a lot of the problems can be traced back to corporations. Corporations gobbling up all these game studios, and then they want profit quarter after quarter. And sometimes it's not possible. Sometimes you got to take a loss for a year or two even, especially with a big title, until you finally can reap the crop that you've planted, right? And they don't see it that way. This is why live service games and DLC and everything have run rampant, in my opinion, because they want quarterly revenue. The suits would never accept less pay or worse working conditions because it's an industry they love. It's only something the workers have to hear about again and again and again. You think the corporate executives who killed Tango Gameworks did it because they care about good video games so much? Yeah, Tango Gameworks did Hi-Fi Rush, which was excellent. In fact, the kids, I think, played the Steam version on the gaming channel. We have another channel, Clownfish Gaming, and they played it on the gaming channel, and they had a lot of fun with it. You think the massive conglomerate shuttering studio after studio are doing it so we only get 10 out of 10 masterpieces? Come on, folks. Perhaps you believe these unending layoffs are an economic necessity. Yeah, I think they are to an extent. I'm going to disagree with you here. I think they are because I think we have too many companies churning out too many overpriced AAA titles that not enough people are buying. So it is economics. It is course correction. I think actually what's going on, and I've heard this from multiple people, both in video games and in Hollywood, is that these executives are actually using the excuse of economic headwinds to lay off people they don't want to work with or people that they couldn't get rid of under normal circumstances, namely activists, namely people that are activists who are going to spend more time bitching about the company's social responsibilities than they are actually making games and trying to turn a product. That's what I've heard, and that's coming from people on the Hollywood side of things. That's coming from people on the video game side of things, that they're like, yeah, I think the layoffs are kind of disproportionate to the number of people they actually have to lay off, but they're going to use it as an excuse to get rid of people they wanted to get rid of, but they knew if they got rid of them before, they'd just go out to Twitter and they'd start bitching about it. And so now they're like, oh yeah, macroeconomic headwinds, guys. Just so happens everybody we fired just happens to have a half-shaved head and blue hair. What? It's just, I don't know. It's purely coincidental, right? No, I'm kidding, but you know what I'm saying. I think that's actually kind of what's going on here. Who made the decisions that led to the problems they're having? Was it the writers getting laid off, the musicians, the developers, the producers, the support staff? No, it does. It starts at the top, but they let a lot of people in my opinion, into the industry who were not interested in just making games. They wanted to make statements too, and it turned off a lot of gamers. He says, I'm not saying nobody should make games. I love games. A lot of my friends are in the industry. A lot of my friends have lost jobs while creating financially successful products. That's the biggest kick to the gut, isn't it? Like if you actually produce something that makes money, but you don't make enough money, or you produce something that makes money, but somebody else's project didn't make money, so the bottom line of the company is dragged down because of it. And then you have to go. And that does suck. I mean, that's why I'm like, I actually advocate for more indie studios, smaller groups of people putting out games that can succeed or fail on their own merit, and you're not being subjected to the whim of the corporation. Just my opinion. So he's talking about unions. Unions actually, look, and I know a lot of people get on me because I've been kind of anti-union. I'm anti-union in the regard that there are a lot of people now who misunderstand what unions are for. It used to be to advocate for better working conditions, better hours, fair pay, which a lot of unions still are, but they also want to add to it layers like, oh, we get to dictate the kind of content that my company publishes. You know, look at Image Comics and look at some of the Kickstarter. Kickstarter had this ridiculous union where it was like, oh yeah, we all have to agree on what we publish and what we don't publish. I'm like, that's not your place. You know, are they overworking you and not paying you? Are they asking you to do things that are above and beyond your job description? And then they're making that part of your job description. It's just not on paper. Then yeah, you know, you need to say something about it. But if it's like, hey, this person wants to publish this comic book or this game on the platform, and I personally don't like it, I find it distasteful, that's the company's decision, not yours, right? Hershey is making a new chocolate bar, and I don't like the flavor. I'm allergic to nuts. I don't think they should make any candy bars with peanuts because I am personally allergic to nuts. How very dare they? Well, I'm going to go to my Hershey Chocolate Union and tell them that they got to stop making candy bars with nuts or I'm going to quit. And they're going to say, there's the fucking door. That's what they're going to tell you. Said, you might say the solution is just to go indie. Yeah, I know. I just said that. Sure, that's worked great for a lot of people. It's also worked terribly for a lot of people. That is true. Going indie is not easy. We have confirmation bias from games like Undertale and Stardew Valley. Just maintain a day job while you slowly make the game you want isn't a sustainable business plan for everybody, nor is have a rich parent. Well, it's comics too. Not for nothing. If you don't own the indie company or only own a minority stake, there's always the chance that they become swallowed by a AAA corporation and get stripped for parts. I don't disagree with what he's saying overall. I mean, a couple of things here and there but a lot of this is what we've said. Like, look at Embracer Group. They went in and bought all these studios and shut a bunch of them down, laid a bunch of people off. And now they have to restructure the whole damn company because they thought they had $2 billion they didn't have. And now they got to restructure everything. They own freaking Catan, the board game. Like, they own that too. It's crazy. Oh, here we go. Embracer Group. God, I'm actually agreeing with the gamer today. Mark it on your calendar. Mark it on your calendar. Why should people want to make games? What reason do talented people have to spend their lives perfecting their craft if they're going to be kicked out the door anyway? That's a damn good question. Just everything. Why should I bother cooking food? You're just going to eat it, and then you're going to want more in 3 hours. Yeah, why should I be a chef? Artists could probably make more money doing design work for pharmaceutical ads. That is true. Sure, they might be less exciting jobs, but at least these jobs aren't punishing hardworking people for doing what they love. This is comics too. This is any kind of like niche geek creative industry. Everybody thinks because they love these things, and a lot of people love these things, that those industries are going to love you back, and they don't. There are people who are very successful who do, you know, indie video games and do comic books and stuff, and some of them get their Netflix deals, but the vast majority of people, that never happens for them. He says he's painting with a broad brush. There are people who will stick around in terrible conditions because they love video games that much, yeah. And yeah, there are also companies that reward loyalty while rarely laying off employees. There are, and then they wind up being gobbled up by another corporation. The trick is to look at sustainability and not look at this mythical, never-ending,
There's so much,
I guess, ceiling. You never hit the ceiling on profits, right? Never-ending growth, unending growth. It's a myth. It's not possible. We have a finite number of people in this world, and we have a finite number of people who are willing to buy your product, right? And it should be enough, in my personal opinion. I've talked about this before, and I talked about it at length, actually, with Peter Pischke on Culturescape. So you can go check that episode out. I think he posted it like a week ago. But it is a myth. Like you hit a ceiling. Like we're seeing this right now with streaming services. You hit a ceiling, and then what they do is they start throwing ads, more and more ads onto the service, and they start charging you more because they know they're not going to get more subscribers. They just want to get more money out of the subscribers they have, so they start charging them more. They start finding other ways to monetize them, and that is AAA gaming. You know, we can't just have a person buy a game and be happy with that game. No. We have to make it live service. We have to have DLC because we got to keep making money off this person. We can't just have them buy one game every 5 years. Where's the profit in that? It's like the whole industry is being run by Ferengi or something. You know, it's crazy. Every one of these industries is being run by Ferengi. Yeah, he said you don't like this bad thing happening while someone else is waiting in line behind you, and they'd be fine with this bad thing happening. Yeah, and he said he worked in television, and he worked in games, and that's true. That is 100% true. It's the same with comics too. Why have the page rates gone down in comics? Well, because some idiot from Tumblr is going to work for $50 a page just to get their foot in the door, and then they don't realize once they set the precedent of working for $50 a page, that's all they're ever going to pay is $50 a page. But when you're only selling 1,200 issues of a comic, a floppy comic, they're damn lucky to be getting $50 a page. It's not sustainable. So it creates a revolving door of talent where the inexperienced people either get no support to do their job and they get fired, or their contributions to the company raise the employee's value so they get fired. God, he's not wrong. This has happened to me before too. Companies I've been at where you don't see a lot of older people working at the company unless they're in the C-suite. And the reason for that isn't that they have a problem with age. It's not ageism. It's the expense. The more experienced you are, you might actually be over-experienced for what they want you for. The more experienced you are, the more likely you are to lose your job because you cost more. If you cost $75,000, $85,000 and a person who can do your job, maybe not as well as you, but they can still do it, costs $50,000 or $45,000. They're going to get rid of you and save that $40,000. Again, you're chasing never-ending profit, never-ending growth. And the only way to do it once you max out on the number of customers you have is to start cutting corners with your employees and start gouging your customers. And this is what we're seeing with Disney. This is what we talk about this all the time. And this is probably not making a very good case for me being a capitalist. I mean, but I think this is a bastardized version of capitalism. I definitely don't think socialism works, but it is true. It's if you have to answer to shareholders, you have to answer to investors. You're going to cut every corner you can cut, and you're going to get by with the skeleton crew, and you're going to get by with the cheapest possible product that people will buy. Why don't we get quality stuff anymore? Why is everything made so cheap now? Well, people keep paying for it. Why does the food suck now, but cost 3 times as much? Profit. People keep paying for it. When you stop paying for it, you see it change. Look at what's going on with these fast food joints, right? They kept, charging more and more and more money for fast food burgers.
So
right? It got to a place where McDonald's cost as much as a sit-down meal. And then they had to walk it back and do these $5 meals. Subway, I drove by Subway the other day, 3 footlongs for $24.99. I remember when it used to be 3 footlongs for $10. Then I remember it was 2 for $10. It wasn't that long ago. $5 footlongs. Yeah, those don't exist anymore. Now we're talking $8 or $9 for a footlong. I think last time I went to Subway and got a footlong and I split with my son, it was like $12 or something for like a buffalo chicken. I was like, holy hell. That's crazy. If I wanted to pay that, like I said, we could have gone to like Perkins or something, but whatever. So here we go. It said video game workers are far closer to the ground than the business executives, right? They're talking about weirdos online getting mad about fictional characters' chin or robot ass cheeks. They're the ones who get the most harassment for whatever. Grift takes center stage that week. Well, I take offense to that. I'm not a grifter. I'm just ahead of the curve. I'm sure being a character designer is a blast every time some podcaster in his 50s sends people to attack them for not giving some digital broad perfect gazongas. Imagine this going on, and mergers and acquisitions, making the future of your career a giant Riddler-sized question mark. It's not untrue. I mean, there's a lot of salt about online influencers from gaming journos and from people working in the industry. And I do think sometimes there's a lot of nitpicking going on. I'm going to be honest. I think there's a lot of nitpicking, and sometimes we make fun of stuff, but I try to pick our battles, because some stuff just is a nothing burger. You probably disagree. I'm sure there's some of you listening. It's like, Clownfish hates everything. I'm like, no, not really. And sometimes I actually make the thumbnail look like clickbait, and then you actually listen to the video, and it's a very different take than what you thought it was. But I know that these people don't actually listen to the videos. They don't actually listen to what we're saying. They just look at the thumbnail. They're like, they must hate everything. Oh my God, look at that thumbnail. Ah! But whatever. Are there people that nitpick? Yeah, absolutely. Are there people working at these companies trying to nerf games when it's very clear what the gamers want? Yeah, absolutely. And this, goes back to the DEI and all that shit, and that's a whole nother conversation. But this is the only people who are safe in the video game industry are the CEOs who wear ill-fitting biker jackets and developers who seem to only take photos with Jeff Keighley. We should be on our knees thanking our lucky stars. Anyone with an ounce of sanity is willing to make a game anymore. In the last year alone, this industry has chewed up and spit out so much incredible talent. It's wild to think a reasonable person, let alone teams of incredible workers, would still be willing to develop interactive entertainment. I'll just skip to the bottom here. Making a video game should be the coolest thing someone gets to do with their life, not an eternal nightmare of crunch and unemployment. Damn, that got dark. I actually wanted to get into the video game industry at one point. I almost got a job working for Sega right out of school because I was in the Bay Area. And the only reason I didn't, because I was doing like sprite samples. They were between the 32X and the Saturn. I think when I was talking to them, I talked to them for like a year, and I could have had a job working at Sega, but I couldn't afford to live in the city. They wanted me to move to San Francisco, and I lived about an hour outside of San Francisco, and it was a pain in the ass to commute. And they're like, no, we'd like to have you like here, because they were in Redwood City at the time, and I'm like, I can't afford to live here. I mean, back then the rents were like $3,000-$4,000 a month for an apartment. And I'm like, I love video games, but I don't love video games enough to have like 19 roommates just to be able to live. Like, I was hearing horror stories from people I knew that lived in San Francisco that were making pretty decent money. They were pretty high up the food chain, working in comics, actually. It was, one person in particular, they were working in comics for, it was one of the, it wasn't Webtoon, but it was one of the other employers. And that were doing the Korean apps, right? And she was making pretty good money. And she's like, yeah, it's me and my partner, and there's like 6 other people that live in our apartment. We have like curtains separating our rooms. I'm like, oh my God, just to live in San Francisco? Are you freaking kidding me? It's like, that's not worth it, man. It's not worth it. But I think what's happening, and look, I don't disagree with him on everything. I actually agree with more. I agree with more what he's saying than I disagree with. But I think the industry is right sizing. I think we had way too much stuff that gamers didn't want, and we had a lot of excess. And it does feel like there's a crash coming. People said, "Oh, there was no video game crash in the '80s." I'm like, where were you at? Maybe not at the arcade, maybe not on PCs, but consoles died. And I think there's just too much crap out there, and unfortunately, a lot of the good stuff gets buried under the crap. A lot of good people get cut.
Oh,
too,
this one drops
because of poor decisions. And I do believe ultimately it is the executive's responsibility. But I'm going to wrap it up with this. This has come from Eurogamer. Humble Games' final release before restructuring has launched a Patreon in these uncertain times. So remember, Humble Games just like shut the damn company down. This is IGN, which is one of the few video game publications out there that still looks like they might have a future, especially after they gobbled up a bunch of their companies. But they shut this publisher down, like boom, like that. And this is Squid Shock. They said, many people have been asking us for ways to support our studio in these uncertain times. We have decided to create a Patreon where we will share behind the scenes looks at future content from us. Please consider checking it out below. So here's their whole message here. They said, it's been a hectic 2 weeks since we launched our first game, Bow, Path of the Teal Lotus. We are delighted with the overall reception Bow has had. We're already responding to player feedback to further improve the experience. Despite this, our launch was not without its challenges. Our publisher shutting down meant we missed out on critical post-launch support, which may put our studio's future at risk. We want to make it crystal clear that this was in no way the fault of Humble Games. It was just a sad time in our industry, and ultimately we understand. Well, at least they're not being like, you assholes, how could you do this to us? On July 25th, we lost access to the pipeline of critical systems without warning. We can currently only manage the game on Steam, where we were able to push an update out this week. Unfortunately, the same can't be said for consoles. Porting and QA support was tied into our deal with our publisher, and at the time of writing, we still do not have that pipeline restored. That is wild. I mean, they shut it down cold. It wasn't even like, we're going to wind it down. They're just like, we're turning off Humble Games, like, effective immediately. And they laid off like 36 people. They just like shut it off. So now you can't even update the game on consoles. That's wild. We have so much planned for our studio beyond small updates for our game. Bo began as a community endeavor where backers believed in us and support us with initial funding on Kickstarter. We've explored every possible option to deliver future content we planned, but we have decided to create a Patreon account for those who'd like to support us. I thought they had another company that was supposed to distribute their stuff. What happened to that? Because it sounds to me like whoever's left is on their own. So how do you go to Patreon? Are they getting support on Patreon? Yeah, I've never heard of them. 19 members. Wow. So they just like shut the whole damn thing off. That sucks. Like, that really sucks. Yeah, it's just everything is just going to hell. I don't know what to tell you. Why would you want to make games? Why would you want to make games unless you had some other revenue source? It's kind of depressing. But I think at the other end of this, we're going to have a leaner, meaner industry, or we're going to have more people who are doing it just for the love of it, and they're not chasing those dollars, those corporate dollars, that venture capital. I don't know. Just an opinion. I think it's going to be hard to go through now, but I think at the end of it, in maybe 5 or 10 years, we're going to look back at this and be like, oh yeah, this is when we reached peak idiocy with AAA gaming and corporate-backed video games, and then we had more and more people go independent, and all these great independent studios popped up, and they were self-sustaining. Ideally, that's what would happen, but we'll see. I'm going to wrap it up. Please subscribe. We'll talk later.
Oh, fuck. Whoa.
I have been gaming ever since I was 6 years old, when I got my first Game Boy and soon later upgraded to the PlayStation 1. Although I only had like 3 games on the PS1, it became a console that I soon loved and appreciated. It wasn't until my cousin walked into my room one day when he was moving out and said, "Here, take it," handing me the holy grail at the time. That console was the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation 2 to this day I am still collecting for as well as enjoying. Yes, I don't turn it on every day, but every once in a while I get the old inclination to experience it once again. The PlayStation 2 is my favorite console of all time, with a game library that is nothing short of unreal. It would only take a few short years for me to experience the next generation of consoles, starting off with the Xbox 360. No joke, when my cousin brought this over for Thanksgiving, after dinner he hooked it up in my room and he brought over 2 games, Call of Duty 2, which was a launch title for the 360, and the new and improved Halo 3. After he turned it on, he handed me the controller, and I was absolutely mesmerized. From fighting the Covenant and storming the beaches in Europe, the time escaped me, and later I realized it was nearly 4 a.m. True story, by the way. I remember getting my PS3 a year later after saving up with only one game I could afford to get, which was Batman Arkham Asylum, falling in love with it. The point is, I love gaming, new and old. I love to collect games, to connect with friends, to share moments, and of course, to have fun, and sometimes escape. But I can't help but feel like nearly 5 years into this 9th generation of consoles, it is just pure disappointment. Now, mainly the biggest issue with this generation is, to no one's surprise, is the games. I won't bring up Nintendo in this video simply because Nintendo does their own thing, and even though they have weaker hardware, the games on offer are fantastic, and which is why I'm looking forward to the Switch 2 predecessor. The main companies we will be talking about today will be Sony and Microsoft. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying there are no games to play, because technically there always is. However, the first party lineup has been a damn near drought for both consoles, with only PlayStation getting the edge with some consistency, whereas Xbox, well, yeah, it's been a damn mess for Xbox. What I want to do in this video is illustrate where this console generation is falling flat, as well as just kind of vent about how frustrating this situation really is. Because make no mistake, I am neither a fanboy of PlayStation or Xbox. I am a fan of having great games. And for just anyone's curiosity, I own all 3 of the consoles: PS5, Xbox Series X, and Nintendo Switch. The fanboy days are behind me, so let's just sit down, relax, have some fun, and I recommend getting a snack and a drink ready as we poke fun at the corporate world of gaming and how incompetent some of these jackasses really are. The 9th generation of consoles started in November of 2020 with the launch of Xbox Series X and S. I stood outside at 2 a.m. to get this console with my friend Chris because, well, we didn't get a pre-order, verification, and we couldn't pre-order because they were all sold out. And luckily enough, the GameStop him and I went to had 2 Series X's ready, which was great. Shout out to Chris, by the way, because we waited for so damn long. My goal was to play Cyberpunk 2077 on a next-gen system, and at the time, my faith in Xbox was bright simply because of the moves that Xbox was doing to better themselves. Calm down, this was 4 years ago. I didn't know. The PS5 I got a few months later, paying $200 over sticker price because simply you couldn't get them. And to this day, I do not regret it at all. Now, like I said earlier, the console hardware is good, and there are pros to owning each console. Xbox has a phenomenal backwards compatibility library where if you own an original Xbox or 360 game with the selected few compatible titles, you can insert it into your Xbox and it will read perfectly fine. Sony, can you fucking do this for the PS3 and PS2? I know you can, you just don't want to do it. You'd rather have us pay for it again. Anyway, Xbox also has an awesome feature called Quick Resume that doesn't get brought up enough of how good it actually is. Like seriously, it is severely underrated. PlayStation has the power of their first party studios, along with cool exclusives to treat the player. Overall, both systems are solid, but if there are not enough exclusive first-party games to take advantage of the system's hardware, then what is the point of having them? No shit. And at this point in the video, you're probably asking yourself, well, what was the launch lineup for these two? Or, or what can you remember? Well, for Xbox, mainly Dirt 5, Assassin's Creed, Valhalla. I shit you not. Halo Infinite was delayed. It was supposed to be there at launch, but most of the games were upgrades for Xbox Series X and S. PlayStation, although a small list, had Spider-Man Miles Morales, Demon's Souls Remake, and Astro's Playroom, which was installed on every single PS5. I think a lot of people forgave the weak launch lineup, including myself, simply because of the pandemic being something we were still going through, but nonetheless, it was disappointing. Finally, after a few years, the lineups for both consoles were starting to form, and in 2023, after all the delays for games, we were finally coming out in full. Games like Baldur's Gate 3, Resident Evil 4 Remake, along with some unique titles like Hi-Fi Rush, were great games. But then something weird happened, and I mean weird. Something was going on behind the scenes with Sony and Microsoft, and one of the first inclinations of that was when Xbox was having issues, and I mean big ones. You see, Phil Spencer, the head of Xbox, goes on a podcast after the Redfall disaster and says something so brain dead and so stupid that I can't even make up. You have to watch the clip. And keep in mind, the question beforehand was if Xbox is still focused on the console market. Just watch.
We want Xbox to be something that people who buy our console can feel like they're a member of. Obviously, who are playing on PC, who are playing on cloud, that they feel like they're full members of our ecosystem. Game Pass players can play on many different devices, and we remain fully committed to that. We're not in the business of out-consoling Sony or out-consoling Nintendo. There isn't really a great solution or win for us. And I know that will upset a ton of people, but it's just the truth of the matter is that when you're third place in the console marketplace and the top two players are as strong as they are and have, in certain cases, very discrete focus on doing deals and other things that will, that kind of make being Xbox hard for us as a team. That's on us, not on anybody else. Our vision is that everybody who's on console has to feel like they have a great experience and they're a first-class citizen. They've invested a ton in our platform. But we are not in a position, and I see it out there, I see commentary that if you just build great games, everything would turn around. It's just not true that if we go off and build great games, all of a sudden you're going to see console share shift in some dramatic way. We lost the worst generation to lose in the Xbox One generation, where everybody built their digital library of games. So when you go and you're building on Xbox, we want our Xbox community to feel awesome. But this idea that if we just focus more on great games on our console, that somehow we're going to win the console race, I think doesn't really lay into the reality of most people. Like 90% of the people every year who walk into a retailer to buy a console are already a member of one of the three ecosystems.
Now, I understand where Phil is coming from and what he is trying to say. And plus, being in third place and them saying that they lost the biggest generation to lose with the digital libraries with the Xbox One. And can you blame them? The Xbox One was just great at launch and had one of the best E3 press conferences of all time. And if you cannot detect my sarcasm, I am being sarcastic because it was a failure and it was so bad that Microsoft is still feeling the effects from it.
Ladies and gentlemen, introducing Xbox One.
TV experience. TV and movies. TV. Xbox. Watch TV. TV.
What?
TV. TV. Watch TV. TV remote. TV experience. TV.
Dude, TV is the dying medium.
But having the nerve in saying that building great games will not increase your market share or console share is the stupidest shit I have ever heard. When he said that, I told myself, that's a wrap for Xbox. Because what is the point of buying a console? It's because you want to play games. And some people just don't like to play PC, which is perfectly understandable. Now, yes, I know there are games in the pipeline for Xbox, but with how Game Pass is just killing sales for games and sucking them dry, subscription increases after the massive acquisition for Activision Blizzard, which was $69 billion, by the way.
Nice.
Pair that with bland, unfinished, and downright broken releases is just disrespectful. Everyone laughing at Xbox right now and wanting them to do bad is just an idiot. Seriously, we all know the Xbox 360 is an icon and downright will make any person smile remembering the nostalgia that came with it.
Guess there's only one thing I can do to regain your love. Xbox.
However, why do you want Xbox to be better and do better? It's because it's a multi-billion-dollar market, and competition is good for the consumer, which is you and I. But don't think PlayStation is safe either, because they've certainly had their so-called speed bumps, and let me tell you, they are more than infuriating.
I have one! I have one! There's no games!
No.
There's no games on it! There's nothing! It's a Netflix box! There's nothing! There's no games on this! The best thing about this is the controller, so you can play like Dark Souls on it. There is no games on this thing! There's nothing!
PlayStation has also been disappointing, with one man to thank for that, which is former CEO of PlayStation, Jim Ryan. Why should you thank this man? Because before he left the company, he told nearly all PlayStation studios to work on live service games. Now, with him gone, PlayStation is trying to revert back to what they do best, which is great single-player games and great experiences. And for anyone with half a brain cell knows that that decision does not happen overnight. We will unfortunately have to wait for these new single-player games for years because of this guy. We are still feeling the repercussions, with Concord being its most recent, reportedly over $100 million disaster, Naughty Dog basically skipping this generation and just re-releasing The Last of Us because their multiplayer live service game was cancelled. But don't worry guys, don't worry. We have the PS5 Pro coming. This thing is unreal. You are paying $700 for a console which is slightly faster, and oh, by the way, if you want a vertical stand and a disk drive, you are looking at nearly $800 before tax. And for what? For what? The most unfortunate thing about the PS5 is that this is arguably one of Sony's best consoles with a great controller as well, and they just have barely anything to show for it, along with not having themes and or folders for games. Like Sony, how hard is it for you to update your damn user interface to include the most wanted feature of custom themes and organizing your games into folders? But no, we always have to wait either midway through the generation or near the end of the generation to get these most wanted features. This is just absolutely ridiculous. Sony is getting cocky because they realize there is no competition when it comes to their main competitor, which is Xbox. And this is why competition is important. It incentivizes companies to keep trying to innovate for the customer, which is you and I. I love my PS5, I really do, I absolutely adore it, but the first party lineup has been so bad because of leadership. It is a miracle if we even get 3 to 4 games in a year from their first party studios. There are just 13 exclusives on the PS5 right now. 13, not counting the ones that are future planned or the ones that haven't even come out yet. 13 games since the start of 2020. That is how bad this generation is. The other issue Sony and Xbox is having right now is cross-gen. They simply cannot let the past consoles die because of the player base. We are more than halfway through the life cycle. Stop producing games for these outdated systems. This is why games are coming out and being so-called downgraded, simply because of having to worry about last-gen consoles. And speaking of games, let's go ahead and get into that finally.
Faith alone isn't enough, Kimiko.
I'm stronger than you think.
Gaming these past couple of years has been rough. There's been so many hero shooters, battle royales, battle passes. It is honestly exhausting. Anytime I hear a game that has a battle pass or requires an always online, I just think of that one scene from a movie called Heat where Al Pacino gets up from a table and says,
Don't waste my motherfucking time!
Now, that's not to say all games are bad. Of course not. The indie scene is thriving with creativity. But for every good game, there is a AAA schlop that comes with it. Games are broken and or unfinished, server stability is terrible, games will shut down after buying their product for $70, which in a way you're asking yourself, why do I keep doing this? And the list seems to get longer and longer every single month. Not to mention, in 2023 alone, players were reportedly playing older games in recent surveys being held around the gaming industry. Wow, I wonder why. There also has been a lot of remakes, and I'm not one of those guys who hates on remakes. If you don't like them, I completely understand. But I think remakes are downright amazing when done right and not half-assed. For instance, my two examples are Resident Evil 4 remake as well as the Dead Space remake. Unfortunately, the Dead Space remake didn't sell all that well, and even though the studio behind it, which was called Motive, wanted to remake Dead Space 2 right away, EA said no. Classic EA.
Why are you the way that you are?
I get excited for remakes like Silent Hill 2 and Metal Gear Solid Delta. I don't get excited for HD remakes or anything like that because I personally consider those to be ports. The rest of 2024 will have some interesting releases. However, 2025 is gearing up to be a big one, with the obvious elephant in the room, which is Grand Theft Auto 6. Millions of fans, including myself, are excited for this game because right now, we need innovation and fun more than ever before.
Up you go. Sorry.
As I get older, I realize sometimes you gotta take the good with the bad. And this Horizon definitely has some bright spots, so don't worry, it's not going to be all bad all the time. I'm looking forward to quite a few games, like for instance, Capcom's mysterious Pragmata, which was revealed all the way back in 2020 and has been delayed multiple times, but looks so cool and interesting, I cannot wait to see more, especially the streak that Capcom is on right now. Silent Hill F from Konami looks so unsettling and so cool from the tone of the CGI trailer. It is making me so excited to see what they've been cooking up behind the scenes, especially with the revival of the Silent Hill series. There will always be things to look forward to in a very average, or in this case, downright disappointing generation. Gaming is about to change in the next few years, with physical discs being considered things of the past or downright unnecessary, when I cannot argue enough that is not the case. I will always advocate for physical games as well as buy them till the day I cannot. Internet connections always need to be required to install games and or play single player modes. Preservation is becoming something not important to companies, telling directly to the customer that you should start getting comfortable with not owning your games, aka Ubisoft. The industry itself is a multi-billion-dollar market in the entertainment industry, making more than television and movies combined. The one thing I cannot urge you enough is to be smart with who you give your hard-earned money to, and vote with your wallet. It is beyond frustrating to see so much regression of gaming in 2024, basically failing to innovate on the simplest of terms and instead try to get the player to spend rather than to earn. With the Horizon looking like it definitely will have some bright spots in between, there are more than likely some storms coming our way that we just don't see. From IPs not being revived and or forgotten, or even worse, being butchered, never forget the true meaning of gaming, which is to have fun. Gaming is truly one of the landscapes where there is something for everyone, and it's no more prevalent than today, making gaming more accessible and engaging than ever before. So yes, This generation might suck, but it doesn't mean that there aren't developers out there trying to create and craft fun experiences that we can all enjoy for years to come. It just means sometimes we gotta wait to experience it, because after all, you never know when you're just one great release away from experiencing something special.
1,000 Sohis. That is insane. Oh shit. Oh, he has a freaking... Oh, dead. Oh, okay. What time is it? 4. Damn. 53%. Come out of nowhere. You will die. Yep. I hate these fucking rabbits so much. They deal so much damage. Oh. fuck, it's too much. Whoa. Ha 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 ha. I fucking hate this shit. It's... fuck. I'm out of here. Damn, I hate this fucking bitch so much. Holy balls, man. Where's the where are, oh, there it is. Go heal yourself, heal. There you go. Nice. So nice. What? What the hell? I lagged there for a second. Hold up. Start this.
Hey there! Graphics have always been at the center of gaming. A source of hype, of technological advance, of change. But that seems to be over. Today they have lost their edge, to the point that they are getting pushed aside. This makes no sense, because tech today is amazing. I mean, I grew up making computers play video games they didn't have any business playing, only able to imagine how they would look at max settings with frame rates that didn't feel like a PowerPoint. But those days are over, as today we can get a GPU that will pretend to have better resolution and more frames to gaslight us into thinking games run great. But you have to wonder, what's happening when the new top-of-the-line GPU, costing double my entire computer, eating 3 times the power and being an excellent room heater until it melts, has to fake it to make a last-gen game run smooth? And yes, the cutting edge always had absurd requirements, which made sense when new games were mind-blowing. But today, when so many of the most power-hungry, RAM-devouring, hard-drive-crushing AAA games are so soulless that you can compare them with classics from decades ago and they lose in everything, sometimes even in looks, modern gaming has a problem with graphics, and when Nintendo quadruples down on ditching the hardware race and Valve starts betting on low-end tech, you know things are getting weird. So let's talk about why this is happening and how graphics are failing from both a commercial and a psychological standpoint, and why this is something to be a bit optimistic about. But don't worry, this is not a graphics don't matter video, that's bullshit. Unless you truly believe text adventures to be the peak of gaming. Graphics do matter, a lot, until they start getting in their own way. And this can only happen because the industry seems to be forgetting what they are even supposed to do. Plain and simple, graphics are just visual information, and in gaming that comes in 3 types. The 3 pillars of graphics, if you are feeling fancy. The first pillar is functional information. This is the most important one, as it tells us everything we need to know. Where we are, where we can go, what we can interact with, what might kill us, and all the extra detail like health, lives, and so on. Good design will show you all this at first glance, while bad design will piss you off with invisible walls, trash hitboxes, and unreliable visuals. This is also the pillar that needs the least amount of detail to work. You can do with simple shapes for 2D, basic polygons with minimal textures for 3D. Just look at Dwarf Fortress. Mastering this game should count as a degree in masochism, and the main branch looks like this. The second pillar is narrative information. It's the show don't tell, pure and simple. It's what conveys the mood, the background of a place, what's happening and how characters feel about it without a single word. Good design will show you in a fraction of a second that this guy is an asshole and this one's pretty pissed. That this world is fucked up, that this guy is poor, that this is not a serious game, and so on. This takes more power, but we got there in the 90s for pixel art, 2000s for 3D, and between there and the early 2010s for lifelike human expression. The third pillar is aesthetic information. The bling, the looks, the jiggle, anything that's there to make a game look in a certain way, be it beautiful or beautifully ugly. Here's where the sky's the limit, but in truth, graphics only need to be as good as the style chosen requires, which, outside of photorealistic games or simulators, the bar is not that high. Besides, pushing this pillar too hard can hurt the other two, which is never worth it. With this in mind, when we talk about more graphics, it just means more detail, fidelity and tech behind that visual information. And no matter the complexity, the goal is always the same, communicating those 3 types of information. But today, the fancy people will tell you graphics don't matter. What matters is gameplay and style, which, yes, video games are interactive art. In other words, a combination of gameplay and style. But without graphics, you wouldn't even have those. And I don't mean it in the silly way of you wouldn't see them on the screen. Let me unpack this. Gameplay is how the game plays.
Well, duh.
And for style, well, if you don't know what it is, you don't have it. Style is just the result of the conscious effort of making something feel in a certain way. The way doesn't matter. You can create something consistent where everything matches like in a classical painting. You can mix hand drawings with pixel characters on classic 3D environments and modern effects. There are no rules, but to pull it off requires a fuck ton of thought. Visuals, music, gameplay and storytelling, everything has to be in sync to make us go wow, as we realize that every scene is there to tell us something. In other words, style is what gives a piece of art its identity. Or if you want to be cheesy, its soul. So yeah, it's easy to say graphics don't matter while you enjoy a retro-looking indie survival horror, but those wouldn't even exist if some fellas from the 90s weren't pushing graphics to the limit with Alone in the Dark. In the same way, nothing inspired by Silent Hill would be the same if the foggy town wasn't foggy to deal with the limitations of the PS1. The truth is that most styles and gameplays are the result of a team from the past trying to make some new graphical tech play and look great. Graphics are also one of the things that forced the development of better tools to design games as they became more complex. More fancy tools means more toys for creating stuff with less effort in the hands of creative people, to the point where a single person can create a whole game, which is what made the indie world explode. So of course they matter. But then, the question is, how did we go from that into graphics hurting both gameplay and style, while more and more gamers don't give a fuck about them anymore? In other words, how did we get to the breaking point? Well, this becomes clear with a quick peek at the history of home gaming. The beginnings were dark, with consoles that didn't know what the hell they were trying to be, and PCs loading cassettes that played this beautiful noise. For half an hour while you prayed they didn't crash, which was a quick way to become an atheist. Quality control was so awful that video game magazines advertised vodka in case you needed to ease your suffering, and even on those tender days, they were flexing graphics.
On an Atari home video game system, you'll see amazing graphics, like this.
But then, a shoebox called Nintendo Entertainment System single-handedly brought home gaming into a golden era. A very, very long one. After that is when the obsession with graphics truly started. Think about it, if I tell you that my game has a lot of style, your brain just put me in the box of people who really like the smell of their own farts. If I tell you that the gameplay is great, you don't have any reason to believe me. But graphics hit you in the face, which was especially true at that time when a couple of magazine pages were all you had to showcase a game. So yes, the reason why graphics have always been at the center is pure and simple marketing. They are visual, you can show how your game is the new big thing, and use them to trigger emotion in a couple of pictures. So every new device was flexing them. I mean, there was a time where every console had Super, Mega or Turbo in the name, bragging about the number of bits they had.
16-bit sports action.
You can't do this on Nintendo Genesis.
What Nintendo?
Did we know what bits were? Hell no. Just that we were
playing with power, superpower.
Graphics sold games and consoles, but we kept buying because that wasn't the only thing that evolved. Gameplay became tighter, faster, more fluid and varied. Animations went from nothing to competing with movies. Music from chiptunes to full-blown orchestral arrangements. 3D became a thing. Physics evolved like crazy, same with narrative, enemy AI, cinematic, style, even controllers. Online multiplayer exploded, and devs were trying to make games more and more optimized, pushing systems to the point where an early game and a late game from the same console were worlds apart. And the PC world was no different. They were trying to push everything to the extreme, even efficiency. This demo might not look impressive, but what if I tell you that taking a screenshot creates a file that's 7 times bigger than the whole demo? Gaming was a race to do more, and even more with less. Every year blew the previous one, and tech limitations forced studios to nail style or look like crap, so they did. Let's just say, if you were into gaming back then, you were hyped. Period. But this era peaked in the mid-2000s, and after that it slowed down into 20 years of small graphical improvements, while the rest stayed the same. Which you'll agree is not as exciting. This was also the point where gaming finally went from passionate geeks doing cool stuff into becoming the biggest entertainment industry in the world. Here's where game studios became corporations, and feel free to tell me which one of the legendary studios of the past hasn't become a greedy shadow of what it once was. The hobby for nerds turned into the ultimate business, so they slowed down innovation on everything not related to selling more games. This meant more graphics for marketing, plus making games more casual, plus betting on what worked before, so we got the remake era. Here is where consoles also stopped feeling special and became dumb PCs with the same games all across. Still, corporations are quite good at refining the things that work, so we still got a Silver Age full of polished gems. But this changed mainstream gaming forever, as we basically crossed from selling interactive pieces of art into just purely games as products. The biggest example being mobile games, but I already talked about that in another video. The key thing here is that development stopped focusing on innovation and went all in into making games with less effort and time. Graphics are still the main marketing point, as they are the only thing that changes, even if just a little. But the question around them stopped being how do we make this look amazing, and became, what software can we create so even underpaid interns can make something that looks nice? Just take a look at the three most hyped graphical technologies of today. Upscaling, which is playing at lower resolutions and making your graphics card pretend you are not. FrameGen, which is making your graphics card pretend your game runs smooth. And ray tracing / path tracing, which allow developers to implement light with a fraction of the effort. None of this new tech is to make games better in any way. It's only there to compensate for bad or lazy design, and the more they are able to compensate, the less optimized games will get, which will sell more GPUs. It's kind of brilliant if you think about it. The whole phenomenon of AAA games that look worse but eat more is just a result of all this. Just unoptimized, bloated games that are so rushed they release half broken. They are basically producing turds and making tech polish them. But this is not only about bad games. Even great games are now developed in stupid ways. Look at the remake of Silent Hill 2. It's stunning, but a bit of a hog. Why? Well, if you remove the fog, you'll see how the game renders huge areas all the time, which makes zero sense. Just compare it with how the original used fog as a way to only render what was necessary, and you'll see how lazy they have become. But you know, gaming is not like social media or big tech, where they can piss on their audience and tell them it's raining without consequence. We buy games to have a good time, so all this bullshit doesn't fly. This is what brought us to the breaking point. A complete lack of understanding between an industry that seems to hate its audience and gamers not willing to pay stupid prices to play stupid games. And it's not only us. Almost all the talented developers have run away from the big gaming companies. As a result, we are seeing the small studios they are creating and the indie world betting on gameplay and style again. Oh, and Nintendo, who learned from the N64 and the GameCube. I mean, they might be assholes, but they know what they are doing, and today they have the only console that feels special. And now Valve, the biggest name behind PC gaming, has put their bet on Linux and low-end devices. They care about selling games, and if I can even turn this 13-year-old Fire Hazard into a pretty decent indie machine, this puts gaming into the hands of almost anybody, making the market even bigger for less graphical demanding games. But all this only shows how most of the companies that can produce top-tier graphics have gone to shit. Not that graphics don't or can't work. So let's talk about why graphics will never work as they did before, even if the gaming industry wasn't a mess. Let's talk about the problem with graphics. For starters, they hit a point of minimal return. You need years and boatloads of money, which usually means depending on those sleazy investors who love to push politics, to make things look slightly better than 10 years ago, which turns the issue from something technical into something psychological. Because what's killing the power of graphics is that they depend on novelty, and with novelty, slightly better will never cut it. I mean, novelty is just neuromarketing slang for tickling the circuit of our brains, wired to give us a dopamine hit when we spot and investigate anything new in the environment. It's basically the reason most ads scream, "It's new and improved!" But novelty in media is a double-edged sword. It works great, but fades quick. And not only for that new thing, but also for anything that's too similar. Do you remember how animated films hyped realism until movies like Spirits Within and Avatar came out, and then the whole industry pivoted to style? That's novelty's curse. Realistic animation was mind-blowing the first time, then it becomes normal. Boring even. But gaming was amazing for this type of marketing. Graphics evolved fast enough to feel new all the time, but slowly enough not to reach their peak in decades. Let's say you were a horror fan in the golden era. You had Sweet Home, 5 years later Clock Tower, 5 more Code Veronica, and another 5 brought you Resident Evil 4. But today we are playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, so not only we are playing the same game, but the difference isn't that impressive. Especially if you keep in mind that the time gap between Sweet Home and Resident Evil 4 is smaller than between 4 and its remake. See the problem? It was never graphics that tickled your brain, it was the massive change. But we've reached a point where they can't improve enough to create the same level of impact. Even if they create true-to-life graphics, we'd be amazed for a while and then shrug. After all, you wake up every day to the best graphics in existence. Do you go, "Wow, such shadows, wow, such definition, he even farts in 8K? Of course not. This is why most visual industries now understand that for novelty you need to bet on style again, to feel different. But there's that tiny little detail. Graphics only need tech, while style needs talent and taking risks. And in the words of a great composer,
so if you don't love it, you're not gonna take the risks.
But it's more than
let me make it worse. Pushing graphics has always been about adding more detail, but we've gotten to a point where you can add so much that instead of improving the experience, it only adds an extra layer of fuckery. Just think about how our attention works. The more we focus on a task, the more our brains ignores information not tied to it. A famous study showed that half of us won't even see a bloody gorilla in front of the screen if we are focused counting passes. And gaming demands way more focus than that, so your brain is literally wasting energy to throw away almost all those fancy graphics during your gameplay. All that extra detail becomes noise. In other words, the more details you add, the more you screw the functional aspect of graphics. So most games pushing them will end up with the same problems. The amount of detail makes it hard to know where to go or what can we interact with, so they must use cheap tricks to go around this, like making them extremely linear so the player can get lost, ending up with games that are basically pretty rooms and corridors with lots of closed doors, or extremely limited outdoors. And if they can't tie you to a small environment, they'll slap compasses, minimaps and pointers everywhere, making your cowboy or your witcher have better geolocation than a nuclear submarine. Which means that for hours, the beautiful graphics your attention will be focused on are this while you try to find your way. They also need to highlight or put the infamous yellow paint on everything you can interact with, or they'll say screw it and won't let you interact with almost anything, even if it feels stupid. Did your knife break and there is an axe there? Tough luck, that's the environment, so not touching, but I hope you appreciate how realistic it looks. Making games more detailed always gets to a point where they need to sacrifice gameplay, ending up with games that feel clunky, confusing and artificial. Good design understands how our attention works and makes use of it, while prioritizing readability over visual fidelity. Arcane is a great example of this. Almost every scene is made of a focal point and then some contextual information. The rest is just negative space. Everything on screen is there to tell you something. This type of design creates cognitive ease, which means that our brains love it as the job is done for them, so they can focus on enjoying. And you can see it in video games too. Look at the glimpse we got for the new Mario Kart. Characters on the road are the focal point, so they are more detailed. Then we have a secondary area that gives the feel of the track, and the rest is as simple as it gets, even to the point of looking quite bad if you pay attention to it. But that's the thing, you won't. This is what I call pushing readability, and you'll see it on every single game that tries to maximize all three pillars to tell us something while making gameplay as smooth as possible. Just think about the games that you consider the most stylish, or even better, write them down, as I'd love to play them. Now, how many of those are graphic hogs? I can't think of any. The most beautiful games are usually some of the most efficient, readable and enjoyable all around, and they are usually very basic for good reason. Pushing graphics forces you to add a lot of detail and being almost limited to photorealism. I mean, you ain't selling many GPUs with pixel art. On the other hand, pushing readability means trying to remove all the detail that doesn't matter while having complete freedom when choosing styles. Which also means that pushing graphics today not only screws the functional pillar, it also limits the narrative and the aesthetic ones, as photorealism is the least flexible, least memorable, least sexy style of them all. And this is not me bashing it, it is brilliant, and some games need it, but our brains have a lot of bias towards anything that looks real, so what looks wrong looks twice as wrong, creating cognitive dissonance or the uncanny valley effect. This limits a lot how you can express things, while on other styles we don't have those biases. Just look at how much more this scene tells you in the original Lion King. And you probably didn't notice, it's recorded at a resolution of 480p. Since this is easier to show than to tell, let's pick 3 masterpieces of design and put them side to side. Witcher 3, where they went all in with graphics, Tears of the Kingdom, which have bottom-of-the-barrel graphics but went all in with style, and Elden Ring or any of the Souls games, which have mediocre graphics but went high in style. In Zelda, just a glance gives you the mood, the magical vibe, the hopeful feel and nostalgia of an interactive fairy tale. Elden Ring tells you as much, though this time you get a world that's broken, affected by beings that are beyond our understanding. It's sad, hopeless and dark, but oddly beautiful. Is it a wonder that the Souls series style has inspired a whole genre? No. Is it strange that so many games are trying to look like the Switch era Zeldas? Not really. But what is the environment of Witcher telling you aside from basic beats early Renaissance Europe? Not much. And this is not a critique, it is exactly what it had to be. But notice how much the style has to be carried by the narrative. The tragic story of a man who just wanted to play cards, but was constantly distracted by the apocalypse. Still, if I ask you, which one of the three worlds do you think is the most beautiful? I wonder how many of you will choose the realistic one. And here's the thing. You cannot make Zelda or Elden Ring graphic hawks, because you'd break their essence, as both are focused on creating spectacular environments that are easy to read, to inspire exploration, so they need to feel a bit empty, a bit surreal. Not being tied to photorealism allows for more expression, more vibrancy, more radical animation, to convey movement in more spectacular ways. It's better at communicating space and what you can do. It's the best at creating emotional impact. And there is more. It's not only the lazy part of your brain which prefers less detail. The one related to your identity does too, as when they put all the detail for us, they break imaginative immersion. The more realistic and detailed something is, the less we put from our imagination into it. The less we put, the less special it feels as time goes by. It's why book people are always ranting about how the book is better than the movie, because we create our own movie as we read it, and we also do this with less defined visual information. We look for shapes in clouds, we are terrified of what we can't see, and we rebuild those less defined video games in our minds while we are playing. I mean, have you ever played a game from your childhood and got surprised at how bad it actually looked? That's reality smashing against the memories of the version you created while playing it. Plus, brains are tickled by things they cannot completely see or understand. The liminal, the ethereal, the strange. Raw graphics can make something look good, but they can't make it look special. You make it special, and the more you put of yourself into it, the more special it is. And I'm not saying they can't do this with amazing graphics, it's just going to take a lot more effort. They are way more limited in the choices they can make, and most of the time they'll have to hide those graphics under a layer of style. But this rarely happens, for what I consider to be the biggest problem with pushing graphics, how it forces creators to give away control. If every stone, tree and strand of grass has to be perfect, they must use software to model and create more stuff in procedural ways, as it's impossible to have humans doing all the work. So we are ending up with games where environments, lighting and most stuff is created with little human input.
And the procedural systems aren't just placing trees and rocks, but also fog cards, bugs, birds, everything that's needed to bring this environment to life.
And now with the AI push, this is only going to get worse, as you can bet most big companies are drooling while thinking about an era of games where the music, writing, models and almost everything is designed by a machine, which is bloody disgusting and the curse of our time. So yes, all this is what made graphics lose their magic, but you know what? I'm optimistic. I believe we are still going to get the best looking games ever, and I want big companies to keep pushing graphics even further, because it always trickles down. Yes, I think the way they use them sucks, but who knows, maybe in the future someone will create a game that expresses everything through light and shadow using path tracing. And have you seen what they are doing with retro games with it? That's what makes me excited. Besides, it's the best time to be a gamer. You can have all the great titles of the past for pennies and play them on a potato, while the indie world is mind-blowing. So let them cook, we'll see where it goes. Meanwhile, I'll keep recommending weird stuff. But what do you think about all this? I want to know.
Welcome back, Short Kings. Have you ever found yourself staring at this? Spending more time scrolling through your game library than actually playing games? Should I play this? Nah. Maybe this. Not today, but eventually. And somehow an hour has passed and you haven't even started playing anything. Oh, it's time for bed already. Well, you're not alone. Today I'm going to explore why having more games than ever is actually making us play less, and what we can do about it. Just to be clear, this isn't a video about tackling the backlog. Instead, it's about starting the game. Any game. And although this channel is focused on PlayStation games, the psychology and lessons learned in this video can totally be applied to PC players, especially PC players, because you guys have the most choice. In a famous study, shoppers were given the choice of buying jam from a pile of 6 options, and then the next day a pile of 24 options. The shoppers who had less choice came out on top. We'll get into that study in more details later. This phenomenon has a name. It's called analysis paralysis, and understanding it might just help you enjoy gaming again. The first half of the video is going to go over the theory of why this happens to us, and the second half of the video is going to be all about solutions, actions we can take as gamers to fix this problem once and for all. So skip to that part of the video if you want to just jump right into solutions. Drop a like for the algo to tell YouTube this is a helpful video, and if you're surprised that such a quality video is coming from a channel so small, subscribe to this channel so I can make $2 a video for a week's worth of work. Just a heads up, this video will be quite a deep dive compared to others. I'm even going to be quoting books and studies to get really into the psychology and philosophy of why we are like this. I used to be pretty bad at this too until I found what works for me. After a long day, I'd finally have some time set aside for a gaming session for some much needed escapism and to slowly chip away at the backlog. Sit in my favorite chair, controller in hand, but then the paralysis hits. What do I play? I've got games that I've purchased, monthly games that I've claimed that I still haven't tried yet, and in front of me there's PS Plus Extra, 400 more temptations. And this is just PlayStation games. If you have other consoles or play on PC, forget about it. So many games to choose from. A towering monument of digital games dedicated to the gods of FOMO. So I went to play Control, which I had given up on 2 years ago. But no, it wasn't sticking. Where was I? What mission is this? I don't even remember what this is all about. I don't even remember the controls. Pun intended. Maybe I could try a short game from scratch. At least those games don't ask too much. I bought some on sale recently too. A Short Hike? Or Super Meat Boy? Nah, maybe I should just go back to the old faithful multiplayer matches. At least I don't have to learn anything new controller-wise or remember a story. Just turn off my brain and let muscle memory guide me. But my friends are not even online right now. What was meant to be a relaxing gaming session turned into a stressful decision-making process that ended with me watching YouTube videos of other people playing the games instead of playing anything myself. I was lucky enough to stumble upon a video talking about what I was going through. This is very relatable. I don't know who this Olive Ocelot is, but he definitely deserves more subscribers. He understands me. Wink, wink. And this wasn't a one-time occurrence either. I'd often jump into the multiplayer games hoping that my friends would join, but today wasn't the day. Next thing you know, we got a few thousand hours in Apex, Call of Duty, and Rocket League. And the backlog of unplayed games only got bigger during that time. I've noticed this happening more and more frequently online too. It seems I was far from alone in this experience. Analysis paralysis. Like the name suggests, when our brains are overwhelmed with choices, we freeze, making it really hard to make any decision. Psychologists call this choice overload or overchoice, a cognitive process where people have difficulty making a decision when faced with many options. And in gaming, this problem has never been more relevant. Steam has been popping out more and more games year after year, yet the most played games have been what I experienced, the multiplayer classic choices. In 2023, a record-breaking 15,000 games were released on Steam alone, and yet, according to Steam's own statistics, the average user played only 4 games. How much you want to bet that those games were those multiplayer games that we just talked about? What's the point of backlog if we ignore it? Analysis paralysis doesn't just affect our ability to choose a game, it affects our enjoyment of the game once we finally do get around to playing. We start a game, Analysis paralysis defeated. But then the creep sets in. Wondering if we should play something else. We start second guessing our choice. When will it stop? This really takes away from the immersion of the experience, constantly leaving one foot in the game and another outside in the decision-making process. Why can't we just stay focused on the game we're in and be present?
So fast.
Why is this so hard? This isn't just a gaming problem. Streaming services have been facing the same issue. A Nielsen report found that when faced with too many streaming options, 21% of viewers just gave up and watched nothing at all. This phenomenon extends to music too. Spotify, books, even dating apps. Our entire digital culture is built around endless options. Back in the old days, gaming used to be so much simpler. Didn't have as much choice. Games were expensive physical media, and we couldn't as easily switch between them. We played what we had. Only when we finished did we go out into the world and save up to buy a new one. The decision-making process was largely affected by the finances and by the inconvenience of taking half a day off to go down to the game store and select something new. This is, of course, after doing research of what we should get before we even reach the store. Going back further, even in the arcades, you knew what you wanted to play. If there was a big lineup, you might join in on watching the action of other players competing or go play your second favorite title. You weren't as tempted to play every machine that was in front of you. You knew what you wanted. There was a beauty to the limitation. You committed to mastering Mortal Kombat or Street Fighter, so you could be the guy that other people watched. At no point were you thinking, those other flashy arcades I haven't tried. Maybe I should quit while I'm ahead and spend all my quarters elsewhere. I should give every game in here a try. No way. You were king of the arcade, king of Mortal Kombat, undefeated. Fast forward to today. Thousands of choices and nothing to play. The inconvenience of going to the store and buying something has completely disappeared. We now have predominantly digital games. You can just sit on your butt at home and buy 20 games a day if you wanted to. Games are often discounted 80, 90% off. If I don't buy them now, then they may go back to full price. With PS Plus Extra, Game Pass, and EA Play, we have access to hundreds of games for the price of just one new one. There's even free games being given away on Epic Games. Heck, there's even free games, period. Some of those most popular games we talked about are free games. This has created an environment of endless choice. The average gamer, especially with a subscription service, now has access to hundreds of games at any given moment. We are drowning in options, and it's affecting our ability to enjoy any single game fully.
Game protection,
The science, or the psychology. The simple fact is the more choice there is, the less satisfaction there is, and also more regret. American psychologist Barry Schwartz wrote a book in 2004 called The Paradox of Choice. In the book, he demonstrated why giving less choices to a customer actually boosts the sales and makes the shopkeeper less stressful. In a famous study by psychologists Sheena and Mark, shoppers in California were given the options of 24 jam jars on a small table with 24 different flavors. They could sample as many jams as they wanted and were even given a $1 off coupon to purchase their favorite jam. The next day, they repeated the same experiment, but this time they only had 6 jams on the table. 6 jams, 6 flavors. Again, the customers could sample as many as they wanted and were also given a $1 off coupon. Do you know what the two samples had in common? The number of flavors sampled. Whether it was 6 or 24, no one wanted to sample more than 2 jams. But here's the kicker: how many bought the jam? The day with the fewer options, 30% of shoppers used that $1 off coupon and bought the jam. But the day before, when they had way too many options, only 3% of shoppers bought that jam. That's 10 times less. This same principle applies to our ever-growing gaming libraries. The paradox of choice tells us that you can greatly reduce anxiety for shoppers by simply eliminating consumer choices. Less choice, less stress. Schwartz argued in his book that too many options forces us to invest more time and effort into making decisions and thinking about it, which raises our expectations but increases the likelihood of regret. So let's bring it back to gaming for a second. Have you ever bought that game that everyone keeps talking about it, or maybe just tried it on PS Plus Extra, and after a few hours in you think, oh okay, well, this was a waste of time. This is definitely not for me. And on the flip side, have you ever just downloaded a game out of instinct, knowing nothing about it, but you had the time of your life? Afterwards, you go and check reviews and see that it's universally panned. Everyone hates it. It's a bad game. When we have zero expectations, we see all the good. But when we have high expectations, we're just waiting to find the flaws and be disappointed. So with hundreds of games available, we're constantly wondering if we're playing the right one. As desirable as choice and freedom is, it reduces the pleasure we take on our eventual selection. That's why I personally love The Last Chance to Play. It forces me to play something I've been putting off. But that's jumping to solutions. We'll get to that soon. Boot up your PlayStation. What do you see? First thing you see is all the games that are installed and showing up on the home screen. Multiple options already. But then we get notifications about the games our friends are playing. There's also advertisements for what games are on sale. Oh, what's that? What's new on Extra this month? The home screen itself has become a battleground for competing options, fighting for our attention. The second we boot up, we're already bombarded with alternatives. Unless, of course, you put it on rest mode the last time you played. If you go all the way to the right, the library is waiting for you to tempt you with even more options. Options that you have actively sought, whether you added them to the library from monthly games or games that you've purchased in the past. Personally, I only go in the library after I've beaten the game, because there's no satisfaction like the satisfaction that comes from deleting a game off your console storage. It feels so good to finally see the backlog shrinking. So many games just waiting for us. Whenever we see them sitting there unfinished or even unplayed, we feel bad. I'll eventually get to you, little buddy.
We're out of patrol. Shit.
The unexpected consequences. The unfinished game epidemic. Did you know that almost 90% of gamers don't finish a game? There's been a few studies and articles on this, but if you don't believe me, just open up your trophies for the game you are playing right now. Look for a trophy in there that signifies the end of the main story. Look at that trophy and check out the percentage underneath. How many actually got to that part? I'm not talking about a platinum here either. I'm talking just getting to the end of the basic main story. Why is the percentage so low? Why are we like this? We start so many games and get distracted or give up halfway. I'm currently playing Resident Evil 3 right now before it goes away, and here's what I'm talking about. 86.4% of players beat Chapter 1. Chapter 2, 81.9. Not bad, only lost 5%. But look at this. Chapter 3, already down to 51.7%. We lost almost half the people so far. What happened? Did the game suddenly become bad? Why did almost half of us give up so early? Have you ever tried getting back into an open world game after a month or two hiatus? It's so hard knowing what you're supposed to do, and then you have to get used to the controls again. Even game designers know this. The detailed quest log, objective markers, recap features at the beginning of every chapter. You start to question if doing a straight run through finishing multiple chapters in one day is out of the norm. I don't need a recap of what happened 2 hours ago. I'm still here. These aren't just conveniences for the odd gamer who might take a break from the game. These are necessities in a world where players often return to games weeks or even months after last playing it. So many games demand more and more from us. Hundreds of hours of commitment, and you're expected not to take a break? Each game is competing for our limited time and attention. Resources that deplete as you get older and tack on more real-life responsibilities. So it's no surprise that the majority of us don't even finish finish the game. Completing games has become such a commitment, it's almost a job.
Every day his imagination grew stronger.
Gaming spectatorship. Another unexpected consequence is the rise of gaming as a spectator activity. We're thinking about games at work, even though when we get home we don't even play. Twitch and YouTube gaming viewerships have exploded, with millions choosing to watch others play rather than play themselves, or people going online just to be told what to play. Thanks for subscribing. While there are many factors contributing to this trend, analysis paralysis still plays a role. It's easier to let someone else make the game choice for us than to navigate our own overwhelming libraries. We outsource our decision making to streamers and content creators, letting them curate our gaming journey and experiences. We know that committing to the wrong game means wasting precious hours that are dwindling with age and real life responsibilities. Being told what to play is great because not only does it narrow down the choice, but then you get to have a community to share it with. If you and your friend play the same thing, you get to talk to someone about the game after you beat it. So even if we don't play the games they're streaming, at least we had a positive memory associated with those games. Which is why I started a subreddit community. Join us there for our Game of the Month book club. Extra, short, and sweet. Let's take a break from gaming.
Are you filled with feelings of self-doubt? Do you find yourself prone to minimizing massive dilemmas, or for allowing the smallest problems to get blown completely out of proportion?
Different industries are tackling this phenomenon in different ways, but I'm not sure they're making things easier. Netflix, Spotify, and YouTube are investing heavily in recommendation-based algorithms. We think you should watch this. They're trying to simplify choices, but it sometimes has the opposite effect, because it recommends far beyond what we're searching for. Other places have curated subscription boxes, telling you what to watch, what to play. It's like back in the video rental days. You'd have thousands of choices in the store, but in the front, you'd have a section where the staff hand-picked out their favorites. And once you found a staff member that had your taste, you trusted them for their next movie pick. This is precisely why my channel focuses on PS Plus Extra and shorter games, to help you cut through the noise and find experiences that respect your time. It's a much better feeling downloading and beating a sub 10-hour game than a 100-hour plus grind. Plus, we get to play more games overall. So just by being here and watching this video and subscribing, you've already taken the first step to solving your problem. Congratulations, you made it halfway through the video. The second half of the video is going to be all about solutions.
Delivering cargo.
Solutions and strategy.
You look good, Sam. Up and ready to go.
These are the things that helped me tackle my own analysis paralysis. Number 1, last chance to play. Now, for many subscribers, the worst thing about PlayStation Plus Extra and other subscription services is the leaving portion. Games leaving, movies leaving. They want everything to be there forever and for the catalog to grow and grow. If you've watched this far in this video, you know that's a terrible idea. We already have too much choice. Let's not make the pile even bigger, okay? Games have to leave for others to fill in their space. This is a good thing. It's a good thing because something finally stops the choices from growing. But it's a great thing because it puts a timer on your decision. If you see a game that you really wanted to play showing up in the last chance to play section, you immediately have to make a decision. It's now or never, boys. It puts a fire under your butt. God forbid that 2 or more games show up on your backlog in the last chance to play. Then you really have to make a decision. Which one are you going to play and which one are you going to admit that you're probably never going to start? Limitation breeds creativity. In this case, limitation with a deadline breeds action. Otherwise, that FOMO is going to be huge. So that's tip 1. Let Last Chance to Play guide you. Put every other game on hold and put all your effort into beating the games that will go away. Now, if you're on PC, this is a tough topic. If you buy more games, the choices grow, but you don't get any happier. And a subscription service might seem like a waste of money because you don't get to keep the games. But lucky for you, there are options. Something similar to this Game of the Month that will go away thing we got going on in Extra. Which brings us to our first sponsor. Joking. They're not paying me to say this, but I will use affiliate Netflix. Humble Bundle has been around for the last 15 years, and its main feature has been a collection of games that drop every single month. You get to pick which game you want from this curated collection, just like PS Plus. In fact, they did it before. But here's what makes it different than PS Plus. Pay what you can, donating a percentage to your charity of choice, and the option of opting out if you don't like this month's selections. This makes the process of selecting what game to play a little bit easier, but only if you commit to it. You have to actually play the games of the month every month. Don't treat it like another Steam sale and hoard even more games that you're never gonna play. So just like PS Plus, treat this as your last chance to play. But unlike PS Plus, you can just choose to skip that month. And the games don't actually leave, which is why it's extra important to actually play the game that you downloaded this month. Sometimes these artificial constraints are exactly what we need to break through the paralysis. Number 2, organize your options. There's this thing called the Eisenhower Matrix. It's a time management tool that categorizes tasks based on their urgency and importance. It splits the tasks into 4 quadrants based on how urgent and how important the task is. So when we see the last chance to play games, they fit on the left side. They can be either games we want to play or games we don't care about. And on the right side, there's monthly games and backlog extra games, and then there's games that we've bought and are keeping forever. Everything on the right is not leaving, so there's no urgency. So let's focus on the most important and urgent games to play. Now, if there's nothing on the last chance to playlist that interests you, these are the games on your PlayStation storage right now. Now, with the base 1TB storage of the PS5, you don't even have that much room, so it limits you in a good way. If you have 2 multiplayer games that you play with your friends, you're already running out of space. So that's the constraint we're going to focus on. By choice or not, every time you want to add a new game, you have to delete an old game that didn't click. That's all it is for the organizing tip. I know it seems obvious, but just play the games that have more urgency to them. Number 3, keep it fresh. The worst thing you could do is have multiple similar games on your console storage. For example, if you only have Siege, Apex, and Call of Duty on your system, or all RPG games, or just sports games, you're going to get fatigued more easily because you're using the same part of your brain and there's nothing fresh. Spice it up a bit. Try playing a new genre. Try playing a new publisher at least. If you're getting tired of the Ubisoft grind, don't just start the next Ubisoft game right after. Try to have one of each. A story game, a pick up and play game, and a multiplayer game. Let's start with a story-driven game for when you really want to be immersed in a story. But try not to take too long of a break from this one because you need to keep the story fresh in your mind. Recommended titles, we have Control, Yakuza, Uncharted, Ratchet & Clank, just anything that has a linear story where every play session feels like you chipped away slowly at the progress. Next, let's throw a game that's pick up and play for some hyper-quick gaming action. This is the sort of game you want to have on your console when you don't even have an hour to game, but you want to still maximize the fun. It can be online, something like Fall Guys, or better yet, something off extra like Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge, or an indie puzzler even. Shoot 'em up, beat 'em up, even a golf game. You want something where the levels take less than 10 minutes. These games will be your palate cleanser, allowing you to take a break from the big grindy games. The last game is your typical multiplayer game you play with your friends. This can be your Call of Duty or Rocket League. These games do waste your time, yes, with zero actual story progress. But it's a chance to hang out with your friends, and this is the closest thing guys have to group video chats with each other. By organizing your games into categories, you simplify your decision-making process. The next time you boot up the game, instead of, what game should I play? I want you to think, how much time do I have for this gaming session? If you have less than 30 minutes, play that quick beat 'em up for instant action. If you have an hour or two or more, boot up that story game and shave an hour or two off the main campaign. You'll be done in no time. If your friends are online and invite you to play multiplayer, where we dropping, boys? Having these pre-made decisions eliminates the need to evaluate the entire library each time you sit down to play. Number 4, platinums. Okay, now for some people, this is how you're supposed to play games, and that's totally fine. But for me, out of all the platinums I've achieved over the years, the only one that sticks out as being worth it and being a positive experience was Animal Well. Every other game I played and beat, I often look back with distaste at the platinum grind. Great, fantastic games like Returnal, loved every minute of it, but getting the platinum meant dealing with RNG, finding artifacts that are randomly generated. So you boot up the game and die on purpose over and over again until the final piece of your collection spawns in the right biome. It soured the experience so much. Recently, the same thing happened with the Cult of the Lamb. Great game, but for some reason, my brain was like, get the platinum, you can do it, and surprise, another RNG collectible. Platinum trophies are great for back when we used to buy games at full price because we wanted to get the most out of our dollar. But with PS Plus Extra, any extra time you spend on a game that you've already said goodbye to is a longer break before you start the next one. And the platinum grind really overstays its welcome the majority of the time. Number 5. Use the 5-second rule. Open up your library and pick a game within 5 seconds. Commit to playing it for at least half an hour. This approach is inspired by Mel Robbins' productivity technique. It sort of short circuits the overthinking process. Number 6. The power of rest mode. If you're playing a single player story mode type game, put it in rest mode when you take a break. The next time you boot up, the game is exactly where you left it. Your character is standing in the exact same spot. Even though the PS5 has such amazing loading times, something about skipping the main menu and skipping those intro logos just skips all the BS. When you see your character, it makes it more immediate. Your brain automatically goes into, okay, right, where was I? Okay, here we go again. Right into the action. Rest mode just ignores everything and narrows your focus into one singular task. Where do I go next? All right, we're going to go quicker through these next tips. Number 7, set clear completion criteria. So for example, for story games, this might mean getting to chapter 2 before the end of the night. For open world sandbox games, this could be reach level 25 in 2 hours, or just try doing 2 side quests. Having defined endpoints helps prevent the endless drift between partially completed experiences. Number 8, create themed gaming nights. Monday for indies, Wednesdays for RPGs, the weekend for multiplayer. Having a predetermined structure eliminates the need to make decisions from scratch every time you play. Number 9, join game clubs where everyone plays the same game each month. This creates external structure. I actually run one on my subreddit for this channel. By joining communities like this, there's a built-in accountability and shared experience that can motivate you to stick with the game when the initial excitement wears off. Plus, it's always nice to talk about the game after you've beat it. It's like after you watch a movie at the theater and then walk back to the car. It's only human nature to see if somebody else shared our experience. Number 10, stop buying new games you know you're never gonna play. If it's on sale now, it'll be on sale again in the future. Yes, I know my favorite game of all time is on sale for 40% cheaper than Steam right now in Humble, but do not download these highly recommended games if you're not actually going to play them right away. With PS Extra, there's less guilt. We didn't actually pay for each individual game, so you lose nothing by getting rid of it. Number 11, mental stickiness. Okay, so mental stickiness is usually a negative thing associated with anxiety and depression, but it also can have positive effects. Basically, it's when you can't stop thinking about something you can't let go of. Anxiety is a conspiracy theory about yourself, but in our case, it's a side effect of exposure therapy. I stumbled upon this by accident just from doing videos for you guys. So before making any videos about a game, I like to try to actually play the game, so my recommendations are more authentic. But when I'm making these last chance to play videos, there's bound to be at least a couple of games that I haven't tried. So recently I downloaded a bunch of games and played about an hour of each. What I discovered while gathering footage was fascinating. The games I was most likely to play until completion weren't necessarily the games with the best ratings. They were the games that I found myself thinking about when I wasn't playing any games at all. So just by experiencing an hour of each game, I got the gist of the story and the game mechanics of each one. After taking a break from playing so many games in a row, which I do not recommend, in their absence, the decision was clear in my head about which game I was going to play next, and which one I'd probably delete. I couldn't stop thinking about them. This mental stickiness might be a better gauge of what's worth your time than any critic or review score. So stick with what clicks for you. And then lastly, just take a break. Game fasting. Taking a short break from all the games to reset your relationship with your gaming library. Sometimes stepping away briefly can renew your appreciation and enthusiasm. And when you return, clarity will return. Some more philosophies. Philosopher Soren Kierkegaard wrote about the anxiety of possibility, which he also called the dizziness of freedom, the paralysis that comes from having unlimited options, and the potential consequences of making those choices. He suggests that true freedom isn't found in endless choice, but in committing to something specific and living fully within that choice, even in the face of uncertainty and anxiety. Applied to gaming, this means that limiting our options will definitely help enhance our enjoyment. Perhaps the most important realization is that there is no perfect choice. Sometimes the best game to play is simply the one you're playing right now. Closing thoughts. Gaming should be about joy and escape, not stress and obligation. By setting some boundaries on our endless options, we can rediscover what made us fall in love with gaming in the first place. Remember that the goal isn't to optimize every single minute of gaming or play the best games according to critic or social media. The goal is to have experiences that resonate with you personally. Experiences that provide genuine enjoyment, a challenge, or relaxation depending on what you need that day. In a culture obsessed with more frames per second, more content, more pixels, more games, more side quests, more grinding, more mini games, perhaps the radical choice is to embrace less, fewer games, played more deeply, quality time over quantity of titles, presence over FOMO. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Do you constantly experience analysis paralysis when it comes to gaming? What strategies have you developed to overcome it? Has your enjoyment of games changed as your library has grown over the years? Let me know in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, please consider subscribing to our channel. We focus specifically on PS Plus extra games and shorter experiences that respect your time. Perfect for fighting analysis paralysis. So thanks for giving me a half hour of your time, even though you should have been spending it playing an actual game. Hopefully this video helps you in the future be more decisive. If you found this video mind-blowing, share it in your favorite subreddit or community. Or maybe more importantly, share it with that friend that really needs it. This video took a ton of work to get done, so if you really want to support the channel, use the affiliate links below. I realize the sales mentioned might have expired by now, so I'll do my best to update the links in the description to reflect the current month's recommendations. Thanks for your time, and until next time, be a friend, and I'll see you again.
Yo, chill. What the fuck?
What's that I see? Oh yes, it's the bottom of the barrel. I knew we'd get here eventually. Well, let's keep digging and see where we end up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. I'm Josh Strife and this is Worst MMO Ever, a show where I play the worst MMO games I can find so you don't have to. Drop a like on the video or sub to the channel for more MMO stuff. Ring the bell for all the future notifications. And as usual, a massive thank you to the supporters on Patreon and Twitch who keep the channel going. More on how you can support at the end. For now, let's begin. Today we are playing Inferno, and as we play Inferno, it's going to become painfully obvious we are now firmly in the shovelware part of our MMO journey. Inferno is what would happen if Skyrim slept with The Witcher 3 and then spent 9 months heavily drinking. This game may be one of the worst experiences I've ever had sat in front of a screen, and I've watched cats. Inferno is free on Steam and I'm still considering trying to refund it to see if I get my 2 hours back. Now normally I play every MMO I review for at least 6 hours, but you don't need to be kicked in the balls for 6 hours to know being kicked in the balls isn't fun. You can usually figure out it's not the best thing ever after a few seconds, and this game feels the same. Inferno starts. The opening theme sounds like you'd ordered the Game of Thrones theme from Wish. Character creation, we have 4 classes, the warrior, mage, assassin or half demon, and you have little stats showing you how good they are at PvE and PvP, which is actually quite a nice touch. Obviously we're going with the half demon because deep down I never truly got over my emo phase, and occasionally I still listen to the Rasmus and sing Guilty out loud. We get to do some extremely basic model manipulation and then the game starts, even though part of me wishes it hadn't. Now to be fair to the game, the landscape looks fine. The character model looks like Play-Doh and everything has that cheap low quality feel.
Boring solo boss fighting is impossible. Actual cringe fest of a game. Uninstalling forever. Pros: good side, game with many gorgeous waifu. Grind for porn scenes? No thank you. This game is trash. F you yeehaws running around with 6k damage sword behind my level 22. These are just some of the reviews of the MMORPGs I have played for this video. If they make the game sound bad, that's because they are. But why? You see, recently I've been doing this weird thing where I've been playing a lot of games that I genuinely enjoy and are widely regarded as great games. Games like World of Warcraft Classic, Fallout New Vegas, Skyrim, and other games that were released over a decade ago because new things terrify me. But since I am the undemocratically elected president of MMORPGs, I feel like it's my responsibility to seek out these MMOs that are just so bad so that I can see what's plaguing the less fortunate MMOs in this great genre. And to be honest, what's plaguing them is baffling. These games range from cute little 2D games to games I can't even show. Full disclosure, I've already done a video like this, but in that video I only played 3 MMORPGs, and in this video I'm going to be playing more than that. So join me as we...
Heroes Land on the surface looks like a quaint little 2D MMORPG, but underneath the surface, it's a cold-hearted wench that is ready to sell you off to the lowest bidder the second you so much as look at it the wrong way. But the graphics are cute. One reviewer who loved the game described it as a black hole for free time, and they weren't kidding. They had 1,000 hours when they reviewed the game, and then they played 1,000 hours more. Hold on, this review was posted at the end of May. At the time I'm recording this, there's only been 1,654 hours since then. That means they've spent at least 2/3 of the last 2.5 months playing this game. Jesus Christ. Another reviewer called it Realm of the Mad God if it sucked. And I can't think of any better advertisement, so let's dive in. The first thing that stuck out to me about Realm of the Heroes Land is that there are a surprising amount of people in the starting area. This won't be the case in most of the games I play in this video, so I knew I had to take advantage. Using some of my advanced social skills I've honed through my decades of playing MMORPGs, I was able to befriend a kind player by the name of DeathSkull7532. And look at this, he's over level 100. That's a powerful ally to have. Oh, hold on, it looks like he wants me to follow him. What is it, boy? Treasure? XP? Quests? Oh, no, it's death. He killed me. You see, it turns out Heroes Land has completely open PvP, meaning anyone at any level can kill you almost anywhere. This creates a pretty harsh environment, but DeathSkull is my friend, and I know he probably didn't mean to kill me. So I walked back out to the wilderness, or I guess I crawled, I don't really know what's going on here, and I quickly found out that, nope, DeathSkull very much did mean to kill me the first time. It was clear to me at this point that if I exited the safe zone, DeathSkull would execute me like the oldest python on the snake ranch. But just to be sure, I left the safe zone to meet up with DeathSkull again. And he killed me. 5 more times. When I finally started playing the game properly, I got to see Heroes Land for what it is. A decent game with some really deep flaws. The world of Heroes Land is filled with resources that you can collect that let you build things like bonfires to restore your HP. In my experience, it's pretty much irrelevant. It's like I didn't actually ever need to collect resources, so I'm glad it's there, I guess. The main gameplay loop of Heroes Land is to kill monsters and get loot. Like this awesome badass sword that I got super early on that looks so goddamn cool. If it doesn't look like it's early on because of my level, that's misleading because you get levels like every 3 seconds in this game,
Like, this was like 10 minutes in. I don't know how this happened. This badass sword is important because weapons are the second most important mechanic in the entire game and are a huge factor in how strong your character is. In Heroes Land, you can have up to 3 weapons equipped at one time. It's kind of their version of the ability hotbar that most MMOs have. I really like this because all the weapons feel unique and they even have their own special abilities, so you're encouraged to switch between them based on the situation. It's actually a lot of fun. The only drawback of the system is it kind of makes gear more important than your actual character's progression, but that's not a big deal because getting gear is fun, and keeping gear is also fun. Keeping gear is really fun. With my new badass sword, I decided to go try and kill one of the world bosses that spawns around the starter area. In this case, I was trying to kill this ugly troll thing, and it didn't go well. It was level 105, and I was level 51. What was I thinking? I wasn't. But you know what really sucks? I lost my sword on death. Listen, I'm not the kind of guy who's opposed to death in video games having consequences. I think that makes a lot of sense. But there's a fundamental flaw in Heroes Land because of that terrible PvP system we've already witnessed. If any person of any level can come at me and kill me with their vastly superior gear, then we have a problem, because that will just set me back. And this is an opinion a lot of reviewers share. Yep, just confirmed it. You, a newbie, killing boss. Then some overpowered player came to my server for newbies and wreaked havoc. Uninstall, move on. See, they confirmed it. That's how you know it's legit.
But like I said before, weapons are only the second most important mechanic, and the cool part about the first most important mechanic is that you can't lose it on death. The bad part is all of it. The primary system in Heroes Land, and get this, is the hero system. Heroes are like champions in League of Legends, I assume. They each have their own unique strengths and hero abilities that can make massive differences in your power. There are a ton of heroes to choose from, and unlocking them is actually really easy. All you need to do is spend some of the gold you get from questing to play what's known as a gacha game. A gacha game is just a fancy way to say gambling. Each 1,000 coins you spend will give you a random hero, but 9,000 coins will get you 10 random heroes. What a bargain. 1,000 coins isn't even too hard to come across. That's just a few quests worth of work. And hey, if that all sounds pretty reasonable to you, that's because I lied. Each spin in this game doesn't give you a hero. Each spin gives you 1/5 of a hero. You need to pull the same hero 5 times to actually unlock them, which means you need to get pretty lucky to unlock any of the heroes, let alone one you are actually trying to play. And that's a lot of coins to get. Man, if only there was a way to get more coins easily. Hold on, I'm just gonna make a call to the for a video. So yeah, Heroes Land is a game that's really just a slot machine with some set dressing. Do you strictly need to pay to unlock new heroes? No. But given the fact that it has one of the worst open PvP systems ever made, if you don't pay, someone who did will kick you in the mouth, call you a slur, and set your progress back significantly. So it's up to you if you decide it's pay to win or not. Heroes Land does genuinely have some cool parts to it, like this mushroom guy whose main attack is fart. I didn't add that sound effect in, that's just the noise it makes. But this game has so many glaring flaws, and it's a shame because some of them can be easily fixed, like just adding in level ranges for PvP so you can't just get killed by a max level guy when you're level 1. I mean, come on guys, that's not a hard thing to come up with. So while there are good parts to this game, I'm gonna have to side with the reviews on this one. It's not very good, and I wouldn't spend any money on it. I would say Heroes Land is similar to Despicable Me 4 in the fact that it looks nice enough, but who really wanted this? And there's no way it's any good. Also, I guess I'm comparing all the games to movies now. So game would be good for you child to play, not for adult to play. If they seen it, it needs more sweat drops and anime angry gestures. The game is missing opposite sex. I entered in and I found no male NPCs. All they had were goblins. Spiders no cave access means. Pink color menu UI should be optional at best. If want, tone it down. Offer grayscale because players when entering game, they're no intro. Just you play and you always sight of keys. Mouse plus keyboard only. What's crazy is they made the game sound like an absolute disaster, and then they recommended it? Oh man, maybe that was too mean. I shouldn't have said that. I feel so bad. Huh? Why is everyone looking at me? It's like they can hear my inner thoughts. Oh no, maybe I should just talk about the game. Anime World, much like that bit I just did, is really fucking bad and extraordinarily cringe. It's also the only game on this list I paid for. Steam, please process my refund. This is extremely embarrassing. Calling this game a mess would be an insult to messes. I mean, actually calling this game an anime is an insult to anime, and that's saying something because anime is the genre that brought you hits like My Little Sister Can't Be This Cute. I'm kidding, that doesn't actually exist. I'm kidding, it actually does, and it is as creepy as it sounds. Where do I start with Anime World? Well, I guess I could say it looks bad, like really, really bad. I don't watch anime, but just from some random clips, I can tell you that real Anime Worlds look a whole lot better than this. The whole game is just an unfinished mess. I mean, look at this animation when you try to backpedal. Is she okay? Does she need my help? The quest indicators over NPCs' heads clip through terrain so you can see them from everywhere on the map. The combat looks and feels terrible. The dialogue system forces you to use a mouse to click next, but the camera remains unlocked, so it moves around and you progress through dialogue. Like, the developers cannot have ever played this game, right? That's something you would notice and be like, yuck, I hate this right away. And the whole time you're playing, you're constantly getting achievements every 10 seconds just for having the game open. Like, it's an actual nightmare. And all the achievements are just letters, and then they run out of letters and are just like, okay, here's some numbers. This game seems so unbelievably incompetently made that I wouldn't blame you for thinking this is the only game this developer ever made, but no, they've actually made a lot of games, like the iconic and revered trilogy Furry Glory and Furry Dream and Furry Tale. I would show you the trailers for these games, but I can't because these games are all erotic furry puzzle games. You literally put a jigsaw puzzle together of naked, anthropomorphized animals. These 3 games came out in a 10-day span of each other and cost $50, by the way. And the reviews are positive, so more power to them, I guess. Maybe I shouldn't be too harsh. I mean, this was the developer's first ever game, and it's a genre that can be hard to get right. I mean, it's not like Anime World is just some asset pack they found on the Unity asset store that they bought, took the demo level from, and uploaded to Steam for $2 to make a quick buck. Yeah, that's what it is. That's actually what it is. Anime World is actually just the demo level from the asset pack Action RPG Starter Kit on the Unity asset store. And from the demo video, it looks like it's literally the exact same thing with no changes except those annoying achievements were added in. Calling this game an asset flip isn't even accurate since asset flips usually have the decency to move the assets around a little bit. I don't think Anime World's developers, if you want to call them that, would even know how to move assets. And the worst part of all this is that the game isn't even an MMORPG, but for some reason it's on the MMORPG section of Steam. I've been had. I wasted precious minutes of my life playing this game, thinking it was an MMORPG, because I try to go into these games as blind as possible. And it just wasn't an MMORPG. Steam just lied to me. Why would you do this to me, Steam? I know Steam is a great platform for both gamers and developers, but how is this allowed on here? I mean, it's an obvious asset flip, and it's not like I'm the first person to notice that. Reviews as far back as 3 years ago have pointed out, some even warning that the game might be removed from the Steam store. And yet here it is, still for sale. For $2! Anime World can only be compared to what is arguably the greatest disappointment in anime history, the live-action Avatar: The Last Airbender movie from M. Night Shyamalan. That's right, I went there. And also, yes, I call it Avatar: The Last Airbender an anime. What are you gonna do? Cry about it? Anyway, Steam, please again refund me because I can't sleep at night knowing that I spent money on that game. Please, I will do anything. LOL, Josh Strife Hayes needs to play this garbage. Well, bad news. Handsome MMO guy was busy, so you got me instead. EOS Ragnarok. Hold on, does that say EOS Blue? But the Steam page said EOS Ragnarok. Did I download the wrong game or am I just stupid? No and yes. You see, EOS, or Echo of Soul, has kind of an on-again, off-again relationship with existed. Echo of
Rabbits,
Soul first released in
Rescue with the
2015
Rabbits.
in what would come to be known as the classic version of the game. Eventually, the game was acquired by Game Ago, a company known for publishing such hits as Trove, Rift, Wizard 101, and other MMOs that they didn't originally publish but scooped up to milk for every last penny from their player base before they shut them down. Eventually, a new developer came in and made EOS Phoenix, which was like classic but with some minor additions and changes. But after that developer got bored, I guess they decided to release EOS Blue, which was like a whole new game that nobody liked. So in 2020, Game Ago was like, fuck you, and fuck this, we're shutting this down. But then another publisher called Papaya Play, known for such hits as War Rock and Backshots, oh wait, no, hold on, bought the rights to the game and re-released the game as EOS Ragnarok, which is what we're playing now. I think. I mean, that's what it said on the store page, but it clearly says EOS Blue here. I don't know what's going on. I'm losing my mind. As with any Eastern MMORPG, I first have to look through the classes for the one that is actually just a child. And, oh, yep, there you go. Check that off the list. I, bravely, decided not to play as the child and played this warrior whose look I customized to something that felt oddly familiar. I just can't quite place my finger on it. We then head into the opening cutscene that isn't in English, but luckily Echo of Soul has subtitles in Morse code. I can see how this decision might be confusing to some of you. Why not have it in English or any other language? But Morse code is more universally understandable, so this is a good move. The gameplay, unfortunately, is nowhere near as good as Johnny Bravo was as show. To be fair, that would be a nearly impossible feat to accomplish though, since Johnny Bravo was a perfect show.
Until then, not a woman here could vote no matter what age, but the 19th Amendment struck down that restrictive rule.
Why'd they go and do that? I didn't think chicks liked to vote.
Echo of Soul strikes me as a game that wanted to be Final Fantasy XIV, but accidentally became Final Fantasy XIV before the game was shut down, totally rebuilt from the ground up and re-released to commercial success. Okay, maybe that was a little mean. Let me try and be nicer here and deliver my criticisms in what's known as a shit sandwich. A shit sandwich is simple. First, I compliment the game, then I criticize it, then I compliment it again. This is how my managers used to do performance reviews for me before they tell me I wasn't getting a raise because I was incompetent. Like I know what that means. Let me just look through my notes here for a compliment. The game looks pretty good. It actually reminds me a bit of Guild Wars 1, but worse. Sorry, no, this is the compliment part. It reminds me of Guild Wars 1, but different. And almost a decade later. So that's a nice bit of nostalgia. As for my criticisms, the combat feels floaty, the UI is terrible, and the NPCs will just randomly say really random stuff like, I do not think I will, or you're doing it right? Or did Captain Kelly arrive yet?
I'm still in.
Am I supposed to know who Captain Kelly is?
66.
Why is that goblin asking me that? What's going on here? Also, the movement and camera just straight up suck since movement is independent of the camera, so it's super easy to get out of sync, which makes navigating often feel just really, really bad. And there's other parts of the game that just straight up broke for me, like when I decided to try and duel the only other player I came across. The duel seemed like it was about to start, but then I got attacked by a monster, so the duel, I guess, was stopped. But when I tried to restart it, I was told I was already in a duel. Then whenever I change zones, which happens a lot, I got a pop-up error saying, duel canceled. What duel? What duel am I actually in? But the worst part is the way the game completely takes you out of the moment every 5 seconds as it teleports you from quest to quest. You'll start off in one forest zone where you have to kill some goblins, then you talk to the quest giver and you're teleported to another forest zone where you have to kill some goblins, and then you're teleported to the next forest zone where you have to, and stay with me here, kill some Naga. The experience of teleporting around all the time both ruins immersion and completely kills any chance of you entering a flow state that you really want to be able to achieve in these types of games. A lot of reviews on this game say the same thing, calling this game a teleport simulator. Like, why do they spend time making a decent looking world if they were just gonna zip you around it before you had any chance to appreciate any of it? Like, it's so bad. It's so bad. I guess I have to compliment the game now to finish the compliment sandwich, so, hey, the soul system is pretty neat. I haven't even talked about that, and it's like the namesake for the entire game. When you kill any monster in Echo of Soul, you'll get their soul, and then you can purify their soul, and then you can use that to apply 1 of 4 combat buffs to your character, which are really strong, according to a Wikipedia page. I'm gonna be honest, I only used these like once, and I didn't notice an effect. I completely forgot they existed. They're like kind of shoved down in the corner over here next to the ability bar.
They don't seem that important. Maybe they become important later, but I was pretty comfortable just not using them. So maybe that's on me. I don't know. It feels like they're not that great, actually. I would say Echo of Soul is most similar to the 2016 movie starring Chris Pratt and Jennifer Lawrence, Passengers. Because I didn't like that movie very much. And I didn't like this game.
Oh, you touch my tra-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
Before we talk about this one, if you don't mind, I think we should all just have a seat. Okay, first of all, it's weird that you watch my videos standing up. It's off-putting and frankly upsetting. Just sit down. Second, like I said before, I go into these games as blindly as I possibly can. So all I saw for this game was the review score and the tagline that said AAA adult mobile game, which for some reason didn't set off any alarm bells for me. I'm an idiot. So let's just say I have some very disturbing gameplay footage on my hard drive right now that I can't show you for obvious reasons. So I hope you understand that there's going to be a lot of blurred out stuff coming up. And a lot of traumatic memories. Alright, so the opening cutscene of this game is a woman being, how do I put this without getting demonetized? Amused by tentacles. I can't show that. You understand I can't show that. Honestly, it was gross and I didn't expect it, and it really fucked with me. There were so many close-ups, like really, really close-ups. And frankly, it was impressively detailed. Rise of Heroes itself, as a game and not just a porn simulator, is basically Raid Shadow Legends with full nudity. And if that sounds like a weird combo, that's because it really, really is. You get the standard team fighting thing where you acquire heroes throughout the game using a gacha system, and the heroes have different abilities and you fight, and you see what I mean? It's Raid Shadow Legends. Like, it's the same game, but with nudity. The gacha system in this game is actually much more important than the gacha system in Raid Shadow Legends though, because in this one, you're not only acquiring the heroes for their powers, you're acquiring them because they have their own unique amusement scenes. I think the worst part about this game though is how it transitions from these team fights into sex scenes like it's completely normal, like we should just not think anything weird is going on. Like right after this fight in the game, there was a cutscene where a god says, and I quote, "Of course, all my divine energy is stored there. No mortal man could compare." He's talking about his penis. He's saying his penis is so big because his god energy is there. You're going to say something like that and then be like, hey, play this fight. No, I can't. You've just scarred me for life. I don't really want to talk about this game anymore. It like really messed with me, so I'll just let the reviews do the talking. If you're looking for a good game with fun mechanics, don't play this. That's true. They recommended the game though. Good. Excellent 3D scenes, both with sexual positions and solo models. Nice moans. Oh god. This game can be played with one hand. This guy played for 8 hours. I guess if I have to compare this game to a movie, I'll compare it to 50 Shades of Grey, because I guess sex just makes me uncomfortable. Like, I play MMORPGs, of course it does. It's kind of weird to pivot from talking about the porn game, but what's actually weirder is the fact that I think this game is worse than the porn game. Swords and Crystals is a 2D MMORPG with, how can I say this nicely, a charming art style. Despite being a top-down 2D game, Swords and Crystals features a ton of movement mechanics, like jumping over obstacles and avoiding falling pillars. The whole thing feels just like really, really bad. I think the art style is the main reason it feels really bad, since this game can't communicate a sense of depth to save its life. Like, the fact that you can walk under this part of the map, how was I supposed to know that? But also, movement mechanics in top-down 2D games are just really hard to pull off. That is a level of ambition I don't think this developer was ready for. This is an issue that so many of these bad games have, where they just cannot get movement right. It's like the first thing that any user will experience in your game. It's worth your time to do everything possible to get that right. If moving around doesn't feel good or comes with any friction at all, people are going to want to stop playing your game. What makes movement feel worse is that multiple times while just walking around the game world, the game would just grind down to 1 frame per second for seemingly no reason, which is an issue a few reviewers have also said they had. And it's definitely not a server lag issue, since it says right up there that my latency is great. That's definitely true and not a lie. Anyways,
after struggling to move around for a little bit, it was time to fight, and yep, combat looks about as good as it feels, so it's pretty fucking bad. But somehow combat is better than what I can only describe as the worst fucking user interface I have ever used in any game or application, period. I know that sounds mean, but this user interface is genuinely unforgivable. The only way to navigate the interface is by using your mouse's scroll wheel. Scrolling is how you get to the stats page, the world map, the inventory page, the settings, everything. And the way you close the user interface is by scrolling to this weird-ass symbol that's supposed to be a flip version of this weird-ass symbol. And what's even worse is that when you scroll, the whole thing jitters and stutters, making it seem like it's having serious performance issues, which I don't think it is, but I wouldn't really be surprised because the rest of the game is having performance issues. I can respect trying to do something different when you're making a game. I really can, but user interface is something you really shouldn't try to do different unless you really know what you're doing. There's a reason 95% of games in a genre will have mostly similar UIs. A bad UI can literally ruin a game no matter how good the mechanics are. But all that said, I'm still in the tutorial, so let's just get through that and move on. Wait, hold on, did I just get stuck in a moving obstacle? No, now I'm stuck in the wall! This doesn't seem like an edge case. Like, it seems like people could get stuck behind that moving obstacle really easily. I did it on purpose for fun, but still, that's not good. On the bright side, I do have an option to skip the tutorial, so at least I'm not hard stuck and I can move on to playing the real game. Okay, let's just connect and, oh, the server's down for maintenance. And it's not supposed to be back until September. Okay, got it. So the game's just offline for 3 months. Cool. I do feel really bad going so hard on this game because it is made by a solo developer who I think just wanted to make an MMORPG. It's good intentions all around, but it's genuinely one of the worst games I've ever played, MMORPG or otherwise. And it's not minor issues, it's things right off the jump that make the game almost unplayable. Which is why I found it so surprising that there were so many positive reviews. So I decided to dig a little further into those positive reviews, and they were, let's just say, suspicious. This gameplay is nothing short of addictive. There's a fantastic mix of quests, battles, and cooperative play that keeps me engaged for hours. Really, hours. You played for less than an hour. Simple but addictive gameplay, exactly what I need. Were you addicted for those 30 minutes you played? I don't think that qualifies in the DSM's definition of addiction. I don't even know if addiction's in the DSM. Overall, this MMORPG is a must-play for those seeking an adventure in a medieval fantasy setting. I recently started playing Crystal Swords, and I've been thoroughly enjoying the experience. This guy didn't even get the name right. Most of these weirdly worded and very vague positive reviews come within a 2-week span of each other, and all feature players who played for less than 2 hours, and most for less than 1 hour. And almost all of those accounts are private accounts. So while I can't say for sure that these are fake reviews, I don't think they're real reviews. I don't think they're real. Allegedly, they're fake. People are saying. So to sum up, this is a very, very bad game that you can't even really play right now.
Shit.
So that's not good. The good news is the microtransactions are still available in the Steam store, so go grab those today if you want them, I guess. I would say Swords and Crystals is most similar to the new Borderlands movie that just came out, which currently has a 0% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, how do you do that? How do you make a movie so bad? Like, I know making movies is hard, but damn, that really?
Whoa!
Anyway, that's a lot of negativity for one video, so I'm going to balance it out by giving away $1 million to one of you lucky viewers. All you have to do is...
This video was brought to you by my Shadow Cabal, but they're secret, so pretend you didn't see this part unless your name is a hobo with a spork.
Hey, you're a patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon is where you're at. You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat. Hey,
whoa!
Patron. Thank you so much for your support. Hey, you're a patron. I like you very much, cause hey, you're a patron. Patreon.
No one's selling it.
You went to the URL in the description and you gave me your money, and that's pretty neat.
That is insane, dude. This map has been so nice to me, dude. Damn. Oh shit. Fucker. I forgot I don't have. Yep, there it is. Then another one. Yep. Ooh, definitely did.
Every now and then there comes an online multiplayer title that just defines or screams being from a particular age of gaming, or even place. A game so iconic and noticeable that even though it never had massive mainstream success, it still creates discussion and intrigue today. Guns the Duel was prime 2006 gaming, back when nerds on the internet were still emerging from the deep and dark forums from whence they came. Newgrounds, MMORPG.com, and more iconic websites of our youth all had references, whether in montages, gameplays, or shitposts of Guns the Duel. It was a rite of passage for many of us. Guns the Duel came out of nowhere when it launched in the West in 2006 from developer Mate Entertainment out of South Korea, introducing fast-paced movement and action we hadn't ever seen. Guns focused more on what was described as infighting, with guns. Think gunslinging, but ramped up to the anime levels. It was awesome. No peeking corners endlessly or camping. You could double dash, buffered bunny hop, b-hop dash, wall run, wall cancel, animation cancel, butterfly, which was attacking and blocking at the same time, slash shot, and I'm not kidding, that's not even it. The sheer movement options and speed at which they could be executed in Guns made for arguably one of the most fast-paced multiplayer shooters we had ever seen. But although Guns had quite the legendary status and had existed for over 15 years at this point, and they even made a sequel, Guns 2, which would prove to be an unfortunate massive failure by comparison, the developer who created it faded into a sort of sad obscurity during that journey, and the license behind Guns itself has seemed shelved and traded around a few times. Now, Guns is still playable today despite its multiple shutdowns, in more ways than one, but not to the same official capacity it once was. In order to find out why that isn't the case, we have to go back far enough to diagnose the largest contributing factors that led to either Guns failing to catch massive popularity, or why the title was unable to have a healthier official longevity. Not all deaths are abrupt, sudden, or full of deep tragedy. Some titles just fade into obscurity. And those sorts of episodes like this one will focus more on the positive life cycle of a game and its given legacy. So think of this as a special homage to Guns and Guns players, and less of a focus on what the game was bad at, because I personally like and enjoyed the game, flaws and all. But my prefacing aside, we still do have a mystery to solve, as much as a story to tell, detectives.
Freaking damage.
Made Entertainment, which stands for Team Backwards with the I thrown in there for innovation, was formed way back in 1998 and
Wait, what?
Backwards with Made Entertainment, which stands for Team Backwards with the I thrown in there for innovation, was formed way back in 1998 in Korea, with quite the humble beginnings. It was a team of researchers who banded together to create a video game development team, which is a pretty cool origin story, I might add. Mate would launch their first game, a semi-successful online RTS title, Ace Saga. Now, I played a title much like this called Artifact as a kid, so I'm quite fond of this incredibly niche genre where you can play RTS games online with other players simultaneously, over different time periods and game lengths. The title they would build themselves up to next, however, was Guns the Duel, as it was dubbed, which would first see its closed beta back in 2003 in just Korea. The official launch of Guns the Duel in Korea was sometime in the summer of 2003. There's little information due to it being an Eastern launch 20 years old at this point, but the only time you see a title brought from Korea to the Western market is if either it shares some level of success, or they put a lot of money into it and they want that investment back. With Guns, it looked like the latter, but Guns at this point was a mystery. And that would all change in 2005. Guns closed beta would hit the West 2005, hitting at just about the peak rise of the internet rage and age, where memes were just funny images we posted when bored online. Well, before they were really memes, I mean. When Guns hit the Western world, we had never seen anything like it before. Sure, fast-paced arena shooters like Quake and Halo had existed already, but Guns brought more of a focus on infighting and gunslinging, coupled with insane movement ability. The uniqueness was apparent as soon as it was playable online. It was that distinctive of a title. This closed beta would prove successful, as within the next year, November 29th, 2006, Guns the Duel would be launched in both the EU and the US, bringing to the West for the first time a fast-paced, movement-based anime shooter. Guns was a third-person peer-to-peer multiplayer shooter, meaning that they didn't utilize dedicated servers, so one player would serve as the server, so to say. The primary game modes that were played were Deathmatch or Team Deathmatch, and the Quest mode, a PvE-based cooperative mode where you killed monsters and eventually a boss. Let's talk about the actual gameplay, the flagship part of Guns, the part that everybody remembers, love or hate. Guns is a third-person shooter, but it's like no other. Infighting is a focus on the fighting that happens within your immediate peripheral. Think of close-quarters combat with guns and melee weapons. The CQC aspect of Guns, combined with the, for a time, completely unique melee weapon mechanics, made for incredibly fast-paced up-close and personal combat. Guns had standard armor with bonuses that improved your survivability, showcasing gender-specific armor for many for the first time. These armor pieces included head, hand, body, hands, legs, and feet pieces. Headgear was obtained from questing or later on purchasing. You could choose between 7 different weapons: pistols, rifles, revolvers, shotguns, SMGs, MGs, and rocket launchers, and 4 melee weapons, though the last one never launched in the NA, officially. Daggers, swords, dual swords, and large swords. You then had grenades, rings, and an enchant slot, and a recovery slot. You had up to 12 total equipment slots with a total weight requirement or limit, and that made sense because the whole point of Guns was being mobile. Switching between all of your weapons and equipment while maintaining your aim and tracking on your enemy was more challenging than in most shooters because of the movement potential that players had. The base movement alone was already incredibly impressive. You could wall run, jump, double jump, change momentum directions, crouch, and roll. However, by the time that Guns came to the West, it had already been out in Korea for some time already, and a style of play had been developing from Korea that was finding its way to the Western launch. K-style, as it was dubbed, was the ultimate way to play Guns. While early on Guns was challenging and high-skill play, Korean style brought in more APM and the ability to perform multiple inputs in quick successions through the use of animation canceling. It's not to state that Koreans invented animation canceling. They didn't. We were doing it in Halo 2, by the way. But it's to state that they mastered it and adopted it to their own style regarding such. Some people felt conflicted about the K-style because it was preemptively firing off mechanics versus reactively. And it was, at the end of the day, an unintended mechanic being fully utilized. One that required insanely high APM to compete against other players with. This would raise the barrier of entry for new players greatly, and change the way that the game was played strategically. To further explain what K-style consisted of besides just button mashing preemptively.
Alright, I got 5,000. These. Yo, this is sick. I'm gonna.
As in the actual techniques that you used, there are a number of useful videos on YouTube that you can go watch. For example, this one by Remix is for ex-Super Smash Bros. Melee players who are quite familiar with numerous button inputs and mechanics. The basic movement options are all ramped up when you add animation canceling in, and the combining of two inputs together. This becomes the new basic movement, if you will. That means that the skill floor raises up tremendously. On the more advanced end, you have techniques like flash stepping, double butterflies, and it doesn't stop there. The skill ceiling for guns really isn't about aiming, it's about movement and reacting properly. So as expected, they pushed the limits even more with movement with things like triple dash, double flash stepping, and so on and so forth. The movement gets so crazy that when you watch montage videos, it looks like an anime character is in there killing players. And that was the magic behind guns. It was all about style points and feeling like a total badass. It was like CS 1.6 on steroids. For some people, K-style and the movement that came with it, though, elevated that, while for others, it became the moment that they knew that they couldn't compete anymore, and some players would just move on to other games. Guns was popular, but as a niche title, there was simply nothing else like it on the market, which made it incredibly unique and polarizing at the same time. Guns would have so much popularity that they would introduce their cash shop January 8th, 2007. This was quite revolutionary for the time because many online games didn't even have a cash shop, especially because the Western market was very new to microtransactions. But microtransactions in lobby shooters were actually a thing from Asia originally, that even in games like Battlefield Heroes, a Western game I covered on this series as well, would feature as well. The problem with such is no amount of semantics can change this either, by the way, is that it's pay to win. Literally. The only way you can get access to high-end slots is through buying them. They weren't just cosmetic and actually had values to them. This meant that Guns, despite its incredibly high skill cap and floor, was a pay-to-win online title, which is just about probably one of the biggest twists in the story for many people. This is arguably because it's not just a Korean title, which is more familiar with such. It's more that it wasn't designed to be so high skill originally. The player base sort of manifested that on their own. Might Entertainment effectively accidentally created a super competitive classic, one that by many accounts they weren't monetizing very fairly, which would end up hurting the perception of the game greatly. The first and last major update that would hit Guns the Duel would hit February 14th, 2007, dubbed the Quest Update. This update would add hard mode to the already present Quest mode, allowing players to get better rewards and an even better challenge. May 2007, and this would be the last official update that would add new sounds and voices to the game as well. At least I think Clan Wars comes before or after, I'm not quite sure, but it was added sometime post-launch, and it would greatly change the focus of most players and the game itself. Clan Wars were usually 4 versus 4, and consisted of all the same normal madness in a guns fight, except with 3 other teammates against an enemy team. Not only were the stakes high, well, relatively for the time as the game was so young that esports didn't even really exist yet, winners would get bragging rights, and on the internet back then, that was king. Kadai did a video on Guns as an esport I recommend checking out because it accurately captures why people both loved and hated the competitive scene in that game in retrospect. The reason Guns the Duel would see such few major updates is that developer Might Entertainment was following the trend of the time period, which MMOs and online multiplayer games were doing. which was kind of getting lightning fast sequels. In many cases, these sequels were quick to fail for a number of reasons. Find out more about some of these examples like Asheron's Call and EverQuest in their respective Death of a Game videos. Guns 2: The Second Duel, and no, I'm not kidding about the name, would begin development as early as October 2007. But Guns choosing to transition a mere 1 year after launching in the West was going to be taken quite negatively by that audience, because although they didn't know for sure yet, like we do with the beauty of hindsight, the shifting of resources to the sequel would doom Guns from receiving any more future content. Sure, Guns would receive some updates, but very little in the way of new maps or new PvE content. Especially when Guns 2 was proving to be quite the undertaking. It was utilizing a more powerful version of the original Guns engine, dubbed Real Space 3.0 now, and was altogether a brand new game according to Might Entertainment. What was most shocking or alarming about Guns 2 was that it wasn't necessarily looking to be a spiritual successor to Guns or the exact style that Guns patented. Compared to Guns 1, we are developing Guns 2 in a direction which combines outfighting with infighting properly. According to devs, Guns 2 would be combining both in and outfighting unlike Guns 1. This sounds like a cool idea in theory, but the difficulty would be in execution. If they did a bad job, then you might just have another generic feeling shooter, versus the unique identity that was Guns. The Guns team would also discuss their desire to break.
Please buff. No! Bitch. Oh, the milk pursuit. It's nothing. No one's selling it. Yo, please, I need buffs. Buffs. Buffs, please. Buffs. Alright, we got 1 hour. Then I'm gonna finish this. I need at least 5%, dudes. 5%. Then I'm happy. 1,000. I killed 1,000 and it dropped me.
Up the K-style that dominated their game, although this is a super old translation. How I read it is that they wanted to provide some elements of the K-style, but not just the K-style is the best way or only way to play the game. While I can see why the fan base would not be happy with such changes, I can also see the developer's perspective because ultimately, they never intended to create the game that Guns became. So it was kind of like them trying to recapture or retake ownership of what Guns was, and failing to do such. Worst of all, throughout this time and dedication to create an all-new Guns experience, the game was originally set to launch in 2009, and would then be delayed to 2010, and then 2011. Delays are a natural part of project management. I should know, I used to do it. But the issue with Guns 2 being delayed so heavily was Might Entertainment was trying to cash in on the success and momentum of Guns with a sequel. Every year delayed was going to make that more difficult. Not to mention in the case of online games especially, 1 to 2 years can make a world of difference. Think about the games that came out in just 1 to 2 years before World of Warcraft, and how outdated they were made to look and feel. Guns 1's popularity was still quite rampant at this time, however, as the game was a cult classic in many online circles. But once Guns 2 would launch, the fate of Might Entertainment and Guns 1 would certainly become apparent. The floodgates would be opened, and Guns would live forever. In 2011, when the source code would become available for the 1.5 version of the game. This was a super crucial move in the preservation of online games period, but in the case of Guns, this would allow other players to run servers of their own. Considering that the game is peer-to-peer, this was great news. The source code being released, however it ended up happening, means that Guns would continue to be played for the next decade or decades. It was absolutely a huge moment for Guns fans, and today has still led to multiple more private servers in existence. Guns 2 would launch in Korea in 2011 as well, the same year the source code for the original game would leak. How long the game would take to be brought to the West was a serious concern for Guns fans, especially when the game was already delayed by 2 years. By the time the West got the sequel, would they even care anymore? Plus, how successful was Guns 2 in Korea anyway? That success would also dictate if the game would ever be brought over, or in what capacity. Guns 1 would shift from EG platform to Area Games March 2012. As far as I understand it, this was more akin to an acquisition, not a shifting. EG will report a lackluster profit and the hassle of dealing with constant hackers as the reason for the switch. Hackers had plagued Guns since the beginning, as being a peer-to-peer game made it quite easy to hack and modify. Hackers could ESP hack, see you through walls, aim lock, or just do certain things faster or quicker than you should actually be able to do. To make matters worse, because Guns was a peer-to-peer game, this made the game incredibly ping reliant. Anything higher than 30 ping for most players and you weren't really competitive. Peer-to-peer games suffer from this often, which makes the hitboxes of your opponents lag to an extent, which you have to account for when playing the game. This combined with a sometimes toxic elitist player mentality kept new players from joining in and greatly burnt out many current players. I was sent multiple emails concerning the Guns community and how toxic it could be. I heard stories that, I'm probably not going to recount, but there are a bunch of bad stories about corruption and private servers being ran by, well, not so savory people. This is common in games that are kind of left to their own device, that have high skill caps, and have a bunch of hackers. Darkfall, a game that I cut my teeth on, much like Guns, suffered from this exact problem. Area Games, a free-to-play online RPG publisher based out of Germany, would now be in charge of Guns 1. And Guns would be playable on Area's platform, with characters reportedly remaining from the EG server. Area games running guns, however, was worrying for me even at the time, and still, of course, in hindsight. I've never seen Area motivated by anything other than porting Korean games and making money from them, long past their time in the sun. According to previous players before the Switch, Guns was in the decline, but still managing a 4,000 plus player count. Following the Switch, as in the same day even, only a few hundred players would be seen online. Might Entertainment was a big player in the world of online RPG development now. With 2 Guns titles now under their belt, they would create a new title, a hardcore PvE-based title dubbed Raider Z, or Raiders. That would be maligned throughout its entire career, and never properly launched or supported for various reasons. Raiders would launch November 2012 with basically no advertisement through Perfect World Entertainment as the publisher. I got to play and see Raiders at PAX East and it wasn't a half-bad game. It however had rather poor explanations for what kind of game it was, and it had an overall rather low presence. Now, Raiders is deserving of its own video, so we're not going to get into too much detail about it here, but Made Entertainment had built a brand new MMO after launching a sequel to Guns the same year they offloaded the game to somebody else. Seemed like they were ready to move on from Guns to bigger and better, more ambitious titles, but with how fast they seemed to transition off of their successful title to start, how many fans of Guns were left supporting Made Entertainment in the first place? And how many had moved on to playing Guns on their own on private servers? It must be frustrating for a developer trying to make a bigger and more ambitious game to feel like people still want to play your first game. But that's how game development works sometimes, and you're better served satisfying an existing demand versus creating an all new one, in my opinion. The original Guns would be shut down officially May 31st, 2013. The numbers would continue to decrease since pre-Area games levels, and Area had seen enough. They decided to discontinue the game. But luckily there were numerous resources and websites that were already in existence at the time to where you could go read more about Guns, how to run the server, and how to join in and play on one too. Freestyler's World is a resource, as is Guns Duels, where you can find out how to play Guns even in 2023. There's also a plethora of YouTube videos to go check out. So while the game would be officially shut down at this time, before it had even shut down there were already servers up and running. Guns wasn't going anywhere yet. The sequel to Guns would launch a mere months after the shutdown of the original in the West. This would make it 3 years since the game had launched in Korea. By the time Guns 2 hit the West, nobody was looking for it anymore. Whatever fans were left was just playing classic Guns or moved on to other titles. And when Guns 2 came out in the West, thanks to the internet, it was already quite well known to fans that it wasn't a Guns title for the rabid original fans. Instead, Guns 2 was an attempt to shy away from their iconic infighting and movement-based gameplay and transition to more of what most fans would describe as a clunky, generic third-person shooter, with not much to show for it. Guns 2 would not only fail in Korea, it would fail in the West by the summer of 2015. Guns 2 would achieve an impressive 10,000 player peak count on Steam, before in just under a few months dropping to just down to 1,000 players or so, resulting in a shift towards maintenance mode. Guns 2 certainly greatly affected Guns, the Duel, and its legacy going forward. Guns 2 the sequel will likely be a forgotten title, meanwhile Guns 1 remains to be played today. In that, we have a lesson of venturing too far outside of your own audience, in the end, satisfying none. Guns 2 wouldn't even have a preservation effort. It would just be forgotten. Guns 2 would fail to revive the Guns franchise, but news would hit the web March 2016 that the original Guns would be reportedly revived in Korea. Masongsoft would express interest in bringing the iconic classic anime shooter back. Masongsoft, who originally merged with Maya Entertainment following Guns 1's launch, would buy the rights to Guns 1 and 2 in June of 2016, with the plans of bringing the title back. They would also purchase Raiders with the same idea. Unfortunately though, a remarkable 5 years would pass and no update from Masongsoft would be published. There was an initial movement with Guns in Korea, like some basic updates being conducted, but now the websites were writing articles about what happened to Masongsoft, leaving their whereabouts or future plan for the Guns franchise unknown. Masongsoft does own the rights, so if they or anyone wants to do anything in an official capacity with Guns, they would have to square that away with them. The last update was concerning Raiders, and that was a resurrection, but alas, no details further. This update was as recent as December 2022. The Guns revival project seemed to be all but put on the shelf at this point. I even heard from one of my contacts that they reached out to Masongsoft and found out that they weren't indeed doing anything. And in response, Masongsoft enacted a bunch of DMCA takedowns of Guns content on YouTube. Truly a bizarre happens. Now before I get to my final deduction, I want to reiterate that this video was a special one. And although there's certainly failures of Might Entertainment, including from themselves in their first serious title Guns that led to the game not getting broader appeal and being shut down sooner, there is still so much positive about the game that must be stated. I'll go ahead and say it, I'd put Guns the Duel up there with Jedi Academy as one of the best power fantasy shooter action games that you can play, where you truly feel super powerful as your skill increases in the game. The sheer amount of movement options combined with the need to constantly track your target using their movement options contributed to a fast-paced shooter really like no other. I think it's important to talk about the legacy of a title like Guns, because although it's still played today and fondly remembered by some, I think there is still so much to learn from it for future titles. Not to mention, for some people that didn't watch this video, all they remember Guns for was being pay to win and hackers. Interesting thing about Guns for me was that super specific movement based tech seemed to actually be highly desired in the game even when it wasn't there originally, which contradicts many popular perspectives. In fact, the second game failed due to a lack of such. Finally, much like games like Super Smash Bros. Melee and Halo 2, glitches and bugs in the case of Guns actually contributed to the game, and its skill ceiling increasing. Devs keeping those bugs and glitches in would cement those particular games I referenced, much like Guns, as being one-of-a-kind competitive experiences, where glitches suddenly became the actual game. While there might be an argument to remove such things as they were not intended features, doing such would remove what made those particular games unique. It'd be like removing BXRing or double shotting from Halo 2, or removing animation canceling from Guns, or removing wave dashing or L canceling from Super Smash Bros. Melee. Guns the Duel is still playable today, so you have the chance to go experience what I'm discussing here, as words don't really do it justice. Just a fair warning though, some of the players can be dicks to new players, so try to find a community of players to join up with. And if not, watch a few frag videos and just be amazed. That music means that this mystery has come to an end, and unlike most cases, Guns the Duel has been long gone. And this was more of a trip down memory lane for many of us nostalgic gamers, or a case study for those who missed out on it the first time. We've gathered enough clues and progressed the timeline detectives, which means that it's time for the final deduction. Developer had shifted their focus multiple times. Rampant hacking.
Yep.
The original developer perished. A failed sequel hastened the original's downfall. The Area Games acquisition. A niche title. Age waits for nobody. Guns will remain in the history books as one of the most unique online shooters to come from Korea, or really anywhere. And one of my favorite games to see make the rounds, as it really is, as I've been saying over and over again, if you didn't start the drinking game, you're late. One of a kind. Unlike some retrospective episodes, however, which are not really about failures, we were able to determine that Might Entertainment did make some mistakes in their handling of Guns. Which makes you think, even with all of that, Guns still was able to have the reputation and legacy that it had. What would have been the true full potential of the game? We won't know, but what we do know is how Guns ended up, and can still, luckily, go enjoy that experience right now to an extent. Thanks for watching. That experience right now to an extent. Thanks for watching. Hello, detectives. It's good to return to the world of online RPGs, a place that I have called home for over 20 years. But it's sad that my return marks the death of yet one more promising Kickstarter MMO title. I don't take any pleasure in the demise of any title, despite any Grim Reaper memes that exist, especially an MMO that was Kickstarted, as it can have negative effects on the market. And especially when it was helmed by a developer, J. Todd Coleman, who also led another ill-fallen MMO title with tons of personality and innovation, Shadowbane. Unfortunately, although Crowfall was led by industry vets like Coleman and even Gordon Walton, who helped ship Star Wars Galaxies and SWTOR, within less than 2 years, the game would be halted by Artcraft Entertainment, Crowfall's developer. With Crowfall's future uncertain and the game unshelved for the foreseeable future, it's found itself on this series, Death of a Game, where we investigate the largest contributing factors to the death of a particular game or company and put it all together at the end for a final deduction consisting of the evidence gathered therein. Crowfall is a title I have followed quite closely, and I have a lot to say about it. But for now, let's get that nice transitional music going before we start our journey through the game's timeline, detectives. The story of Crowfall begins much before its Kickstarter, or at least the context before that point is rather relevant for the story and should be told. J. Todd Coleman, who would go on to found and direct Artcraft Entertainment, had originally cut his teeth on a player-focused hardcore MMORPG back in 2003. Shadowbane, we have already covered on the series, so go check that out, was a niche PvP MMO with one of the lowest budgets in major MMO history that was plagued with technical issues and an outdated client. But it certainly was innovative and impressive, and caught many people's attention as Coleman did it with very little resources. After his company was bought by Ubisoft, Coleman would go on to have serious design and production hands in the online RPG Wizard 101 and subsequent Pirate 101, which had a healthy level of success. Coleman sort of floated around to different projects and interests after that point, but met with another experienced developer who had also led and helped launch over 6 major MMORPGs, such as SWTOR, Star Wars Galaxies, and Ultima. Gordon Walton. Gordon and Coleman would talk about the desire to create a game that puts the focus back into the player's hands, something they and many others, including myself, felt that the virtual world space had started to lack. This meant a departure from the expensive and not sustainable structured dungeon and raid type story content that had been incredibly prevalent at the time. A risk, but not something impossible, as other titles have had success in that respect. With their unnamed MMORPG, Gordon and Coleman were looking to create a PvP-based MMO that combined the ease of leveling in a game like Shadowbane that made it more accessible, with the giant impressive Siege PvP gameplay there.
Damn, what the fuck?
The biggest unique twist being teased early on was persistent characters but dying and perishing worlds. Realms would have limited life cycles, with the winner crowned at the end. These worlds would be procedurally generated and allowed players to build and customize as well as conquer with destructible environments and massive siege battles. This would allow Walton and Coleman to accomplish putting the power back into the player's hands versus creating a short shelf life content, which has always been more expensive and harder to create. Trying to figure out how to fund such a project could be challenging even with a leaner offering of content, as with MMOs in general, let alone one trying to give more control to the players, something that doesn't permeate in the current market, at least at the moment. That's always the case until the market at least can prove otherwise. Big companies don't just follow one-offs or smaller trends unless they know that they can trust in it getting bigger. But a lot of big players have failed in the space, and so we haven't seen many of them in some time. Coleman and Walton would found an Austin, Texas-based game development company dubbed Artcraft Entertainment sometime in 2014. Artcraft would operate as a small studio focused on online RPGs with around 30 to 40 developers. Artcraft Entertainment would turn to a crowdfunding platform, Kickstarter, which was making waves at the time for allowing players to fund games and projects of their choice for the funding for their upcoming MMORPG. The Kickstarter for the MMORPG, now being dubbed Crowfall, would launch February 25th, 2015, and within 3 days would exceed the funding asked for and then some. Crowfall, to further expound on what the game had to offer, was much like Todd had originally promised with Shadowbane, a throne war simulator, the ideal idea was simple. Create these campaign worlds that varied depending on the maps and the resources, which are randomly shifted and created, and the players choosing to play the map in a number of different ways. Different campaign worlds wouldn't just offer this variety, however, they would also allow for different rule sets that could increase the levels of risk, such as dropping whatever is in your inventory. Utilizing voxel technology, Crowfall would reportedly allow for destructible environments as well. So you could destroy a world, and then after your world dies, take that loot and your character progression back to the actual persistent world called the Eternal Kingdom. Sort of like a season of sorts, right? The difficulty in Crowfall would be more centered around the conflicts and the gameplay therein, and resources needed to achieve such, as leveling your character would be easy whether you choose to pick a preset character archetype or create a class yourself. Checking out Crunchbase, we can see that although Crowfall raised an impressive $1.7 million, which exceeded their funding by $966,000, on Kickstarter, they still felt like they were going to need more money to fund the project that they had in mind. These partial funding schemes seem to be quite common in the case of major game development, as the Kickstarter also doubles as an impressive and effective marketing tool. But relying on investment dollars meant that they weren't just a company for the people anymore. And I think that tells a bit of a different story than the one that was kind of painted personally. Because this meant that although players felt that they had a high level of control, right? Being in some ways the investors in the product, ultimately the funding that the players added to the overall funding of Crowfall was only 38% of the overall budget, which was helpful, but not enough in even a pure investment sense to have control. And that's a very important detail going forward. One of the largest fears of a Kickstarter is the project ever even being completed in the first place, especially since there's not much recourse for players who invest in the games. With an experienced team, however, Crowfall was distinguishing itself from the pack, reporting that they had reached their halfway point March 11th, 2015. Later that same year in September, Crowfall would have a playable pre-alpha deathmatch mode available for their backers. Crowfall showing that they could prototype quickly was building confidence, as many of their competitors also launched on Kickstarter were unable to do the same. This was very important for the game itself, as being called and sold as a throne war simulator meant that combat and warfare were going to be a very important part of the game and were going to need to be tested thoroughly. Things would get quieter for Crowfall during the next 2 years before they would show up again in a big way on May 16th, 2017, where they would reveal a major graphical overhaul. Significant progress had been made on the game at that point, with the core game mode being serviceable, and the next big thing on the docket being the Eternal Kingdom system. The Eternal Kingdom system was made to satisfy the persistent aspects of Crowfall, as the game was in some ways seeming more to be akin to a lobby game than a multiple world MMO. The gameplay shown on screen is what was teased at the time, and while animations and the actual flow of the combat seemed quite rough, the visuals were a noticeable improvement. Crowfall seemed to be going in the right direction, right? Going for this mixture of realism and stylization and doing a good job of it. This allowed them to play with a quite realistic looking architecture while still having the mythical and fantastical enemies and characters. For pre-alpha footage reportedly, this was good progress for sure. Crowfall, despite their progress, would delay their soft launch, which was sort of like an early access paid launch sort of thing, I'm not really sure. But it would be delayed until 2018, with reasons not explicitly stated other than just needing more time. This makes their comment about being halfway there 3 years prior seem a bit odd. But perhaps 5%. The scope had increased greatly since then. MMOs are incredibly difficult to develop, that must be acknowledged, the most difficult sort of game at that. But with the crowd having put their money into seeing the product launch, they were going to be extra scrutinizing when any mistake presented itself, and delays in lengthy alphas could also contribute to that. The world was shocked by the introduction of COVID. Many companies were hurt from the loss of having workers capable of working in the workplace. For the video game industry, largely besides the largest AAA gaming projects, typically full of bloat anyway, they weren't nearly as harmed as other industries were, as people had been working remotely in the industry for some time. So when Artcraft would take a PPP loan in April of 2020, loans that are given to failing companies during the time of COVID, and sure, they were a company that was hurt by COVID, but enough to take PPP funds? Arguably, if you are a few months before launching your game and you need to make more money, I don't think it's a good look. Or a just one. But this information, including Artcraft stopping their SEC reports before launch, are rather fishy. First off, the funding is not publicly accounted for. If a project is advertising itself as crowdfunded, you should know where the money is going and how much they have. Like reportedly, some of the other funding for Crowfall wasn't getting accounted for. I got information from 2 reliable sources that Crowfall not only put more money than 12 million, triple was the estimate, they also stated that Artcraft was using the funds that they gained from their Kickstarter to not just work on Crowfall, but another unknown project simply dubbed Project Atlas. The theory from my source is that the SEC report stopped because the funding was being used to fund another project altogether, and they didn't want that to be shown. I actually had to go back and edit my script to add this part, and even do the voiceover, which is probably why it sounds different. Also, I just woke up. That's how breaking news is, after all. I got a YouTube comment and an email in the same day. We don't have confirmation of this theory, right? Naturally, but the additional information in official records do both complicate and murky things even more. For starters, the dollar amount raised by Crowfall was, according to my source, much higher. And why would they hide that and not make it public? Why not make public the additional funding? Well, they didn't want people to know. So either that was because of how they got the funding, or maybe they were indeed funneling it elsewhere. By the fall of 2020, Crowfall had reached its beta status. This signified that they were very close to launching. My issue in game development is when developers and companies will blame their budget for why they can't market their game properly. And this unfortunately plagued Crowfall, and you could see it in the promotional content that was released with the update, like the trailer on screen. Whoever made these trailers either had $3 and a piece of lint, has a budget, aka not a computer, or is just sorely out of touch with what MMO players want or respond well to. All of the gameplay footage shown is stationary targets, which you don't see happen nearly ever in a siege-based faction warfare type game, right? Because people will get hit. You stand in the lava, that type of thing, right? Oh yeah, Crowfall was faction-based now. Originally the game had been kind of sold more as this individual guild and clan-based game, which is like Shadowbane, the game that it was inspired by, but the game now was a full faction-based game. And the gameplay footage looked like people PvPing back in 2001, and the music and overall narrative of the video is just plain campy. Chosen by the gods. Like, what? That seems just randomly interjected like it's supposed to be significant. But we don't know who the gods are and why they're even important besides just being the gods. The video both is bad at showcasing what's new in the beta version of the game, which should be something you should do, right? Which should be important for attracting both new and returning players. It's also bad at showing the excitement possible in the game period, right? Because most footage shown looks like it's intentionally shown as to not lag. And I should know, because I used to play Warhammer Online with 15 FPS and that was looking at the ground. So I know all the tricks. If it sounds like I'm picking on this promotional video too hard, it's, well, good. Wait, okay, that's not my intention. The intention is to actually showcase the majority of the videos showcased on the YouTube channel and how they feel out of touch with the market and what feels exciting and what's wanted. Feel free to go watch them for yourself and tell me if they rival even 20-year-old trailers like Dark Age of Camelot, Ultima Online, or even more recent ones like Warhammer Online, of course, the extreme CGI examples like SWTOR. They have to be capable of beating somebody, though, right? Whether this is because Artcraft chose the wrong people to lead their marketing and videography, or they just simply didn't take it seriously enough. The result was going to be a lack of interest, and thus players for Crowfall, though. Possibly as an answer to the lack of interest in player base, Artcraft would attempt to follow trends. A few years too late, I might add, but still. With the addition of a new world dubbed Hunger Dome. Hunger Dome, as the name implies, was a battle royale, but for the Crowfall universe. Some players were happy about the addition of the world, while others realized the intention behind it all. On the eve of a launch, Crowfall was struggling to have enough population to test properly, and how long the game was available for testing was probably the bigger culprit there. The game before its beta phase had already been playable for 2 years and some change, and while that can be an effective way to get feedback without direction in more limited sessions, players can just get burnt out on the game before it even releases. This is something that has happened to tons of players in Hi-Rez's Global Agenda, such as myself, another Death of Game that we covered, where they had a paid beta test, but people like myself played the game religiously until finding out that the game just had no endgame to speak of and bounced before launch. If Crowfall was going to keep the overhauls coming in and new content flooding in, perhaps they could re-attract those former backers. But if they couldn't bring them in, then what were the chances of them bringing in new players? Crowfall would officially launch July 6, 2021, 6 years after the game's Kickstarter launch. Unfortunately, those high expectations from backers and new players alike wouldn't be met for a number of reasons, as Crowfall would fail to wow critics and players alike. Classic preface though, that anytime we talk about reviews, critics, and MMOs in the same conversation, critics historically haven't rated MMOs in the most effective or helpful ways. So they're not always the law of the land or even the most helpful. But when many critics are crying foul, well then you have something to look at. Critics are just easier to track than player perception as well, which is why we still rely on them on the series even when covering MMOs. IGN would rate Crowfall a very poor 5 out of 10, and while the writer clearly didn't seem to know what he was getting himself into whenever he picked the project up as an assignment or was assigned it in the first place, there's some valid points raised about the lackluster performance in the game and the clunky UI in combat. MMORPG.com, as the name implies on the other hand, was a bit more familiar with the style of game being presented, and yet all the same rated them the same painful 5 out of 10. While they enjoyed the variety of characters to choose from and the stylized graphical design present in the game, they expressed distaste due to the described as rough combat and how empty the world felt. That emptiness, to go back to my previous point, is seen in the trailers as well. It's a difficult balance with MMOs where players want giant open zones to fulfill the massive part of the acronym, but developers don't often want to dedicate the resources to making giant zones feel incredibly detailed, as that can be incredibly time consuming when you're making multiple zones. In Crowfall's case, the worlds themselves were randomized terrain. That meant that by nature, the randomization along with the game's strong lack of proper lore makes the world both feel empty and just pointless. Sure, as PC Gamer, who rated Crowfall 64 out of 100, stated, there were some deep systems in Crowfall, but it seemed like the game was falling flat on its face because the whole core of the game, the PvP and the combat, was boring and clunky, and the world, which is important to house all of those battles and make them matter, wasn't any more compelling. The critics had spoken, and the crowd wasn't much kinder. Crowfall had failed to deliver on expectations, and didn't seem to have enough players to keep hopes around that they would at some point. When your core game is what is setting people off, it's not like adding more content or a few skins is going to change the game's faulty core. Usually you see a few big pushes from a developer when their game is faltering in an attempt to keep the game going or try to address the criticism and improve. But Artcraft either felt like they had little to no chance, or there was just some serious negligence in game management and community management. I think devs might overlook it, but in this modern age, you just can't. Not with all the content being consumed on it. Crowfall's YouTube would be abandoned in September of 2021, which wasn't a good look. Especially when they could have used this opportunity to try to talk to their audience and be transparent. Instead, it felt like Crowfall was taking their ball and going home. Thanks to the work of another virtual world YouTuber, apparently also part-time detective, Kira TV, and more supporting detectives, the investor report concerning Crowfall was leaked December 6, 2021, and what was disclosed in it was crucial for the future of Crowfall. According to Kira TV, who cited a leaked investor report, the MMO is on the ropes and could be shutting down in a couple of months. The report allegedly sent out to players who had equity crowdfunding investor shares in the game said that Crowfall had been performing below expectations and has an inability to acquire customers at a positive ROI. This both meant an inability to acquire whales, which are players who spend a lot of money enough to account for many players, and customers, well, period. The team at Artcraft had been reduced, according to the report as well. Todd Coleman, the founder at Artcraft and main leading force of Crowfall, had also moved on to another Artcraft project, Project Atlas, once Crowfall was released, which meant that he hadn't had his veteran experience able to help them on Crowfall since then. But it could mean something far worse, such as Todd knew what was coming and wanted to pivot as fast as possible. After all, Artcraft is his company, and he doesn't want to shut it down versus shutting a game down. The part about having to pivot off of Crowfall, at the very least of the report that was leaked, seems kind of true, and Artcraft was working on another project. This wasn't good news for Crowfall, as it surely meant it would be shelved in the coming future if the report proved to be correct. Something was amiss, because news would hit the web December 11th, 2021 that the company behind Crowfall, Artcraft Entertainment, would be acquired by Mythgard card game developer Monument. Not very much details are listed in the actual press release, but more details would be released when simultaneously news hit the web that J. Todd Coleman would be officially stepping back from Crowfall to focus on Project Atlas. which seemed to confirm the rumors, right? In the same release, Coleman stated that Gordon Walton and Crowfall's dev team would be joining Monument to continue to assist on Crowfall's development, but that Artcraft with Coleman and the other remaining devs would continue to work on Project Atlas. Clearly this, as Coleman explains, was also a business decision of not being able to invest too much resources from reportedly a resource-starved company to make Crowfall work, and having to essentially put their future somewhere else. Monty Kerr, CEO of Monumental, had a previous relationship consisting of being critical of Todd and his work, but Todd had a friendship with Monty that made him aware of him. According to Todd, Monty approached Todd with a plan to revitalize the game, and Todd decided it was actually best to just sell the game off to Monty and allow him and his appointed team to run the game. Todd literally says in the press release that he was tired of trying to make virtual worlds work and wanted someone else to take the banner, and that Crowfall's issues included big competitors, lack of advertising funds, lots of market fatigue, and of course too much work to fix or improve the game and not enough people to do it. Todd also adds a little blurb at the end that kind of implies that he knows people would disagree with him, which isn't really a good look, because not only does Todd not address the failure of Crowfall and what could have been done better, he seems to pass off the failures as kind of out of his control. Let's start with the reasons though. Big competitors shouldn't affect Crowfall that much, according to the lead dev who worked on the game, Gordon Walton. After all, remember, the game is going after a different audience. So why does a big competitor really affect Crowfall if there's not really even any of them in the market? It's not like they had any direct competitors unless you want to count the fact that they crossed their game themselves into the survival game genre territory and were outperformed there too. Lack of advertising funds is a serious issue, but not one I can say contributed to Crowfall's failure. I think it's a bit of a scapegoat that most players and developers use for poorly designed or marketed games. There's a difference between marketing poorly and not having enough money to market, period. In the former, that means that you're spending money and just doing it inefficiently, a double whammy of a failure. And as we pointed out previously with the trailers and promotional content for Crowfall, it consisted of a guy they hired off of Fiverr to do a voiceover and a bunch of character models standing still while banging on each other. That's more of an issue of not knowing what the player base that you're trying to attract wants and how to market to them effectively. As for the market fatigue question, again, literally, what are they being fatigued from? This is a horrible argument, or at least a throwaway argument that I'm going to take seriously. Market fatigue shouldn't be why a unique hybrid niche throne war simulator fails. They're literally unique in the market, right? That's the whole point. They almost have nothing directly like them. The issue is that Crowfall being a hybrid MMO and survival style game, including the server structure and everything, meant that it was going to be compared to other games in those genres as well. For example, the building would be compared to Minecraft, Rust, and the like, while the MMO parts would be compared to previous greats and the closest similar titles in existence. To put bluntly, Crowfall wasn't an issue of being squished out, as Todd has stated. It was an issue of the game based on a previous style and generation of a game that failed to do as much, innovatively speaking, as that one did, and failed to ultimately compete even in the modern market. But I truly believe that Crowfall's biggest issues are design related, and I will cover that in detail before we get to our final deduction, so don't worry. I needed to finish up the timeline first though, and the last entry on the timeline is November 7th, 2022. And it reads solemnly, Crowfall goes dark. 1 year after the reports of Crowfall possibly being shuttered, and Mythgard and Artcraft felt they were unable to implement the changes properly while also maintaining live service of the game. Which I should add is essentially one of the most difficult parts of running an MMO, period, but it is a core part of an MMO. So I find their reasoning to be quite worrying, because I can't deny that it would make the game easier to change if they brought it down first, but again, that's kind of what it means to develop an MMO. We've seen some games go through massive transformations like this, Rift, Final Fantasy XIV, and a few others, but I'm not very optimistic for Crowfall's chances going forward. Not unless they can really go back to the drawing board on some things I will cover very shortly. But they were claiming they weren't giving up, and were willing to essentially try anything. The servers would be brought down officially November 22nd, 2022. So I kept mentioning my desire to go further into detail about the design of Crowfall, and it's much easier to leave it to the end of the video than make the timeline too convoluted in the middle of it. So let's start with what Crowfall is. It's a throne war simulator game where players can customize their own worlds with rule sets, and then participate in giant 3-faction PvP battles to be crowned the victor at the end. Each world and rule set theoretically offers different gameplay experiences. The issue I have with this from the jump is that combining a temporary genre, the survival genre, known for having short life cycles on maps that get wiped, and the MMO genre, one known for longevity and long-term progression, is problematic for a number of reasons. For starters, it communicates a bit of a mixed message. Players can't get nearly as invested into their characters because essentially they will give them up every campaign. And yes, some might say, but what about the Eternal Kingdoms? But why would you think that further segmenting your world, which already lacks purpose and lore, would actually be a good thing to make players feel more fulfilled? It's just basically another instance place for players to go to, and it's not competitive with WildStar or Star Wars Galaxy's housing. The other issue is because there's very little lore and points of interest that bring purpose to the world, it makes the fighting basically just fighting for the sake of it. People aren't really engrossed in the story and don't particularly care about the world. So now you have a game that's this throne war simulator without all of the social intrigue that games like Eve and Darkfall and RuneScape are known for. Which brings me into a point I have sort of already covered, which is combat. Before I cover the combat itself, you have to do me a favor and try watching a PvP battle in Crowfall and tell me if you know or have any idea what's going on. In fact, try watching this. I don't even know why it exists, but it's an esport battleground competition in Crowfall. The commentators during the battle most of the time talk about strategy, and not tactics, and tactics is what happens in the middle of the battle. It's the minutia that players need to be explained, because if you're not a high-level player, you can usually miss things. But not even these commentators can accurately describe what's happening in these battles. These particle effects have been turned up 300% on a dial to the point to where even a simple slow seems to take up half the screen, with visual noise or some kind of animation. This makes the combat hard to track, but worse, because of these issues alongside the animation issues, such as animations not giving players enough information to make counter plays against. For example, as a former Guild Wars 2 pro, one of these would be an example of like timing somebody's heal or interrupting a spell. So it's difficult to actually make tactical adjustments because all of the visual noise on the screen is distracting you, alongside the fact that animations and status effects are unclear. And I've demonstrated this on my stream before, where even a player of MMOs like myself for 20 plus years can't tell when someone's stunned, dazed, or so on and so forth sometimes. The game has, no joke, 30 plus status effects. I mean, when you're suppressed in the game, it literally just says suppressed in large letters. There's no clear visual identifier. I mean shit, Tom right now is scrolling through all of the status effects, and before people scream skill gap or knowledge gap, I haven't even finished talking about the combat. Not only is it confusing to know what's going on in Crowfall, throw in the fact that character animations as mentioned are problematic and it's made even worse. The legs on the character you play run in different directions sometimes and cross over each other all the time, which is a cardinal sin in basically all forms of combat. And I've been doing martial arts just as long as I've kind of no-lifed these games. But the final knock on Crowfall's combat is how it actually handles, and that's arguably the most important part because you can't reliably fix that, not with a few patches or updates. Crowfall just feels clunky, and that's the most damning part of it. If the game felt smooth and had combat that was more akin to Guild Wars 2 or Darkfall, or games that are known for having good gameplay, then there would be way more to salvage. Crowfall for me though feels clunkier than Warhammer Online, and that was a game notorious for being clunky because it used a very old engine, Gamebryo. The main difference is that Warhammer was a flawed but solid game with plenty of systems that worked and people enjoyed, and their combat functioned quite well despite the clunkiness, with clear visual clarity and good combat tempo and status effect usage. So when yet again your entire game is based on combat and you aren't that good at it, it's kind of hard to have any other expectation than what happened. There's some people that would point to Unity as being the culprit too, which is not traditionally used as a game development engine for massive online RPGs. But you can't blame a lack of understanding of how to build compelling combat in an online game on an engine alone, when it has plenty of games to the contrary. If you're hearing that music, it means we have reached the end of the video. Well, sort of. It's the best part of the video, not just because of the catchy tune, but because it's the final deduction time. Time to take our gathered clues and evidence and put this crow to bed. Very poor marketing and community development. Misleading as it's not a true crowd-funded game. Poor visual clarity in fights. Overexposed at the wrong times. Lack of lore and a general purpose. lackluster combat in a combat war simulator. Demonstrates the lack of learning from mistakes and the market. Game exists in this hybrid status and fails both market competitions. Crowfall was one of the best Kickstarter projects we had seen presented during the wave of them, and with its veteran leadership was seemingly destined to be a force in the MMO world. Instead, it couldn't even last half a year without talks of shuttering the project. A Throne War simulator as a sales pitch is a strong one, but without the proper game and world to support that idea in the end, it felt more like a curse of expectation than a good thing. The sad part is this is like the game creator himself even said, the same thing that happened in Shadowbane. And if you're having the same problems 10 years later, it not only implies you haven't learned from your competition, it means you didn't learn from your own mistakes. And to throw Coleman and the talented team who worked on the game some bail, they had an incredibly ambitious project with a very small budget, and did very good despite their failures. But then, just maybe stop making such ambitious projects. Maybe just focus on something that works first. Period. In both the literal sense and the figurative sense. Something more contained and measured that shows off your strengths. As for you detectives, thanks for watching.
We awoke from one nightmare into another.
This isn't the Warcraft video you're looking for. At least, not yet. Apologies, detectives. No, this is about Warcraft 3, the real-time strategy game, or more specifically, Warcraft 3 Reforged, which was released in January of 2020 by Activision Blizzard as a remake to that game. There's a murder to report on whether we're covering a specific internet behemoth bearing the Warcraft game name or not. We have a serious problem to solve: the murdering of many of our childhoods. This is a case in which I am unfortunately highly immersed in, passionate in, and, well, personally involved. As a player of StarCraft 1 and Warcraft still, I, like most millennials, grew up playing all of the classic Blizzard games before they were popular. The Warcraft series was no exception, and I was just another diehard fan, enthralled by the fresh graphics and arcade game possibilities, which would give rise to titles like Dota and a slew of other spin-offs and inspirations. All of this in regards to Warcraft's storied history, but Warcraft 3's potential to take the franchise to new heights, culminating in the always present elephant in the room, the smash hit World of Warcraft, Blizzard was intent on circling back with the success of StarCraft 1 Remastered, which launched in 2017, this time targeting their coveted first series, Warcraft, the most popular Warcraft title in particular, Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3 Reforged. And the end effect was more akin to refurbished than reforged. Warcraft 3 Reforged would be one of the lowest rated games ever on Metacritic, and it would be abandoned just 10 months after release. Where did Warcraft 3 Reforged go so wrong? What was the source of anger and fury that greeted the game's release and following live? On this episode of Death of a Game, we'll go back to my childhood, as well as many of yours, and try to piece together the puzzle of a very messy case involving one of the best games of all time from one of the best RTS franchises of all time. Grab your peons, peasants, ghouls, or wisps, and let's get to work on this case.
Work.
What makes a MMO controversial?
Over the years, there's been many questionable games with dubious practices. Some are seen as outright scams, whilst others are predatory loot box messes. I'm somewhat of a loot box expert myself. But imagine a title which not only promises to be fun, but one where you can actually earn real life money by just playing their game. In today's video, I want to explore one of the longest running and questionable MMOs ever created. Dating back to original WoW times, this MMO is still alive and kicking, and most importantly, making a fat stack of cash at the same time. So what is this mystery game, you ask? I am of course talking about the ever so notorious Entropia universe. So if you enjoy questionable MMOs that you've never heard of before, then maybe you'll also enjoy my questionable and unheard of YouTube channel, where I go out my way to play dead and unpopular titles, which I then do video essays for, which nobody watches. Like and subscribe? But what makes a 20-year-old MMO controversial, you might be wondering? On paper, it's a free-to-play sandbox MMO RPG based in space with a player-driven economy. And did I mention that's a real cash economy? And the way they do this is that everything in-game has a monetary value.
Oh, that's nice. My mom gave me that.
The in-game currency is referred to as PED or PED, which can be exchanged for US dollars at a currency conversion of 10 to 1. And as you can imagine, if you can take money out the game, you sure as hell can put it back in. And therefore I give you the ultimate pay-to-win title. But wait, there's more. Because everything does have a monetary value, it does mean that rare drops almost become a jackpot win.
Oh, you didn't die.
Emotional. Very emotional.
So if a boss drops rare loot, it could be worth a couple of $100s. But at the same time, in order to kill the boss, you may need some expensive gear to do so. And this is what makes it so controversial, because players have been known to drop thousands of dollars to gear themselves up, just so they can go and chase these big jackpot wins. Which, from a lot of people's perspectives, is seen as a form of gambling. But what does Mindark, the developers behind this title, think of those claims?
That you then saying that there is a gambling element in Entropia?
No. No, what we have done, we have followed all of the rules and regulations to show, which we have done, that it is a skill-based game.
And that right there was the ex-CEO of Mindark, David Simmons, who quit last year. So is Entropia Universe just a online casino using a MMO as a front? Or is there potentially a underrated MMO here waiting for people to pick it up and play? Well, I guess there's only one way to find out. Wish me luck. So where might one go to download Entropia Universe, you might be wondering? Well, where else other than the dark web? I joke, you just go to their website. Entropia Universe uses a standalone launcher, which of course means we can't check to see how popular it is on the Steam charts. I know, I'm very upset by this. I did ask their AI chatbot how many people play Entropia Universe.
I'm sorry, I don't have that information. Is there anything else you'd like to know about Entropia Universe?
But the results were inconclusive. MMO Stats did have it down as about 800 players a day, with a grand total of 100,000 players, which I do feel is pretty reasonable. I mean, how else are they going to make all that profit? Once the installer had finished, I had to go away and create an account, and once I'd done that, I was able to log into the game and finally create my character. I have to say, I was actually pleasantly surprised as to how detailed the character creator was. There were some hairstyles which were locked out, and I assumed that they were available in the cash shop, but to my surprise, you have to unlock them in game. Obviously you have to use the in-game currency to unlock them, which is technically real life money, so technically it is kind of a cash shop. This is going to get confusing. Despite the limited hair choices, I persevered on. And I thought it was only appropriate I make a character that looked like he knew his way around a casino. And I give you Blobby. He's just your average looking crypto bro who wants to sit there and talk to you about his investments. I'm sure a lot of you thought I was going in a completely different direction to that. One button click later and I was transported into the world of Entropia. This game has once again surprised me because looking at this, I wouldn't have thought it was 20 years old. I was actually taken back at how nice the graphics look. But let's not jump the gun, because as the old saying goes, you can't polish a turd, but you can roll it in glitter. First up was a NPC who greeted me by my full name, Plobby Plobberton. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, when it comes to naming stuff, I'm not the best at it. But I digress. What you're witnessing here is me going through the start of the tutorial. Sadly, there was no voice acting, so I had to read everything that was presented to me. The NPCs went on to explain how I crash landed on the planet, they found me, and they basically got me back up to health. And now they're trying to help me get back on my feet, and to do so, they thought it would be best if they gave me a gun. Apparently, I had crash landed in America. What followed next was a quick lesson on the game's combat, which was a bit odd because you could tab target, but you could also freely aim. I was then informed that the targets I killed drop shrapnel, which can then be converted into ammo. Something that I never considered was that every time I shot something, that was actually costing me money. I was then told to head down the road to the next quest giver, where I encountered some dinosaurs. So of course, when faced with new life on a strange planet, I decided to shoot the fuckers. I'm not going to lie, this wasn't the most riveting combat.
It is a skill-based game.
It was slightly skill-based in the sense of I had to point and click at the dinosaur, but later on I found out I could just literally tab target, which would then lock onto the enemy and auto attack. I killed a few more dinosaurs whilst also trying to relive the glory days of Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, and there was one thought that just wouldn't escape me, and that was the fact that every dinosaur I killed was technically a cash prize. Bear in mind, I hadn't spent any money on this game, so technically every dinosaur was profit. Not a lot of profit by any means, it was like 0.003 cents, but it was still profit. The tutorial then took me to an NPC called Rusty, who freely gave me a vehicle. No strings attached, just here you go, have a car. Does anyone else get the Halo Warthog theme stuck in the head when they go to drive a car in a game, or is it just me? Ah, finally, some freedom to explore. And in that exploration, I found out you can't run over mobs, you just go straight through them. Kind of disappointing. I made my way over to the objective, and then probably had one of the most brain dead moments in my life, which was I couldn't get out of the car. I then sat there for the next 5 minutes pushing literally every button on my keyboard, and I was still stuck in this fucking car. I think this is part of the problem of this game, which is the tutorial, as much as it's there, it is so wordy and lengthy that you kind of just skip past it.
One eternity later.
Whilst I sat there still trying to figure out the controls, something unexpected happened.
Hello there.
Another player suddenly appeared. So I did the one thing I know I'm good at. I begged them for help. But I had to be quick because they were starting to walk away.
I'm in my mum's car. Boom, boom.
I wasn't sure
No.
what the was for local chat, so in a panic, I decided to follow them in my car. Remember kids, this is a video game. If someone ignores you in real life, don't stalk them in your car. Don't ride alongside them, and don't flash your lights at them. It can be seen as quite threatening and menacing. However, in this situation, it worked as they gave me the answer I was looking for, and I was actually able to get out of my car. Thank you for your help. With this newfound wisdom, I was finally able to complete my quest. I was now on the last mission, which would take me out of the tutorial zone and into the big wide world, where surely I'll be able to make some mega bucks. And admittedly, I was excited by the prospect. So with a skip in my step, I made my way over to Lieutenant Smith, who offered to take me to the mainland, which I gladly accepted. So there I was, on planet Calypso, the main planet of Entropia Universe. In official documentation, it had been stated that planet Calypso's economy was worth $400 million. And I was interested to see how exactly was this possible. When playing a MMO for the first time, I tend to stick to the main story questline until I get bored, and then I just go on an adventure. But lately there is one extra step I've been adding, which is seeing if you can swim at the first possible opportunity. And what a shocking surprise, a MMO from 20 years ago allows you to swim. Once again, proof as to how bad New World actually is.
Wow.
The starting area had a few quests to select from. They had your basic kill quest, fetch quest, and some random quests which were reinforcing what you was already shown within the basic tutorial. All the while, at the top of my HUD, I was getting hammered with notifications of other players earning significant amounts of PED. Which, by the way, I couldn't find an option to turn these notifications off. They were just constantly there. And I have to admit, I think the subliminal messaging eventually worked.
Fuck it. I'll do it myself.
Damn.
So for all the wrong reasons, I abandoned the starting area questing and I went off into the big open world to find an adventure, and mainly money. Which, as you can imagine, was probably not going to end too well.
Holy balls, man.
The fuck was that? Fuck. Alright, that's fine. This is fine. Yeah, I'm gonna...
What time is it? It's 11. Alright, guys. Thanks for watching, guys. Thanks for tuning in. I'm gonna see you guys on Monday. Alright. If you're in YouTube, subscribe to me. If you're on Twitch, follow me. If you're on Kick, follow me as well. See you guys on Monday.